I will put that citation in the Jumbotron and the purple pill. Just give me a quick second here. I want to paste this down here too. Yeah. um, yeah. So it's just a really part of how evil things were, of how um, unfortunate of a situation that our ancestors had to live through. Now, what I also post about is the fact that there is this thing called natural increase. And the natural increase is where they take your birth rate, how many births you have versus your death rate, how many deaths there are in your population. They subtract the births from the deaths and they get this number, and that will be your natural increase as long as your births were more than your deaths. If your deaths are more than your births, I'm assuming they call it a natural decrease. That would make logic. Although I haven't really seen that term, I'm sure that is just the natural way to, for them to categorize it. I guess I'll say it like that. Um, so I've got posts where I show in some of the states that we've identified as potential Black majority states, there are some of these states where our population has declined because we've had more deaths than births. I'll try to find that thread if I can, and also put that in the jumbotron at least. Um, so when we get into this breeding farm conversation again, it wasn't my conversation. I did just kind of add to it to try to get some more clarity in the conversation, so people can build off of that. But just to read this portion of it, and actually I posted this on Funded Socially as well, which I'm trying to make sure that anything that's super important that I'm able to put it on Funded Socially. Some stuff I put on Funded Socially exclusively, um, because and part of me is like, I don't know if some of these conversations are really Twitter conversations because of the way people kind of play with information on X. But this is from this is Cambridge, Cambridge University, um, and this was January 2016. They have an extract. You don't get the whole thing because you gotta have some type of login access, but they give you a synopsis. This says the type was the biological past of the Black. Um, it looks like 1986 is when they may have actually put this together. But they say mortality rates in early childhood are widely regarded as a sensitive index of the health and living standards of a population. United Nations 1973. They're citing Williamson and Haynes, so these must be some whoever they assume are legitimate, credible experts in this particular topic. The debate over the health and treatment of American slaves has led scholars to investigate various data and methods to construct these measures. Early work based on plantation records placed the infant mortality rate, the proportion of live births that die within 1 year of birth, at 152.6 per 1,000. This was in 1951. Using census data and indirect techniques, estimates of the infant mortality rate climbed from 187 in 1962 to 274 to 302 by 1970. And then in 1972, it was 246 to 275. They cite the names, they're giving you dates of when these studies were conducted. It says recent work based on height data and indirect techniques places the infant mortality rate in the neighborhood of 350 per thousand. That's 350 Black children would die upon birth. And total losses before the end of the first year, stillbirths plus infant deaths, at nearly 50%. This was a study that was done in 1986. It says, thus, measurements over the past 4 decades have gravitated towards the judgment of Southern planter Thomas Affleck, who in 1851 wrote, of those born, one half die under 1 year. Um, so, this is the information and knowledge that the planters, which are the enslavers, I guess the head, what did they, I mean, they called them planters, but essentially they were the people who ran the plantation. And so this was what they were saying back in 1851. Now, the reason for breeding is a multitude of reasons, a multitude, multifaceted. It is obviously to produce more people to enslave, to profit from either from their labor or from the sale of human beings. That is certainly the likely the incentive for most of the fact that they would want to increase the slave and enslaved population. The other one was sex trafficking and prostitution, which was another way of developing income through the enslavement of likely men and women. But in certain parts of the country, it was they would enslave their daughters, their offspring. They would intentionally, um, have sex with enslaved women to produce lighter skinned females, and they would sex traffic those lighter skinned females. There's a term called fancy girls, concubines. I wrote about the concubines in the book that I wrote 2018, but this is something again that's widely known. They had these houses of prostitution essentially. Louisiana is known for it. I believe some other states as well. Matter of fact, I think in this video they highlight Natchez, Mississippi as one of the places as well. But I'm sure it was something that just was everywhere. Whether it was a house of prostitution or if it was just that, and because I read this in a story, and I'm not sure if I included it in the book or not, but there, and this was in the like mid 1900s, to be quite honest, where it might be like the 1940s or 50s, but there was a mother who, and she had a daughter who was very, very young, like preteen, and they were still being enslaved, held in bondage in this country in the South. And whenever a white male traveling through that particular town would inquire about this particular activity, they would direct them to this farm, I guess, and they would sex traffic the mother and the daughter. And then it's one story, which again, I'm not sure if I posted it under this account or one of the earlier accounts I had, Black State of USA. But at any rate, there's a story where the mother describes how they essentially raped her in front of her daughter, then continued to rape her daughter in front of her. And again, I'm talking about a preteen, while the wife of the house instructed them on how to rape the daughter. This is the unfortunate circumstances in which Black women were being abused in the most demonic way possible, imaginable, during what essentially would be several hundred years, um, fairly continuously, especially after, I believe, if I remember correctly, 1807 is when the United States banned the importation of Africans, um, even though there are other reports and other stories that I've posted in the past where they talk about um, white men would still illegally traffic um, Africans into America, not in as high quantities as before. There also was this trans-Caribbean slave um, trade or exchange, however you want to look at it, where folks would be cycled into these Caribbean colonies and upcycled up into America. There was a lot of that going on as well. Um, I'm not sure the time period, if that was after the banning of the importation of Africans or not, but because they would have been much closer and much more easily available, to be quite honest, it makes a little more sense that these sociopaths would go to the Caribbean islands and try to get people and bring them back, even if it was five or six, to fulfill whatever demonic desire that they had. Um, so it's just a lot of this really dark history that our people have been afflicted under, and unfortunately, in this particular conversation, it seems that one person has just a flat out denial of any Africans coming here, which is a little. I mean, the shipwreckers or the manifestors I mean, there's a lot of documentation on how many they brought over here, 300,000 plus. Does that turn into 4 million in that short period of time? Well, if there's this massive incentive for profiting, maybe not. Do you also incorporate some natives into that population? Of course, absolutely. There's no question. But the other reality is that they were under a genocide campaign, extermination campaign against the natives since like the 1500s. In America, for the entire 1800s, we're at war. We're warring with these natives and trying to literally wipe them off the face of the planet Earth. So many folks who may have been indigenous would have voluntarily claimed to be Black American in order to survive and not be executed, because that's essentially what the operation was, from the states before they became a union of states, and then after they became a union of states. It essentially was to eradicate those people. Um, so it's complicated, and sometimes people try to make it real simple, black and white. They miss a lot of the nuance, and it creates conflict because you're just so rigid on one ideology and not open to not alternative viewpoints, but just viewpoints that take it all in, that look at it all and appreciate all of it for what it's worth. All the information is valid, and it doesn't, it shouldn't discredit other ideologies. Just saying, hey, this is what happened. This is the reality of it. There's proof. There's documentation. There's records. There's this. There's that. Just because it's not online or it's not online in a way that you can readily access it, because a lot of this information, again, these universities, it's behind credentials, or you got to sign up and log in and yada yada yada. So um, people should take that into account. No thanks, you had your hand up.
Oh, I had my hand up because we were talking when you had talked about one of the reasons why they started maybe possibly breeding. I was researching while you were talking about this topic, and I was reading about how they had stopped the import. So you had already touched it, so I took my hand down. But just as a side note and to the conversation, this is also one of the reasons why I tell people a lot of times that why we're so good at sports is because we literally are the are like the bread. They literally bred us for our abilities. So it's only no problem why we're really really good at sports and we're really really athletic because we were bred to work essentially.
Man, it's crazy you say that because one of the heartbreaking things I read tonight was that the women, the mothers, would essentially challenge their children to races in order to build up and strengthen them up because part of the reason there were so many infant or child deaths was due to malnourishment, malnutrition. It talks about how our ancestors would eat out of troughs, like animal troughs. They would essentially put in mush meal, slop into these troughs, and or people would have to eat out of that. Um, Oftentimes, they would impregnate a black woman while their white wife was pregnant in order to provide the white child with a wet nurse, which is someone who would breastfeed their children. There's a lot. Unfortunately, there are some pictures of our black female ancestors breastfeeding these white children, and there's a lot of information out there to lead us to understand that oftentimes black women would value the white children above their own. Now, whether that was reverse psychology to try to protect their children or who knows what that was about, they certainly couldn't resist because of the threat of death or the threat of separation. Um, there was just so much evil going on at that time. Um,
I always have said this, and it was a recent topic. I was talking with someone that said that the patriarchy for white women wasn't a problem until slavery ended, when they had to actually clean their own homes, take care of their own kids. Then the patriarchy was a problem. But prior to slavery, you weren't hearing any white woman complain about the patriarchy.
oh yeah, well, absolutely. Well, they weren't property, but it's interesting because while they could not vote, they actually, some of them did inherit property. Even George Washington, his wife had more people enslaved than him, and that was kind of the way that men would get more wealthier by marrying women who had inherited land and inherited slaves, and that's one of the ways that he increased his wealth. Um, so they had some position. I've read stories that said they did go to the auctions. Even in this breeding situation, I've read stuff where they said that white women would facilitate some of these auctions, especially for the sex trafficking part of it. So they played a role. There's no question, it can't be downplayed. And again, they knew their men were sleeping with these black women and producing biracial children, and then they would sleep with that person and just continue to create lighter and lighter versions of themselves. Um, the men likely were, um, again, now if they were molesting men too, boys, whatever, which they likely were, because that's in their population, then it kind of was what it was, unfortunately for them. But the women certainly were prized because they were light, bright, damn near white. And these white men really really wanted to be with these lighter skinned women, um in that time period. The only male cruise, you got it.
Yeah, shout out to the room. I hope you guys can hear me. I'm on the road, so I hope I don't hit a hot spot. But yeah, at the beginning, Black. First of all, the music, banging, baby, banging. Ooh. And I like how you played that to soften the mood. Because yeah, this is deep and dark, this topic. But I wonder if because you had statistics, you had data, and I'm wondering if this breeding farm situation needs to be another talking point to prove up the harms
Oh my
done
God.
to our ancestors, and hence the need or the demand for reparations. That's not mentioned because it is ugly, and nobody wants to. Who wants to talk about that? You know what I mean? But the fact of the matter is that it happened, and I just wonder if we need to start introducing that into the overall discussion when people say, "Well, I didn't own slaves," and blah blah blah. I don't know. Yeah. So I think at this point, that's what I wanted to mention. Hear what some of your thoughts are on that.
Yeah, no, I agree 1000%. Like I said, I think the treatment of black women in all aspects of it, from the, I mean, literally, mother's milk was the most precious commodity in this whole scenario, because um, they were forced to abandon their own children in order to nourish the people who were oppressing them. Like, imagine the psychological scars that creates. And then would develop this loving relationship with a child who was going to grow up to be just as, if not more, abusive to her and her children, to be quite honest. So I can't imagine, there's images where black mothers would kill their children because they didn't want them to be enslaved. Now, how often that happened, I don't know, but again, these are very, it's like you're living in a house of horrors, and there's no end ever in sight. And again, this goes on for centuries. But the mother's milk, the value in that is incalculable. You can't even calculate the value of black mother's milk in this environment. Um, Now, and here's where, and let me say this, because the term breeding farms, and that's where I think the definition might have been different and created conflict. Because when I hear the term breeding farms, I imagine that there was a farm that was full of women, where there might have been a few men who would be randomly having sex with these women on a regular basis and producing babies, and that was the function of it. But that's not exactly what it was. There's a story about, in Virginia, a prison that ultimately became an HBCU. Okay, thank you. I'm gonna make you a co-host so that I can bounce in and bounce out. Once I see you got it, I'll step out and step back in. Okay, cool. I'll step right back in. Um, Okay, yeah, and for what it's worth, this wasn't the plan to start the conversation off, but I thought this topic was so important that we probably should take some time to really get into it. Um, so yeah, the term breeding farm didn't necessarily mean that there was just this farm where people would just be having sex all day, every day, and producing babies. It takes 9 months to birth a child, so logically, this would have been something that would have been spread out in mass across these slavery states, and there still would have been instances in the North where black women were being raped and producing biracial children, mixed race children, and there may have been situations where there was some um I'm not going to use the word love, but there was some consensuality to the point that you could consent in an environment where you are maybe free, quote unquote, a free person of color, but you certainly didn't have the same rights as white men in the society, or white women for that matter. So your consent is what I think today they would call statutory rape, or something of that nature, because you really couldn't legally even have the right to defend yourself in some of those instances. So just kind of letting people know it's multi-layered, it's complicated. But there was this prison, and they said, they refer that there were others where this prison in Virginia became an HBCU after the fact. But the person, I want to say the name is Ruskin, and I think they mention it in this story. But the woman who was a lighter skinned, kind of a mixed race black woman, was like the object of his affection. He impregnated her multiple times, but he ran the prison like a sex farm in many ways, because the women would be impregnated, they would have children, and they would essentially sell them off for profit. Um, so there may have been breeding farms where in which they were able to produce several hundred children out of that circumstance. There may have been places where one white man would have had several hundred children through the women that were enslaved on that plantation. Um, but not necessarily in the strict phrasing of the term breeding farm, if you imagine it to be that, just that, because these women were still laboring, slaving in the fields. And this is one of the things I keep coming across, where in which um if the enemy of our people, the oppressors, had no real desire to increase the number of people he had enslaved, or to sell off people that were being born, then it was almost a negative thing if a woman got pregnant, because it meant that she couldn't necessarily do as much um, um, labor, unpaid, uncompensated labor. So some looked at it as a negative thing, others looked at it as a way to profit. Um, and so that's where you run into difficulty trying to find the quote unquote receipts on the information, is because some of them flat out just looked at it as a hindrance to them making money. And then there are others who did document it. I mean, we know how these people are. They keep records, they write journals. They didn't have TVs back then, right? So they had to do something, and many of them did keep rather meticulous records. They talk about it in the video. The fact that between, and when I don't know if it's in this post. Let me find that post so we can get that one too. But between 1807 is when the U.S. banned the importation of Africans. Between 1800 and 1810, let me get this right so that we have this up in here. Put that in space. I got one more here. Because this is a really important conversation. I'll put this video up here, and I know I got one more post up in here that I think is important, because I want to talk about this survival rate, which is crazy. I don't see it there. I got to go to my timeline. At any rate, let me skip that part. So in order for you to produce 4 million plus enslaved persons between 1807 and 1860, roughly 50 years, little more than 50 years, because in 1800, I believe the slave population was 1 million. By 1810, I'm trying to remember, I think it was like 1.3. In order for you to produce another 3 million people, 6 million babies have to be born if you have a 50% death rate. That's just basic math, right? Half the people are going to die within their first year. To get 3 million, you got to produce 6 million. This is a holocaust, right? So we're understanding what's going on. Unfortunately, it's very similar to the recent Roe v. Wade abortion holocaust, but that's a whole nother conversation for a whole nother time. To produce the 3 million, you gotta have 6 million babies if half of them are dying. But then also the people are dying. This is where the natural increase and decrease comes from. Natural increase from death to birth. So even within that 1 million population, every single year, a certain amount of people are going to die of whatever causes. Certain percentage of the population is going to die of whatever causes. And then you're going to have these births. So you likely got to produce another at least 1 million or 2 in order to cover the amount of deaths that happen over that 50 plus year span. It's probably closer to 8 million children had to be born in order to come to a number of 4 million if half of the population is dying before their first birthday. So to your point, yes, this should be talked about much, 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 much more often, because the numbers are like, they're just hard to take in. Again, unfortunately, in comparison to the modern genocide, the modern Holocaust with abortion, it's 20 million in the same time period. It's 5 times as much that have perished in the same time period. Now, a lot of people don't really necessarily take the time to think about these things in this way, but this is brought to us by the Democrat Party in both instances, as far as I can tell. The Only Mel Cruz, you got it.
Yeah, I mean, oh my God, Black, this topic is deeper than the eye can see. So, in regard to breeding farms, for them to reference us as chattel, okay, I can see how that term farm would be used. So the idea of it being, synonymous with, an actual farm, is, I guess a conclusion one could jump to. But as you indicated, while pregnant, I mean, these ladies didn't get any maternity leave. They still had to work until their water grew, type of thing. Also, my understanding is that they would, when the slaves that they called bucks, these are the slaves that went from plantation to plantation, because they were the stock that, would they were the stock that, you would want to you want that seed so that, you could raise and raise up more slaves similar to the buck. So I think that's another way, and not just people just laying around in a whole orgy type of scenario. But you got, Slick Willie, where Professor at? You got Slick Willie running through the highways and the byways, getting in order to increase the chattel, if you will. So I think that might be closer to what that slave farm is synonymous with. And this is irrefutable, because they had to keep records in order to have their voice. Because remember, these people, when it came to being able to vote in the Senate and the House and whatnot, they were able to half a person, which is what was problematic between the South and the North, in that the South kept having the most power because they had the more votes, because they were dominating with the with the slaves. So I think that well, shit, I don't know. I just lost my point. I'm on this highway. But yeah, I think if there's a way to incorporate this breeding farm, there's absolutely no way you can refute this. And I think, to what your point was, Black, about them keeping meticulous records. And again, that's why, so that they could make sure they had their vote in. And now all you got to do is just follow the quote unquote follow the money. Who were the people in legislative power at that time? You can follow that shit right back. And I feel like that's another way you can support the arguments and the proof of harms just from starting there and winding it back to really show a realistic overview of how slavery it did exist, and and the tentacles of it. And then one last thing, there is this guy, when I was doing my HBCU research, I can't remember the name, I'm not at home, I can't look it up, but this guy fell in love with his slave. He married her. He left his estate to her, and when he died, of course, it was a problem, and they came after him or came after her after he died. So, and I'm bringing that up because you're saying, it wasn't necessarily love or wasn't necessarily consent, for those that were having relations with them. But there were some. I read this book where they were saying during Jim Crow, after slavery, and then during Jim Crow, the slave, that relationship between the white and the black, it was hard for the people to even pull away from that. So even then, you would still see them interacting, even though the black woman or the black man was free. You could still see them, interacting. Maybe it's the Stockholm syndrome type of thing, but this shit is just deep. And you're right, it's complex. I don't know.
Yeah, and that's crazy because the South was willing to give up power in order to keep that institution going. Which, when I think about it, it's a global institution of our people enslaved here in America. And in the book, I talked about how these materials, whatever they were, cotton, whatever, would be shipped over to Europe, and then the Europeans would use that raw material in order to produce products over there and generate wealth for themselves. So it wasn't just some localized thing to just America. This Western cartel conglomerate of these demonic entities really built America and Europe off of the backs of our ancestors' enslavement, and that includes the North, the South, East, West, wherever they were at, and all the products that got shipped over there that produced products that produced more wealth. Yeah, it all came from us, from our blood, sweat, and tears. So we often talk about, well, we built America, but we really built Western wealth, and that includes Europe. And then as you were talking about the thing with the 3/5 compromise and all of that. Well, as you were talking, I was thinking, well, what about the insurance claims? There's liable to be records of insurance claims. If now this would be an if, and I haven't had a chance to look into it, but I just thought about it as you were talking. If they were able to put insurance on the birth of black children, if they would have been able to make claims on the deaths of those black children, that would be something that would be valuable to know, at least to know and understand if it was even possible, and then to see if they in fact did actually do that, because that would definitely be a record trail. You know what I'm saying? Unquestionable trail of records. And then even if they weren't able to get to the children, there likely would be still these policies that were paid out. For them, it was just the loss of property, and that's unfortunate to even think of it being that. But that's the way that it was. You said chattel. but that's the way that the terminology, the legality of it was that it was we were seen as property and really nothing more. Unfortunately, so I'm gonna play this video. It does get a little deep. It goes on for a minute. I think it's 10 facts about slave breeding that schools failed to teach you. The site I got it off of. Let me see if I can actually find that site because that's probably important. So the person is Vernelia R. Randall, founder and editor, professor emerita of law, the University of Dayton School of Law. And let me see if I even got that on funded socially, because I guess it would be important to at least let people know where it came from. Um, Give me 1 second, just so I can see if I can give you an idea, because I would like to post a link down there. When I made the post, I didn't include the link to this information, but yeah, 10 facts about that. I did that, so I don't actually have the link there. Um, I want to say it was the Cambridge site, but it probably was something else. At any rate, this woman is the one who I don't think she did the video, but she uses video to illustrate her point, and so that's why I used it, because she felt it was important enough to to put out there. So um, yeah, here we go. YouTube has a lot of information. Sometimes you don't know how credible the information is, and I'm kind of relying on this professor in terms of her posting this video. And I did listen through it, and some of the stuff I had actually found when I was doing some research. The problem is that you're not getting everything. You get little bits and pieces, and you kind of just don't get the full breadth of it, especially about that prison in Virginia that ultimately became an HBCU. So that prison that was considered a breeding farm, that they would bring all of the runaway slaves to. So the runaway slaves that would escape into the North or wherever they would escape to, as punishment, they would bring them to this Virginia prison, and the male who ran the prison was one of these breeders. Um, and so there's all types of medieval horrific things that occurred in this place. The woman, who was very light skinned, biracial woman, who he really kind of focused all of his attention on. I believe she may even took his last name. I don't know if they were married, whatever, but she ultimately inherited the place, from what I understand, and then she was able to turn it over into this university. And the university still exists. So I'm gonna try to find the name of the university so I can at least tell you guys that once this video is over. But I want to say it was Ruskin. Let me see if I can do that real quick, because that'll actually add to the conversation. And Virginia. Um, Lumpkins. Okay, I was close. Lumpkins Jail, also known as the Devil's Half Acre, was a holding facility and slave jail located in Richmond, Virginia. So this is one of the places that when you do a search, it comes up as one of these breeding farms. Says the Union Army captured Richmond and all the slaves were emancipated in 1865. In late 1866, Lumpkin died, left his property to Mary. This is the woman. So they were married. She did inherit the property. She leased the land to Nathan Culver, a Baptist minister, to establish a theological seminary for freedmen. The National Theological Institute, which would later be called the Culver Institute in 1869, later called Richmond Theological Seminary, and finally Virginia Union University. And Virginia Union University is the HBCU that still exists, to this day. So this place now, I saw an over like one of those satellite images of the actual prison, and it's actually here too. So they did demolish the actual building that was this slave prison. Um, and it looks like they have a monument there. And that plot of land kind of just sits there. It looks like they are treating it as a holy site. Um, so God bless the folks that who at least had that level of intelligence to leave that site there as a memorial of some sorts. Um, but yeah, she turned a tragic life and a life full of horrors into what ultimately I must say would have been a blessing, to educate our people. So shout out to her for the sacrifices. She lived a life full of sacrifices, and these are for me, these are the type of Black American women that we really need to uplift and hold up and make known. Mary Lumpkin is her married name. They also said that this guy, the Lumpkin guy, had another surname, Robert Lumpkin, and that she may have also used a different name as well. Um, and we know about the name changes and all of that when you do your genealogy. There's a lot of these name changes that occur, for probably for safety's sake. But as long as you guys can hear me, I'm gonna play this video. Like I said, it is about 20 minutes, and it does get really graphic. It's not like over the top, but it's just a touchy subject. So here we go.
We all know the story of slavery, the transatlantic slave trade, the forced labor, the inhumane treatment of men, women, and children, and the eventual abolition of the slave trade. But what many of us don't know is that the abolition of the slave trade in the early 19th century led to the creation of a new and even more sinister aspect of slavery: sex farms and slave breeding farms. The goal of these farms was simple: to produce more slaves. Slave owners realized that they could no longer import slaves from Africa, so they turned to breeding them like animals. They would carefully select which slaves would mate with each other based on their physical attributes, health, and even intelligence, in the hopes of producing the strongest and most profitable offspring. Slave breeding farms were located throughout the southern United States, with some estimates suggesting that there were as many as 70 in operation at the height of their popularity. These farms were often run by wealthy plantation owners who saw slave breeding as
the number one food that kills testosterone and metabolism.
This is a metabolism killer.
Okay, excuse me, I'm on this free account.
As a lucrative business opportunity.
They're going to interrupt this thing so many times. Let me use my phone because I don't really want to go through that. That'll be super annoying. I got to back out of this space. Yeah, this is really a little too important to have it interrupted every 3 minutes or every 2 minutes.
Yeah, and it sounds like this guy's about to run it through. The way he just started about that makes it sound like they had this shit down to a science.
Yeah, and
they're like the stockbroker and thing like that,
I'm sure. Yeah, there's an image of slave market. I mean, there's a bunch of images in it. So I think I got, matter of fact, in one of those posts, the link is in one of those posts in the Jumbotron. So what I do with my YouTube stuff is I'll save stuff and watch it later. If you like it, usually it'll be in your likes or in your view history. I'm gonna play it from my phone because I'm logged in on this account. I guess I'm gonna have to log in on that one because we have had that issue in the past. It's been being a little extra brutal with these commercials. because every 5 seconds is Barack Obama. All you got to do is donate $5. Every 5 seconds is whatever, some other political ad campaign. So it's the season for that. It is what it is. But yeah, I'm gonna start it over that way. Nobody misses anything or whatever. Here we go.
Story of slavery, the transatlantic slave trade, the forced labor, the inhumane treatment of men, women, and children, and the eventual abolition of the slave trade. But what many of us don't know is that the abolition of the slave trade in the early 19th century led to the creation of a new and even more sinister aspect of slavery: sex farms and slave breeding farms. The goal of these farms was simple: to produce more slaves. Slave owners realized that they could no longer import slaves from Africa, so they turned to breeding them like animals. They would carefully select which slaves would mate with each other based on their physical attributes, health, and even intelligence, in the hopes of producing the strongest and most profitable offspring. Slave breeding farms were located throughout the southern United States, with some estimates suggesting that there were as many as 70 in operation at the height of their popularity. These farms were often run by wealthy plantation owners who saw slave breeding as a lucrative business opportunity. But the horrors of slave breeding farms did not stop there. In some cases, plantation owners would set up sex farms, where slaves, often young girls, were forced to engage in sexual activity with other slaves or with the plantation owners themselves. The offspring of these forced sexual encounters were also seen as profitable commodities and were often sold off at auctions to the highest bidder. The true extent of these practices is difficult to quantify, as records were often destroyed or deliberately hidden. But it is estimated that thousands of slaves were forced to participate in these breeding programs, resulting in countless atrocities and human rights violations. In this video, we are going to reveal 10 of the most horrific facts of slave breeding and sex farms in the United States. These facts may be uncomfortable to hear, but it's important to acknowledge the brutality and inhumanity of slavery in all its forms. But before that, hit the subscribe button to stay on this channel for more content like this. Fact number 1. Enslaved women were seen as breeding machines and impregnated by several men. One of the most disturbing facts about sex farms during slavery is that enslaved women were seen as little more than breeding machines. Plantation owners and overseers saw them as a means of producing more enslaved people to increase their wealth and power. In order to achieve this goal, enslaved women were often forced to have sex with several men, regardless of their own desires or consent. This practice was particularly prevalent in the Deep South, where the climate and soil were well suited to the cultivation of cotton, and the demand for enslaved labor was high. Enslaved women on these plantations were often subjected to brutal physical and sexual abuse, with no hope of escape or redress. They were seen as property rather than human beings, and their bodies were treated as such. The practice of forced breeding was not limited to the Deep South, however. It was also common in other regions of the country, including the Chesapeake Bay area and the Upper South. Plantation owners in these areas also saw enslaved women as a means of increasing their wealth and power, and used them accordingly. The evidence for the forced breeding of enslaved women can be found in a number of historical sources. Plantation records, for example, often include references to enslaved women who were breeders or breeding stock. These records also reveal the number of children produced by these women, as well as their age, health, and other relevant information. In addition to plantation records, there are also numerous slave narratives that document the experiences of enslaved women who were forced to breed. One such narrative is that of Harriet Jacobs, an enslaved woman who lived in North Carolina in the mid-19th century. In her memoir, Incidents in the Life of a Slave Girl, Jacobs describes the horror of being forced to have sex with her owner in order to produce children. Fact number 2. Female slaves were forced into sexual relationships with their owners or overseers. Sexual abuse of female slaves was widespread during the period of American slavery. Slave women were not only subjected to forced labor, but also to sexual exploitation by their owners and overseers. This practice was not limited to any particular region or plantation, but it was prevalent throughout the American South. The first evidence of sexual abuse of female slaves can be traced back to the transatlantic slave trade. Female Female slaves were often taken captive and forced to endure the long and arduous journey across the Atlantic in cramped and unsanitary conditions. During this journey, slave women were subjected to sexual abuse by the crew members and the other male slaves. Once in the American South, female slaves were subjected to even more sexual abuse. This abuse took many forms, including rape, forced sexual relationships, and prostitution. Owners and overseers would often take advantage of their power and authority to coerce slave women into sexual relationships. These relationships were often violent and non-consensual, and many slave women were impregnated as a result. The children born from these forced sexual relationships were not considered the children of their fathers, but rather the property of their mother's owners. This meant that these children were also slaves and could be sold or traded just like any other commodity. This practice was particularly common in the Upper South, where slaves were bred for sale to the Lower South. One example of this practice can be found in the story of Sally Hemings, a slave woman who was owned by former U.S. President Thomas Jefferson. Hemings was forced into a sexual relationship with Jefferson, and she gave birth to 6 children, 4 of whom survived to adulthood. These children were not recognized as Jefferson's children during his lifetime, but DNA evidence has since confirmed their paternity. Another particularly disturbing example of sexual abuse is the case of Celia, a slave woman who was owned by Robert Newsom in Missouri. Newsom repeatedly raped Celia, and when she became pregnant, he refused to acknowledge the child as his own. When Celia killed Newsom in an act of self-defense, she was tried and convicted of murder and hanged. This case highlights the brutal reality of sexual abuse and violence that many slave women faced in the American South. Fact number 3. The offspring produced on sex farms were separated from their families and sold as soon as they were weaned. The practice of separating families during slavery was widespread, and it was not uncommon for enslaved children to be sold away from their parents. However, on sex farms, this practice was particularly prevalent. Enslaved women who were forced to breed were often impregnated by men who were not their husbands or partners. As a result, the children produced on sex farms were not part of a nuclear family unit, but rather a product to be sold for profit. According to historical records, many plantation owners saw the sale of enslaved children as a lucrative business opportunity. The price of an enslaved child varied depending on factors such as age, gender, and health, but they were generally sold for a higher price than adult enslaved people. This was because the children had the potential to grow up and become productive laborers, as well as future breeders themselves. In many cases, enslaved children were sold at public auctions, where they would be separated from their mothers and other family members. These auctions were often traumatic for both the enslaved people being sold and those who remained behind. In his book, The Half Has Never Been Told, Slavery and the Making of American Capitalism, historian Edward E. Baptist describes the emotional pain that families experienced when they were separated. Enslaved people wailed and moaned, sobbed and screamed, and many of them ran to the edge of the auction platform, reaching for children or parents or lovers who were being sold away from them. The separation of families on sex farms had long-lasting effects on the enslaved people involved. Children who were sold away from their mothers often faced a lifetime of trauma and loss, and parents who were forced to give up their children lived with the pain of that separation for the rest of their lives. Fact number 4. Some plantation owners would offer rewards to enslaved men who could impregnate the most women. It may seem unimaginable to think that a person could be rewarded for impregnating multiple women, but this was a reality for some enslaved men on sex farms during slavery. Plantation owners would offer incentives to enslaved men who could produce the most offspring, which would be sold for profit. This practice perpetuated the dehumanization of enslaved people and further cemented their status as property rather than human beings with agency and autonomy. In some cases, plantation owners would even go so far as to pit enslaved men against each other in a competition to impregnate the most women. This not only caused harm to the enslaved women who were forced to participate in this system, but also created a toxic environment among enslaved men who were forced to compete with each other for the approval of their enslavers. One example of this can be found in the diary of a plantation owner named James Hammond, who owned several plantations in South Carolina during the mid-1800s. In his diary, Hammond detailed his efforts to breed enslaved people for profit and boasted about the fertility of his enslaved women. He wrote that he offered rewards to the enslaved men who could impregnate the most women, stating that it was a great stimulus for them. This type of behavior is not only morally reprehensible, but it also had lasting consequences for the enslaved people who were forced to participate in the system. The offspring produced in this way were often sold as soon as they were weaned, leading to the separation of families and further dehumanization of enslaved people. Fact number 5. Enslaved women who were deemed to be good breeders were often treated better than those who were not. With the abolition of the slave trade, enslavers turned to women to expand the numbers of their slaves. During this time, women were viewed as reproductive machines, and their ability to bear children was a significant factor in determining their value. Enslaved women who were deemed to be good breeders were highly valued, and plantation owners often treated them better than those who were not. According to historian Deirdre Cooper Owens, plantation owners would use various criteria to determine which women were good breeders. Some factors included age, physical attributes, and fertility rates. Enslaved women who met these criteria were forced to have sex with male slaves, often against their will, and were then closely monitored throughout their pregnancies to ensure that they produced healthy offspring. Plantation owners often provided better living conditions and food to enslaved women who were good breeders. They would also give them preferential treatment in terms of work assignments and punishments. This was because the offspring produced by these women were more valuable and profitable for the plantation owner. One example of this can be seen in the life of the famous abolitionist, Harriet Jacobs. Jacobs was enslaved in North Carolina and was forced to have 2 children with her owner, Dr. James Norcom. She was deemed a good breeder and was treated relatively well compared to other enslaved women on the plantation. However, Jacobs refused to have any more children with Norcom and chose to hide in a small attic space for 7 years to avoid his advances. Despite the preferential treatment that some enslaved women received, they were still subject to the brutal conditions of slavery. They were still considered property and were forced to have sex against their will. Fact number 6. Slave breeding was a profitable business for slave owners and seen as a way to increase the owner's wealth. The breeding of enslaved people allowed plantation owners to increase their wealth by producing more enslaved people without having to pay for additional labor. Plantation owners often kept detailed records of the children born on their farms, noting their age, sex, and parentage. These records served as a way for owners to keep track of their assets and to calculate the value of their property. Children born to enslaved mothers were often sold at auction, with the price being determined by a number of factors, including their age, health, and sex. The profitability of the breeding of enslaved people can be seen in the records like that of Thomas Thistlewood. The Jamaican plantation owner kept meticulous records of his breeding practices that would be revealed centuries later. Between 1750 and 1786, he recorded over 3,000 births on his farm, with many of these children being the result of forced breeding. Thistlewood saw the breeding of enslaved people as a way to increase his wealth, noting in his diary that all slaves are profitable, but breeding women more so than men. Another example of the profitability of slave breeding can be seen in the story of Isaac Franklin and John Armfield, 2 slave traders who operated in Alexandria, Virginia. Franklin and Armfield specialized in the slave trade and made a fortune by buying and selling slaves. They also engaged in the practice of slave breeding, and Franklin is estimated to have fathered over 600 children with female slaves in his possession. These children were then sold or traded for a profit. In addition to these records, there are numerous other historical documents that provide striking evidence to these barbaric practices. For example, advertisements for slave auctions often highlighted the breeding capabilities of enslaved women, with phrases such as prolific breeders or good breeders being used to describe them. These advertisements serve as a stark reminder of the inhumane and exploitative nature of the slave trade. Fact number 7. Plantation owners would hire doctors to oversee the breeding of enslaved people and to treat any medical issues that arose. While it may seem paradoxical for doctors, who are supposed to be healers, to oversee the breeding of enslaved people, this was a common practice on many plantations during the antebellum period. Plantation owners would hire doctors to ensure that enslaved women were healthy enough to breed, and to treat any medical issues that arose during the breeding process. One particularly notorious example of this was Dr. J. Marion Sims, who is often referred to as the father of modern gynecology. Sims performed a number of experimental surgeries on enslaved women in the mid-1800s, including surgeries to repair fistulas, a condition that often occurred during childbirth. Sims conducted these surgeries without anesthesia, as he believed that enslaved people did not experience pain in the same way as white people. His work on fistulas led to the development of new surgical techniques, but it came at a great cost to the enslaved women who were subjected to his experiments. In addition to performing surgeries, doctors were also responsible for ensuring that enslaved women were healthy enough to produce offspring. This often involved monitoring their diets and treating any illnesses that could affect their ability to conceive. However, it's important to note that this care was not provided out of concern for the well-being of the enslaved people, but rather to ensure that they were able to produce more enslaved people for the plantation owner's profit. Fact number 8. Enslaved women on sex farms were often given inadequate nutrition and health care, leading to high rates of infant mortality. While fertile women were considered valuable and used as reproductive machines to produce more slaves on sex farms, the living conditions on these farms were not any better, and as a result, many infants did not survive. Enslaved women on sex farms were forced to work long hours in the fields, which meant that they were not able to take care of their babies as they should. The infants were often malnourished and sickly, and the women had no access to proper medical care to help them. This would contribute to the high rates of infant mortality, as at that time. One example of this is the case of the Louisiana State Penitentiary, also known as Angola Prison. In the late 1800s and early 1900s, Angola Prison had a large population of enslaved women who were forced to work on a sex farm. The women were subjected to brutal treatment and were given little food and water. They were also denied medical care and were forced to give birth in filthy conditions, which led to high rates of infant mortality. In a report published by the American Public Health Association in 1915, it was noted that the infant mortality rate at Angola Prison was 75%. This means that out of every 4 infants born on the farm, only 1 survived. This is a staggering statistic and shows just how dire the situation was for these women and their children. Unfortunately, Angola Prison was not the only place case. Many other sex farms across the country had similarly high rates of infant mortality. The women who were forced to work on these farms were subjected to unimaginable cruelty, leading to the death of their babies. Fact number 9. The practice of slave breeding and sex farms continued even after the abolition of slavery. Even after the abolition of slavery, the practice of slave breeding and sex farms continued in some parts of the United States. While the 13th Amendment to the Constitution abolished slavery in 1865, it did not prohibit the practice of slave breeding or sexual exploitation of former slaves. In fact, there is evidence to suggest that the practice of slave breeding continued in some parts of the South well into the early 20th century. This was due in part to the fact that many former slaves continued to work on the same plantations where they had been enslaved, and were still subject to the same exploitative and abusive conditions. One of the most well-known cases of post-abolition slave breeding occurred in Natchez, Mississippi. Between the late 1860s and the early 1900s, wealthy white planters in the area engaged in a system of fancy trade, where they would buy and sell young, light-skinned African-American women who were specifically bred for their physical appearance and sexual appeal. These women, known as fancy girls, were often the daughters of mixed-race slaves and were sold at auction for exorbitant prices. They were then forced into sexual relationships with white plantation owners and their male guests, and their offspring were often sold back into the slave trade. In addition to the fancy trade, there were also reports of forced sexual relationships between white plantation owners and their former female slaves. This was made easier by the fact that many former slaves continued to live and work on the same plantations where they had been enslaved, and were often still subjected to the same abusive treatment. Fact number 10. Slave breeding and sex farms were often defended by slave owners and supporters of slavery. Despite the horrific and exploitative nature of slave breeding and sex farms, many slave owners and supporters of slavery defended the practice as necessary for the economic prosperity of the American South. They argued that the breeding of enslaved people was an important source of labor for the plantation economy, and that without it, the region would suffer economically. For example, in his 1857 book, The Impending Crisis of the South, Southern writer and politician Hinton Rowan Helper defended the practice of slave breeding as a necessary economic strategy. He wrote that, "The raising of Negroes for the Southern market has been carried on to a considerable extent, and that it has proved to be a lucrative and profitable business." Similarly, in a speech delivered in 1850, U.S. Senator James Henry Hammond of South Carolina defended the practice of slave breeding as necessary for the economic success of the Southern states. He argued that the breeding of enslaved people was a more cost-effective way of acquiring labor than importing new slaves from Africa or purchasing them from other regions. These justifications for slave breeding and sex farms highlight the deep-seated racism and economic interest that underpinned the institution of slavery. Rather than acknowledging the inhumane and exploitative nature of the practice, slave owners and their supporters saw enslaved people solely as a source of labor, without regard for their basic human rights and dignity. Furthermore, these justifications ignore the fact that enslaved people were not merely property or commodities, but were human beings with families, cultures, and histories. By treating enslaved people solely as sources of labor, slave owners and supporters of slavery perpetuated a system of exploitation and dehumanization that continues to have lasting impacts on American society. While it may be difficult to confront the reality of what happened on sex farms during slavery, it's important that we acknowledge and remember these atrocities in order to fully understand the impact that slavery has had on American society. The practice of slave breeding was not only inhumane but also dehumanizing, as it reduced human beings to nothing more than commodities to be bought, sold, and traded. The evidence of this practice is overwhelming, and it is important to learn from this dark chapter in history. By acknowledging the deep-seated racism and exploitation that underpinned these practices and working to dismantle the systems of inequality and injustice that continue to affect Black Americans, we can begin to create a more just and equitable society for all. Thanks for watching. Do not forget to like and hit the...
Whew. Okay, man. That's a tough one right there. That's a hard one right there. So a lot of citations in that video, so I understand why the woman, I believe it's a woman at that university, would have, added that video to her web page. There's a book that I kept coming across where this I'm assuming it's a Black person, but it could be a white guy, where they kind of went into the the documentation of it, because there is this controversy, which I don't understand why there's a fucking controversy. The numbers kind of prove out the fact that there would have had to have been a intentional desire to increase the population of our people after that ban in 1807. You don't naturally get to adding almost quadrupling the population without an intentional desire to quadruple the population, because of everything that was stated. I mean, the infant mortality rate at Angola being 75% is heartbreaking, just literally heartbreaking. The one guy had 600 children with the women on his plantation. I mean, can you even to even attempt to wrap your mind around that? and I can only assume some of those had to have been his own daughters. Gotta assume multiple times over that some of them would have had to have been his own offspring. Um, I don't know the diabolical mentality of a demon that can impregnate a human woman, produce offspring, and then still think of that human woman as a piece of property and not a human being at all. And then mate again, you're talking about incest with your own daughter over and over, your daughter and then her daughter, which would be your grandchild. I'm assuming your daughter and your grandchild. I mean, at some point, the shit gets so dark and demented. How could you possibly understand it? It's beyond insanity. But then you keep producing this lighter version of yourself to the point where they don't even have dark features anymore. They're no longer black anymore. And yet you still are trading and selling these women into prostitution. These are your own daughters. Um, there's I often fantasize about, and I probably will make a movie about this of being endowed with some level of power, um, where in which you have tools of war, weapons of war that glow and light up whenever you're surrounded by evil, and you just have the ability to slaughter these people, leave them in a pool of blood wherever they lay. We're surrounded by so many demons. All I see across my timeline are police, pastors, teachers that are molesting children that are under their care and supervision. I see it every fucking day. Majority of them are white males. I don't even I try to repost the ones that are just so over the top, but if I was to post all of them at some point, that would be all I would be posting. You got it, Art.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not taking away from any situations that happen like this. But when I do homework on the Mongols, those Asian folks who are, I think it's like 1 in 8 Asians are related to Genghis Khan, for example. Stuff don't add up. And when you look at the European slave trade, and you look at the sub-Saharan slave trade that went to over on the Eastern Hemisphere, I'll remind everybody that the Arabs had way more slaves, and slave breeding was more common over there. Yet their population growth does not equal ours. And then when I do the equation, and I put those in a jumbotron, featuring some open education, right? I'll actually put that in a jumbotron. Feel free to download these texts because these are actually courses. Because I think our people need to learn this stuff. Population increase. There's two to population. It's exponential and logistic growth. And then there's base theory, which calculates the probability of random events based on certain conditions that have already been preset, right? So when you do all this, to fast forward, the odds of what people say happened is next to nothing. It's sort of like, I'll give you an example of how bad it is, right? There's probably a higher probability in some regards that when these perk crack at us go around saying, oh, well, 13% of the population makes up 54% of the homicides. And then I'm like, okay, well, what is the probability that would happen? And then what is the probability that would happen without bias? And then that probability is like 0.0000006%. And that actually has a higher probability than the population growth happening the way people are saying it happened even with slave farms. Like, it's just not it can't happen. And anybody that actually does the math and like takes out the emotions would know that. It's the same way I would equally say the rebuttal to that person, given that that probability is so low, is now you look and 13% of the population makes up 54% of the overturned convictions. Now, I would have never got to that part if I didn't look up the probability was 0.0000. And so this is the same thing here. When you ignore something, you take the narrative. And if I was to take the original narrative of 13% make up 50% of the homicides and then do the probability, then I would never get to the point that 13% makes up the 54% of overturned convictions. And so this is where this is how they play you. They give you a narrative, you accept that narrative, and then you don't look at other stuff. And then us not looking at other stuff is how they can tell you for certainty that you're not going to get reparations or you're not going to get this. Because I was thinking, why would they give you the narrative and feed you all these narratives that's going to get you a check? That's worth trillions of dollars that's going to come off their pockets. Would you do that? Like, what do you think the odds is on that? Let's say the situation was reversed. We were the one that did that to them. Would you feed them the narrative in order to take trillions of dollars? I don't think I would do that. Personally, I don't think I would do that.
Okay, I'm trying to follow the concept here. Are you saying, because I know you talked about probabilities and yada yada yada, is it your contention that they're like give me a contention? Because what I said earlier, I don't know if you were in the space. I'm not sure if you were in the space. What I said earlier was in 1807, when the ban on African enslaved or an African importation happened in America, there was, well, in 1800 there was 1 million. By 1810, I believe they added an extra 300,000. So let me look at that graph real quick so I can get the numbers right, because I know we got to be really, really, really good with the numbers. We're having these conversations. So yeah, so in 1800 there was 1,002,037 total Black Americans in the country. Of that, 893,602 were enslaved. 108, 435 were considered free people of color. Okay. By 1810, which is a decade later, the number of total had increased to 1.377. So 1,377,808, which, like I said, is about, well, that's an increase of almost 377,000 or 375,000. The number of enslaved had increased to 1,191,362, which, trying to do quick math, is an increase of roughly 200,000. And then the number of total, which they keep saying free, but it's free persons of color, was 186,446, which is an increase of just under 80,000. So you had an increase of about 300,000 people in a decade, right? Now, if you extrapolate that out over the next, from 1810 to 1860, that's 20, 30, 40, 50, 60. That's 5 decades. You multiply that times this 300,000 increase, which would give you an average. You're talking about another 1.5. So in terms of what the growth was from 1800 to 1810, by 1860, you could naturally expect an increase of 1.5 million if all things remained the same. So you'd get to roughly 3 million people if all things and all factors remain the same. So with that being said, what is your contention?
Now, my contention is that population growth is unrealistic. We peaked out in world population growth a percent year after year at 2%. Literally, 2% was capped, and that's like in the most like childbearing countries is 2%. So there's people, if you look at, especially when you go back in time, you look at fertility rates and mortality rates, some of those numbers are just not possible. There had to be reclassification. I know people don't like that.
Okay, so let's stop there. Let's stop. No,
No,
because I talked about this earlier in the space. So let's go one at a time. So reclassification.
There's one little point.
Reclassification from what to what? From what to what?
Okay, Indians or people, or not even Indians. We want to say that Aboriginal inhabitants of this country to black or Negro.
Okay.
Adding to that population. And I'll remind everybody, based on the census.gov themselves, they did not accurately assess the Aboriginal population in any capacity until 1890, which was far sufficiently like 35 years
they
after
killed
slavery.
Most of them off. 99% of them were dead. Okay. So I'm going to fall in line with what you're saying here so that we all can understand. Because yes, even Paul Kufe, depending on how he pronounces it, was birthed from an African father, I believe, and a Native American mother. And he's a very famous individual who gained his freedom, got very, very wealthy. This is pre-America. This is during colonial times. Who was a big back to Africa person. But upon him actually visiting Africa, realized that, oh shit, this is not going to work out, and abruptly changed course on that direction, and then unfortunately passed away shortly thereafter. But he is one of those people who is well known in history, well known to be of multi-ethnic or multi-ethnicities. And so his offspring, and offspring with his wife, would have been this native, indigenous, African mixture, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Now, knowing that.
So wait, I just want to dispel a myth there. There's no such thing. There's no such thing as that hybrid of what you just said. There's literally no such thing. And the reason why I say that is what ended up happening was there was a pan-racial, multi-ethnic group of people. No continent looks alike. You're not going to go to a continent and see somebody that looks alike. So there was a pan-racial, multi-ethnic group of people where the European or the pale skin came over here and said, oh, all of you are Indian. No matter what you look like, no matter what your if you were just darker than them, that's all that mattered. And if you read, there's several books that say there was everything to nappy curly hair. That's not the word that they use. Sometimes they said matted hair. There's all kinds of discriminators things that people who had come here had said to straight pale skin. So there was a range of people. One could even argue this had always been some form of melting pot over here. And then all these people just get classified as Indian. So the idea that there is a some kind of distinct thing, which you could say, well, this was an African that made it with an Indian, is a complete fallacy in itself. And there's a book called Native American DNA that goes further into that.
Okay, so in one aspect, you're kind of preaching to the choir, but in another aspect, you're missing the point, because I have a Nigerian stepfather. Okay. I have two sisters from that marriage to my mother, and they are bi-ethnic. They are bi-ethnic in today's world, regardless of the fact that my mother is a light-skinned Black American woman. Our family comes from North Carolina as far back as I can go. And, this Nigerian person was probably in the country for a few decades, I guess, when they met. But he is purely Nigerian, first generation. And my sisters are definitely bi-ethnic. Just because their parents are melanated does not make them one race or one people.
Even the Nigerians themselves are the ancient Arabs. The people who are Nigerian in the last 60 years are actually ancient Arabs. They're not the original people of that landmass.
Okay, so we're saying that to say, going back to what I originally said, Paul Kufe, or however you pronounce his name, produced bi-ethnic children. And those children, because the law of the land was that the mother determined the status of the child, and because Native American women would have been free or free persons of color, that their children would have been free. This was American law, right? So those children, had it been an African mother, quote unquote, to your point, they would have been enslaved. And the term that they used was mestizo. When you see that term mestizo, a lot of these Mexicans like to use that term, but that's the term that they, and that goes all the way back to Spain when they were bringing Africans over there and they were mating with the Spanish over there. They used the term mestizo to describe mixed race people. So when they came over here, that term was attached to Native Americans, and mulatto was attached to white and black mixed children. But essentially meant that your mother was white or your mother was a Native American woman, regardless of the skin tone or complexion, right? That's essentially what those terms meant. And so his children would have been free persons of color. So he would not have increased the enslaved population. He would increase the free persons of color. And what I'm saying is that the increase based on the 1 decade would have been about 300,000. If you add that times 5, you multiply it times 5, you get to 1.5 million. You add 1.5 million and 1.3 million, you're just under 3 million, but the population was 4 million. Now that I'm saying all that in this, and we're not even really, I mean, I talked about it earlier. I don't know if you were in the space, but the death rate of a 1-year-old during that time period was 50%. Half of the children died.
Yeah, I know that. Then that would equally so go to my point of that population growth couldn't have happened in the way people were saying it. For one, and for two, like you pointed out, some of those people would have been free children. To further the point, I have a person in my family line that speaks to this, Isaac Lawton, who was considered colored and was not only free but was a voter. And at that time, to be a voter, you had to be a landowner. Okay, so it would end up happening. Some of these free people of color would get caught up, and people wanted new slaves. They couldn't get the slaves, and they got reclassified.
Yeah, but if so let's make all things equal, right? So if all things are equal in the decade between 800 or 1800 and 1810, the infant mortality rate would have been the same. The infant mortality rate would not have changed. So what I'm going to say is this: if we can add 300,000 every decade for 5 decades, and we say that gets us to just under 3 million, we also have to add in the fact that after 2 or 3 decades, you're no longer dealing with a population of just 1 million, which you had in 1800. Now you're getting closer to 2 million. So you're going to exponentially increase the number of births at the same time. So I could feasibly see how you could get from 1 million in 1800 and 4 million in 1860. I don't think that's out of the realm. I don't think that's out of the realm of reality. I think
you're missing
in line with the numbers.
Is that 300,000 never happened?
What 300,000 never happened? 300,000 births?
When you keep adding on every year after year.
You're telling me in 10 years? You're telling me in 10 years, a population of 1 million couldn't produce 300,000? That's what you're going to hang your hat on?
At 2% a year, you can do the math.
Well, what we're saying is, and we're very clear, that there was a reward system to produce more children. That's what we're saying. Again, it was a punishment versus reward system. They were rewarding the men. They were rewarding the women. They were abusing the men. They were abusing the women. So if you don't produce, there's punishment. If you do produce, there's a reward.
The mortality or the fertility rate at that particular time, for one. And when people were malnutritioned and malnourished, the idea that their fertility rate was going to be high is like, it's not realistic. And then hold on, even if I give you 2%, right? And keep in mind that 2% is not native. Like when I go back like 300-400 years ago, it was really like 0.2%. This 2% is in today's society in like peak, like the peak place where growth is happening, like peak population growth happening in today's society with all the medical advancements we have today. Just now hit 2% on a pretty consistent basis. So like back then, that wasn't even realistic. So like we have to take these factors into play. We can't just wish upon a star and just because some dude wrote some population growth number that increased, that we just assume, oh, it must have been this. That's an assumption, and we have no paperwork. That's why I say even the thing you cited said it was an assumption and that there's no paperwork. So what are we going to do? Go to court and say, yeah,
I didn't know. Slow down. The thing that I cited in this video, the people who actually did the work said that these people kept records. They're citing records. They're citing U.S. senators. They're citing U.S. senators who said that slave breeding is a necessary requirement in order for the South to maintain its economy. That's a U.S. senator that they're quoting. This is not like some hype. This is not some assumption. They're saying that this was a part of the. This was a part of the institution of enslavement, is to produce more slaves. That's how you make more money.
Okay, that's not the records I'm looking for, because if I go past 100 years from now, and then I go back and listen to, I don't know, even a Senator Joe Biden, should we believe what the fuck Joe Biden's saying 100 years from now? So that doesn't mean anything. What I'm trying to say is, where is the records as the numbers and the names of these people, where they went, who their kids are, who are their kids' kids, who are their kids' kids, those kind of records is what I'm talking about.
Okay, so this is where you're starting to get a little annoying, because we know that these records do exist. We know that these records are coveted either by the families who still own the records or by the institutions that hold the records. But we know the records do exist. There's no doubt, and there's no doubt, and there's no, again, if you were in the space earlier during that video, they tell you how meticulously they were keeping their records, because it essentially was like a profit and loss statement. They had names, they had ages, they had dates, they had numbers. Like none of this is.
But where are those records? Hey, I'm saying, like, just because some pale skins say we have the records, and then I say, where are the records? I don't know, but we have the records. Like, what does that mean? That's a fucking pale skin saying some normal, typical lie shit that they always say.
Well, check this out, Art. Okay, so my niece was running our lineage back. Okay, and on there you can and on the research that she was able to do on the census here, census there, it shows the name, the person, the age, who their parents were. It runs it all back. So this is just not something that people are pulling out of their ass. And if you take the time to run your lineage back, you will.
I ran my lineage back.
Wait. Listen to me, Art. Listen, because I have much respect for you. I appreciate your dissenting view. But we don't just want to dissent all the way to hell and back, because there is proof of various individuals' births, under what slave master they were born up under, what plantation they came from, who went where, who shot John. This is not. It's somewhat incredulous that you are incredulous that there's no way, that you're believing that no way, no shape, no form records exist. These records exist in abundance.
I'm talking about the records of slave breeding farms and their financial gain from these slave breeding farms. And I've talked to several people who've done their genealogy. Like, you've done your genealogy. I'm assuming you got maybe the 1700s, maybe the 1800s. How many slaves did you find since then?
So let me run it down to you this way. I think I understand the direction you're trying to go in. So you were talking about numbers and documentation specific to these farms, correct? The slave
This is where
breeding.
people
Yes.
get caught up.
Okay.
That's where they get caught up.
So I think also in that video it said that the records were either the information was either intentionally hidden or destroyed.
Destroyed, right?
Well, if you say, but when you say that,
Yeah.
that means you have to void it out because without proof.
No. We're gonna We gotta slow this down. First of all, you had an entire population that was under occupation during a civil war for several years, if not a decade, who could have been tried in a court of law for crimes regardless of whatever they thought we were and how they looked at us. But the Union and the military governors and the military troops who occupied this territory known as the Southern Confederate States, this documentation was proof of their crimes. So there was an incentive to destroy the information, period. Slavery was over. It was done. Why hold on to some information that could potentially put you in prison or cause you to lose your property or your wealth or whatever it is? So for that part, I trust and believe the fact that the information could have been destroyed and the information could have been hidden because there was a life or death reason to do that. The other thing is, again, as before you kind of interrupted me on the Paul Koof thing and his Native American wife and their offspring, I have Native lineage in my family. Here's the reality of that situation. The United States of America was genociding the natives for decades, if not the entire 1800th century into the 1900th century, coming out of the 1700th century, and all the Europeans that were in this land before that for the last at least 200 years into the 1500s were doing the same thing, exterminating the native population. So if there were some mestizos or some natives who assimilated into blackness for their own protection and benefit and well-being, so be it. There's records in the census that literally says if a native person isn't essentially in community with their tribe, then they're going to be considered as black. That's to paraphrase the U.S. Census. So it happened. I don't really know why we have to go around and try to destroy an entire institution of breeding people for the purpose of prostitution and profit through uncompensated labor for decades in order to make the indigenous argument work. If the indigenous argument doesn't work without that, then it literally doesn't work. Because it's just be able to stand on its own without then destroying actual factual information that exists. The video cites it. If you weren't here for the video, it's in there. Take your time, find the YouTube and watch it and listen to it. And then you go through each citation and figure out if they're being factual or not. I've talked about the jail in Virginia that became ultimately a HBCU. So these things did happen. They did exist. And it wasn't, and I said this earlier in space, you probably weren't here. It wasn't a farm where all people did was sit around and breed all day and pop out babies every day. That's not what it was. So let's be clear. And it could have been and likely was, because they only mentioned that there likely were only 70 of those that were specifically for that particular purpose. But any fucking Tom, Dick, and Harry psychopath that had female slaves would have been sleeping with them and producing offspring and mating them with other enslaved individuals to produce more offspring because it ultimately meant more wealth and more money. That was the system. It's not really that complicated. It's not like, okay, let's allow these people who we have been profiting off of in insane amounts of money and insane amounts of wealth. We got all this land, we got these huge fucking plantation houses, we're the talk of the town, we own everything, we got more money than the fucking banks. Let's just let them die off. The United States is not going to import anymore. They're killing off all the fucking natives. So let's just let these people die off. That doesn't even make sense. It's not logical. So I don't want to make this argument. I don't want to go back and forth with that argument. We heard it. We get it. We got it. You don't have to destroy factual information in order to make an indigenous argument, because most of us actually understand it, because most of us probably have some people in our family who say, yeah, you know, there was some natives in our family. Somehow, some way, there's a connection there. We definitely don't got to go that deep into whatever. Both of these things happen at the same time. It existed. It is what it is. We're saying that this was one of the most demonic, destructive, spiritually corrupt practices within the entire enslavement, just hellscape. This was a fucking hellscape for centuries of existence that people had to fucking live through. And you know, for what it's worth, the natives, the reason they were exterminating the natives is because the natives, being in their natural state, in their natural homeland, were willing to slaughter their enemy every fucking chance they got, every opportunity they got. And they finally killed off the warriors, enough of them, so that they just literally laid down and walked 2,000 fucking miles to Oklahoma with our ancestors as well in tow, to be quite honest. So, you know, at some point, we kind of got to say, okay, yeah, there was some of us were here, and we get that. I post the genetic shit all the time. They know there were 2 migrations here. They don't want to admit it, but they know it does exist because it's in the genetic signature. So they know there was a darker skinned population here. We get it. We got it. It's all good. It's not like we got to argue it anymore. But the practice of breeding for the purpose of increasing the number of enslaved people absolutely existed. It just did. That can't be disputed. Blood Pack, you got it. Damn it. Goodness fucking gracious, bro. We don't even gotta go there. Like, let's have a fucking rational conversation.
Okay, hello?
Yep. Yeah. Yeah, we got you loud and clear. Can you hear me? Loud and clear.
All right.
All right.
That is, man, that video was incredible. Thank you for having me up. Peace and love to the room and everybody in it. That video is insane. Thank you for sharing that with us. I cannot believe when you just say evil, the fact that they're forcing the women to basically be raped and not have any sort of mental issues as a result of that. It's interesting. And then to be so inhumane to them during their maternity is a contradiction onto its own, right? Because you say you want more slaves, but yet you're not treating the pregnant woman with care. I mean, if you mistreat the pregnant woman, of course she's going to abort the baby. Like, duh. You don't let her rest or put her feet up or get plenty of food and potassium. I don't know what's involved in it, but it's contradictory to the process and to what they think or what they say that they want. And I guess that's where the idea of population control and randomly locking Black Americans up for crimes that we did not commit, and basically just running up and killing us every so often. They've always done something to keep the population controlled. And so I just wanted to say thank you. I land my plane.
Thank you so much for coming up to speak. As you were speaking, in my mind, I try to put myself in the mind of a sociopath, and there was a concept of survival of the fittest that existed in humanity, probably for millennia. I know there was a practice where some cultures would just stick a baby outside in the winter, and if they didn't survive to the next day, they had this theory that they weren't strong enough to survive. As brutal as these people were and are, and as sociopathic as they are still today, I think what probably kills them the most inside, deep down inside, is that they can't be their natural sociopathic selves, that they have to hide it. I think that's probably the biggest. Okay, Art, you got it. Motherfucker, man. God damn it. Of course, I'm always in a fucking matrix. Next time I change my name.
We can wait till people who are going to be more relentless to do the scrutiny. And a lot of times I bring up stuff that the probability is extremely high and people don't want to listen. It's almost like a religious fervor. But I'll just land it with this point.
Come on, bro.
If somebody wanted to take somebody's land, all they have to do is convince them they're not from that land.
Bro, come on.
I'll land it.
This is okay. All right. So in the Jumbotron and in one of my posts, I post the wars that were being waged against the native populations. And it starts in 1840, and then 1622, and then 1622 to 1644, continuous war, 1636 to 1637. Like, this documentation of endless wars against the native population unceasingly until they essentially slaughtered an entire tribe or an entire genetic lineage of these people.
That's
endlessly
exchange theory.
endlessly slaughtering these people until they simply just did not exist. These were not the people. Like, I don't know if you understand what type of people we're talking about here. Like, these were fucking
I'm talking
pure.
about this is Columbian exchange theory. I've heard it several times. You expect me to believe that pale skin, who couldn't even do his own work and had to get slaves, somehow went through the terrain and fought people who are very well versed in the terrain. They needed these same people to even survive, to learn how to make food over here. And they somehow came over here in bunches and barely made the trip half the time. And after having scurvy and a bunch of other shit, somehow slaughtered the natives. That is called Columbian exchange theory. I don't believe it. Just that simple.
Okay, so you added in something that I would call a fallacy, because you're talking about a group of religious pilgrims who came over here in a very small contingency. They were essentially stranded here, to be quite honest, for months on end, and so they could not survive because they built themselves a fucking fort, and they essentially excluded themselves to life within that fort, and very far travel outside of it. And there were hostile natives who said, look, we, initially they tried to get along with these fucking people, but they realized very quickly that these people were not for them, And so, yeah, the natives started attacking them pretty quickly. It didn't take them long to figure shit out. But when they come back, and they come back with armadas, and not just people who are essentially trying to get along with the locals, go along to get along, they're coming in full military battalion. You're talking about a group of fucking people who were over in England fighting wars for thousands of years. With in full battle,
This country didn't even exist 1776.
in full
What do you mean? It was
battle,
hundreds of years.
in full battle regalia, with weapons that these natives would not have ever dealt with, and techniques that they would have never dealt with, regardless of the land this, the land that. I see.
like
a matter of
Afghan,
fact,
we had to leave that?
because every time I see that they have these diaries that they wrote, their attitude when they came here is that the people are very welcoming, very inviting. I could slaughter these people with 100 men. Every time I read one of these fucking sociopaths diaries, that's how they looked at these people. 100 men, we could slaughter all these motherfuckers and take everything they got. That was their attitude, and that's how they existed, and that's how they lived.
That.
I do believe it.
The pale skin.
I look. There's
I'm just asking, do you believe them?
I do. I think there's still like 20.
And I don't. That's where we differ. I don't believe those fucking pale skins. They have egos, and that's what's going to be the devil.
Are you telling me that if I had 100 trained U.S. soldiers today, and we went into a remote area of anywhere on the planet, to an indigenous culture today, Papua New Guinea, let's say, because that's what the Indonesians were doing over there. They're slaughtering those fucking people, unfortunately, that they couldn't fucking slaughter 1,000, 10,000 people?
No, you want to know how I can prove that? Afghan War, Vietnam War. It was a joke. I still laugh at it. Americans fucking all this super technology, all this super great shit. We had to hightail our asses out of Afghanistan and Vietnam War.
Do you know the casualty? Do you know the casualty count in Vietnam or Afghan?
Are there still Afghanis?
Do you know the casualty count? Okay, because again,
give it to me in percent. Give it to me in percent.
Man, you like to conflate the errors and different mentalities. First of all, if you know anything about U.S. military history, in Vietnam, they essentially were operating under a different paradigm and different rules of engagement. And by the time they got to Afghanistan, that shit was way worse for America, and where they really couldn't engage. They were basically over there on a peacekeeping mission. And they were protecting the poppy plants, the poppy fields, more than anything. They were not going over there like a 1,500 European who had been conquered by the Arabs and the Moors for 700 years, and literally had a religious crusade that told them to slaughter anything that's not European. They were not operating under that paradigm. If they were, and this is all you heard coming out of Afghanistan, and if you go back and read the Vietnam reports, you'll hear the same thing, is that the generals wanted more ability to attack the enemy, but the higher ups in the government were holding them back. We have literally not actually seen the United States go all out in any of these conflicts, probably since the two world wars, to be quite honest. So it's always been rules of engagement.
World War II to really late,
it's always been rules of, and they dropped 2 fucking bombs, and they would have dropped more if necessary. That's the true nature of who these people are.
I'm telling you,
and there were millions of casualties in both of those conflicts, in Vietnam and in Afghanistan. Don't underestimate the level of savagery of these people if they say the rules of engagement are that there are no rules.
I get what you're saying, but I'm telling you, to travel back then to fight, because that's what they had to do. They would have had to travel to fight, and then while simultaneously having to keep slaves in check. It's just not feasible. It's not logical. It's not even rational.
I'm telling you that I'm not even a trained soldier, but if you drop me off with 99 other motherfuckers in some remote village of some indigenous population today, we could go through and slaughter those motherfuckers in 30 days. And I have no problem saying that, especially with the weapons they got today. Like, I have no problem saying that.
And I'm talking about, we're not talking about the weapons of today. And we're not even talking about that the European was the only one with guns, because I can show you that the Westo Indians and quite a few tribes had guns. So that talking point's moot too. I'm telling you that you can sit here and do this Columbian exchange theory all you want, but it'll only ever be a theory, and I can debunk it 1,000 different ways.
You're not really debunking it, but you're saying stuff, and that's fine.
You're saying that they killed all the Indians here, right? When you couldn't even tell me what an Indian looked like back then.
I'm telling you that they...
what did an Indian look like? Let's start there.
There was a lot of disease that occurred in the population.
That's part of Columbian exchange theory too.
We do know and understand that there was a lot of disease in the population because they tried to enslave them first. That was one of the first populations they attempted to enslave here on this land, and through either disease or the fact that they simply refused to be enslaved, and they weren't reproducing. See, the thing about them, and there's this story about this Tuscarora, which I'm trying to find on here. I might have to actually read the story of this guy. But he was a chief, and I posted on Funded Socially. So essentially what they would do is they would figure out who the chief was. They would capture the chief, put the chief on the back of the horse, and that would allow them free passage through the territory that this chief would oversee, because they had the chief, their leader, neutralized, and so everyone else would essentially capitulate to whatever it is that they desired. Well, this particular individual was someone who was a little more aggressive in nature and not necessarily someone that they could just simply capture like that. Ultimately, what ends up happening is they convince these conquerors to travel to another village where there's a lot of men there. And this is essentially was supposed to be a quote unquote trick. But these fucking sociopaths, they don't fucking care. They're built to, they're soldiers. And I'm telling you, there's a massive difference between a group of people who show up in Jamestown and they're essentially a scouting team and an armada of actual fucking trained soldiers that all they do is kill. That's literally all they do. That's what they love and enjoy to do. And these people, they end up getting to this village where there's this higher population of males, and they essentially play it real cool. They're like, okay, we're going to chill, we're going to kick it with these folks. And then at some point the males are like, nah, you guys have got to go, yada yada yada, whatever. They leave, and when they come back, they burn every fucking thing down, and they're murdering people, slicing necks, doing whatever the fuck it is they do. And in the process of that, the natives started hanging themselves because they didn't want to be captured. So there's a lot of these stories that are repeated. When you look at that history, you're going to see the natives are attacking them. They're burning down their fucking villages. And then they either escape, which is what a lot of them likely did, escaped either into Canada or into Mexico, which is why the Mexicans are now trying to reclaim their fucking land, because they know that their ancestors used to live on this soil out in the Southwest. So they either escape further west, further north, or further south. That's what they did as these Europeans kept coming further and further and further into lands. And what they were doing as they were coming in, they were slaughtering the fucking people that put up resistance along the way. That's literally what was going on. And that is well documented. Miss Trouble's up, and then Blood Pack.
Hey,
Black. Shout out to the family up in the house tonight. Excellent video. Very enlightening. Very enlightening. Art. Baby, every time you come into a space, honey, you super contrarian to any point that's made, and I'm having a hard time figuring out what your point has to do with the actual video that was played in the space. And it seems like you want an argument or you want to debate because you're so
active. We were having this debate before you ever played that video.
Whatever,
Yeah,
but you want to debate the point.
It was a conversation.
What actually is your point? What is your point? Because you're trying to debunk everything. What is your point? Do you have
my point is that if I'm going to not give a certain group of people their reparations, if you will, their repair, I give them a false narrative that I know that can never be proven, and 150 years later, they still don't have their repair. Just that simple. That's what I would do.
Okay, so what is the narrative that is a false narrative?
Okay, first of all, there's
quickly, please.
Okay. There's so many. I'm going to make a 2-day room on it.
Oh God!
I just haven't opened that room yet, and I've tried to have conversations with people in the kind fashion. So when I make said room and record it and share it and literally pay to get it promoted on Twitter, do not complain, because I tried to come in these rooms and have decent conversations with people, but they love their narratives too much.
I don't think it's a point of you trying to have a decent conversation. Baby, I don't feel like that's what you're doing. I feel like you're coming in to not have a decent conversation, but to either derail the conversation or debunk everything that's said within the conversation that sometimes veers into the lane of not having anything to do with the conversation.
Okay, so this was room that he played at. If you go up in the Jumbotron, it was based on a conversation that was made 4 hours or 3-4 hours ago, before this room ever got made. So that, in a way, this is a continuation.
Exactly. So let me stop you right there. So if you're arguing a point from a whole nother room,
it was based on when he played.
Another space. You're in another space now. 4 hours later.
No, you're not listening. See, that's what I'm saying. You're not listening. The thread that was made is the video he literally played is in the thread.
Yeah, it's the thread, bro.
Okay,
that's the thread,
you just said it was in another space.
No, I said a thread in the Jumbotron of this space.
Okay, so but that wasn't the conversation at the time.
Yes, it was the exact conversation.
Do something other than be a contrarian, because nobody wants to spend 2 hours off debating whatever it is.
You don't have to debate nothing.
You got a lot going on in your head and you trying to force it down everybody.
I'm not trying to force anything down anybody's thing. I can. This is all I'm going to say. You think I'm a contrarian?
Yeah.
You think, okay, yeah. Cool. I'm glad you think that. Wait till strict scrutiny.
You a contrarian to the knife.
Wait till strict scrutiny comes. You will be thinking I'm light work as a contrarian.
Okay.
What is strict?
We'll wait for that. Anyhow, Black, back to the video. The video was extremely enlightening, and I think that when we look at our condition today, it really says a lot. Like Blood Pack was speaking on, when you're talking about the maternity of the woman and how we are viewed in an inhumane way, to where you're pregnant and you're not treated in a delicate manner throughout your pregnancy. You still are used as a work mule, a workhorse. It goes into the mindset of how they view us as still being so strong that we can work, while pregnant and going through all of the things through pregnancy that we did. Meanwhile, at the same time, a lot of their women were sickly during their pregnancies and sickly after their pregnancies, needing our women to then take care of their children and even feed them through their breasts from the babies that they've had or that they're preparing to have. It goes to the mindset of when they try to hypersexualize our women or condemn them for being hypersexualized when they spent centuries sexualizing them. So it's sort of like there were patterns that we see that they started, that they did to our people, that continue to this day, even on an unconscious level through the majority. I'm not even going to say the majority of us, but a large population of people, because you had a large population of people who, like the men, were forced into sex, so that when we talk about a lot of guys being addicted to sex, and you wonder where that comes from. And then they're making babies all over the place, and then they're not staying, or there are women constantly having babies. You would really need to do a deep dive, and I would be willing to bet that a lot of these people come from the stock of people whom this happened to back in those generations, because it happened for so long. Just because they said we gained emancipation, or the war was fought and we were freed from slavery in 1865, doesn't mean that there still probably wasn't 100+ years of them still having these practices in some parts of the countries, unbeknownst to the law and authority, because under their rule, we were still looked down on. We were still subjugated in a lot of ways, even though technically free. So the video was really enlightening, and I really just wanted to speak to that point. Thank you for playing the video.
Yeah, thank you for pointing all that stuff out. I really, man, I'm so glad you came up, because the conversation kind of went a different path. But a lot of that conditioning within our population does show up. It shows up in the entertainment, unfortunately. And I know we all know where this entertainment is headed, and where it's at this point. It's kind of sad, but it does seem to reflect what you would predictably think would occur after going through those experiences. I think it's just unfortunate that there has been this distance of time between those experiences. But it's like you were carrying around this genetic information. Some of this stuff is deeply embedded in our subconscious, and unfortunately, when people, because I didn't grow up wild. I grew up poor, impoverished, of course, and I was around a bunch of very wild people. I can't even lie about that. It is what it is. But when you're in survival mode, which to me is like the purest place to be quite honest, you kind of do tend to act upon instinct. And I think a lot of what we see in this entertainment culture, quote unquote, I call it KKK culture, but a lot of it is likely coming from these instincts that come out of this genetic encoding that really directly connects to that period in time. And as we were watching that video, the thing that I was thinking was, one of these conservative talking points is always about Black fathers, and that's why I really go out of my way to really uplift Black fathers as being, superheroes when they're actively engaged in their children's lives. But, easily you could blame the conditioning and the ultimate result of the conditioning on the people who are responsible for it, and that is these sociopathic Europeans who essentially created an environment in which it was profitable for them in many ways for us not to be nuclear families. And in fact, that nuclear black family can really be looked at as their greatest fear of a strong nuclear black family, but also in their minds probably would be their greatest enemy in many ways, because it limits, their access. It would limit their ability to be entertained by some of these behaviors. And then one of the reasons why I think the black majority state, even one, is so very important, because it eliminates a lot of their talking points. Not that I don't care about their talking points. I don't give a fuck about the shit that they say, but just knowing that the planet would stand up and take notice, and would have to take notice, because we'd have not just state authority, we'd have federal authority, and we'd have global authority. So yeah, man. they did they did a terrible thing for a very long time, and it has caused us a lot of trauma. And so a lot of what they call quote unquote ratchet behavior is likely just an expression of the trauma that's genetically encoded on our people. Miss Bloodline, you got it. Or I'm sorry, Blood Pack.
No, it's all right. It's all right. I mean, I'm just broke. It's all right. It's me. That's deep what you just said just then.
Man.
And thinking about what Trouble was saying about the darn it, I can't remember exactly what she said. It was really good. But touching on what you and Trouble just said, I did put up in the Jumbotron, there's a book called Accounting for Slavery, Masters in Management. It's by Caitlin Rosenthal, Jew. And she gives presentations. So she went to Harvard. They love slavery since the 1600s. And she wrote this book that's all about the accounting. So when Art was talking about, what's the documentation for the slavery accounting and things of that nature, yes, it's by a pale person. We don't have the time or the resources to write that stuff for ourselves yet, right? So, but at least we can do what they do and take their works and then criticize them and then call ourselves experts, because we have both the academic education to prove them wrong and the lived experience and proof and not only communal lived experience that we can draw on, like as a community, like you drove a highway through our town. We all experienced that, and that was bad. But then as individuals, we can prove, hey, no, my house is now a median in the middle of the road. So, as far as Caitlin and the accounting for slavery, she's very important to keep in mind. When she gave a presentation in front of venture capitalists and limited partners, people who make investments in the Silicon Valley and tech industry, she gave a whole presentation about the math and the numbers and the accounting, the financing, and how venture capital and everything about venture capital and all that stuff is based upon slavery and our individual value and worth. And at the end she said, and it's my professional opinion that you don't invest in descendants of chattel slaves. So when you talk about the hatred and decrepitness, the fact that she as a Jew would be so careless as to, or so, careless, to say don't invest in these descendants. I now understand that she understands the math behind the slave breeding. And that to basically the whole world, we are these puppies, these mutt puppies on the side of the road that don't have any owners. We don't have a pack. We're just a whole bunch of puppies that just happen to all run together. And don't nobody fucking care. The whole world is in on it. And so it's just crazy. The proof is out there. And until we have both the time and the resources to rewrite our own narrative, we have to use the pale-faced story against them. Thank you.
Thank you. When Black American Homeland makes it to the space, we're going to do chapter 9 and 10 of his book. We're going to skip 2 chapters because we were having a conversation about the election and the potential with 3 candidates in it for no one to get to 270, which triggers, I believe, is the 12th Amendment. And in that amendment, ultimately, the House decides who would be president and the Senate decides who would be vice president. And so it could be a split ticket where a Democrat could be either or president and or a Republican could be a vice president. And then we said, okay, well, and he actually wrote about this in his book, in 2012, like 12 years ago. So shout out to him. And I've alluded to something very similar in terms of having a region of states, Black majority states, where we would have a certain number of electoral college votes that would give us massive leverage in these presidential elections. But together, the connection was made that, whoa, hold up, wait a second, this would actually be much more valuable to our region of states because it would give us even more power at the federal level. And I'm going to try to save where we kind of ended up at in that conversation for him to come in, because when we talk about Black majority states, I know a lot of people don't understand it. A lot of people just don't. They can't wrap their minds around it. But even though we say Texas is a majority Hispanic state, California is a majority Hispanic state, New Mexico is very, very close, and then you just got 2 more dominoes to fall, Arizona and Nevada, and you got a block of 5 states with massive, at least 2, with the 1 and the 3 largest economies in the country. They're in the top 10 on the planet Earth, likely. And so you're talking about an extremely powerful block of Hispanic majority states that is going to give them infinite power and authority in this country. And still, when I posted something that said in 2023, which was last year, more Black Americans moved to the state of Texas than anywhere else in the country. So for all my time on this platform, it was, we don't got enough money to move. We ain't gonna move nowhere. And yet still, every year, the U.S. Census follows and tracks intra-state migrations, interstate migrations. That's one of the functions that they do. And Texas is the state that they say Black Americans are moving to the most, because we're following the money instead of following the power. We keep following the money instead of following the power. And this is why we keep ending up in the situation that we keep ending up in, because we're not following the power. We're following the money. And we got to alter and change our understanding of this system so that we can actually get the power to get the money and make it a permanent, sustainable thing. so that they cannot simply change course, over ship shit overseas or whatever else it is that they do. Um, Flood our communities with a bunch of immigrants and lower the wages or whatever they do, to separate us from employment. We have to change the way we think. Um, so yeah, the only male cruise, and then I'm gonna play this video of Chief Tuscaloosa. Tuscaloosa means black warrior. For those who did not know, he was a chief of a native tribe. These are two separate words, Tusca and Lusa, from two separate tribes. So what was happening, for those who don't who believe, who don't believe, or who do believe, or whatever the belief is with the Colombian, I don't even remember what brother Art said.
Colombian exchange theory.
There you go. Okay.
It's commonly been debunked by a couple scholars
Thank
by
you.
now. So.
Okay, so
that
the Colombian exchange theory that's been debunked. Well, okay, I guess they lived during that time period, or they don't understand reality. But this person's name is actually two different tribal words, because the tribes were being decimated and shrinking to the point where they had to start merging into each other in order to survive, which they should have did that a lot earlier in the process. But the Colombian expedition says history didn't happen the way it did. But in any rate, this name Tuscaloosa came from two separate tribes, and they were merging in together again because they were being slaughtered. And this DeSoto in the 1500s essentially had a campaign that came through much of the 5 states that the Nation of Islam identified, that the New Republic of, or Republic of New Africa identified, that we have on our map, that Black American Homeland has on his map, and others who say, well, these are the 5 states that Black Americans should naturally inhabit: Louisiana, Alabama, Mississippi, Georgia, and South Carolina. This is essentially where his expeditions went through. And this particular 10-minute video gives insight into the black warrior, Tusca being one word, Lusa being another, which essentially means black warrior. And if you want to look into DeSoto and his Colombian theories of how he actually conquered these fucking people that were debunked, then you can certainly take time to look into his genocidal slaughtering of the natives wherever he went. But I think the only Mo Cruz had her hand up, and then we'll play this video.
Yeah, I didn't want to say a whole lot other than like what you guys were talking about a little bit earlier. Just the intergenerational trauma. That's a real thing. That's been studied. There's what do they call it? Empirical evidence for that. That's for you, Art. And when you were playing that video and they were talking about how some of the male slaves would have to go hook up with these, I can just imagine what that was like from start to finish, as far as like, did you plan this? Was this a big thing going on at the plantation? And I don't know if anybody on here has been in a one-night stand, but you just get what you got to get. And that's it. And Colin ain't had none of that. And I wonder, was there a lot of that? So what I'm really trying to do is just really contemplate, how that situation really was, because where did that put the women who carried these babies for 9 months? You were pregnant, and like the speaker in the video said, some of these women were pregnant by people they weren't even in a relationship with, weren't their husband, weren't their lover, weren't just a motherfucker, and where did that put that woman, mentally? What level of emotion did she have to hold back, just feeling anything? Once she had the baby, and the baby was automatically sold, you knew what the baby was conceived for to begin with. So it's just that making yourself think in an unnatural way that one would contrary to what one would think if that were a loving relationship and you were having a baby. And irregardless, when you're pregnant and the first time the baby kicks and starts moving around in there, it hit different. And so what type of traumatic bullshit did the woman go through living through that experience and then the baby being taken? But but you really didn't give a damn, or because you know what I mean? It's just the fact that they even had to process that. So this thing is deep, and the trauma, like I said, there's empirical evidence about the intergenerational trauma that we've had to deal with. And I almost want to say that when and I listen, I hate Sexy Red, but when she gets up in there talking about I'm doing this for the ancestors, there might have been some ancestors who just like Sexy Red, only because that's all they knew. They didn't know anything loving. None of that, and there's no way they had any levels of self-esteem. Our shit has been fucked a million times over. I love it.
Wow. Oh man. So Sexy Red. I don't know a whole lot about Sexy Red. I hear a snippet of a song every once in a while, and I'm always like, okay, when I was young and I was into certain things, I probably would have listened to this music because that's essentially what I did. That was kind of the lifestyle I was living. And it would have just been background music,
Yeah, Black, she ain't missing up Black majority. She just raps about it. That's it.
Yeah, but so recently, there's a Chicago rapper named Chief Keef who is, I guess, the king of drill rap, which is very violent music, just talking about killing rival gang members. And I guess he had now yeah, this is why this shit is like multiple layers of layers upon layers. He is in a relationship with King Von's sister, who's another drill rapper who was murdered. And everything that I read online says that he was proficient with a firearm and is someone that people label as a serial killer. But he passed away through gun violence. And this Chief Keef character is in a relationship with his sister. I don't know the politics of it, so I don't know if they were in the same gang, quote unquote, or the same whatever.
I did my research on Von, and I'm going to tell you that Chief Keef and King Von and his crew, when Chief Keef first busted out, they were cool. And then it turned sour.
It always does.
Where, according to reports,
it always does.
One of the homeboys got locked up, and they were expecting Chief Keef to bail the guy out, and Keef wouldn't do it. So they ended up allegedly robbing Keef, and so from there was dissension ever since. Now I will tell you what's very interesting is the fact that King Von's sister kicking it with Chief Keef. That is definitely one to watch. And if you're talking about the sister Kayla B, that's the only sister that, that's his half sister. That is definitely one to keep the eye on, because they talk about, and I'm saying allegedly, and I'm just saying, I would presume, it just makes you wonder to be looking out for a backdoor type of thing, because the drill rap shit is, and the reality that these guys are, this is their life on record. That's all it is. But yeah, that's one to watch. See what's gonna happen with him.
Set up? Are you talking about it's like maybe a setup with her being with this dude?
The thing is, like I said, it's one to watch because women are very instrumental in these back doors that's going on. And it's been like that for a minute. And so if Keith and Von weren't cool coming out the gate, why Kayla B somehow is now kicking it with Keith that's just, maybe it's true love, but I don't know. But hey, just one to watch for sure.
Whoa, so that makes a lot of sense in knowing that Chief Keef is out of Chicago and has been out of Chicago for years. Again, I may have heard one or two of his songs or snippets of them. Don't really follow that whole situation, but I know that he has been out of Chicago for a while. And from what I understand, the producer, who was a real loose cannon type, was down in Atlanta. Involved in all kind of fucking drama, and so I don't even know if that guy's even still alive, or if he's locked up, or what the situation is, but whatever, it is what it is. So that adds up as to why Chief Keef would not have been in Chicago, while the other people who are associated with King Von are still in Chicago. Okay, let me pop back in.
But yeah, so as soon as
Shit, man.
Rappers would have done the same thing. You know, they would probably either not be on lockdown or still be, you know, alive and well. So, but what I hate so much is like you look at this Fulio and Young and Ace. You know, one of the guys on there talking about. So I forgot the guy's name. It's a recent post right now though. But you know, the guy's like, yeah, we told you we was gonna get your ass, and you know it's gonna be boring without you. I just, what I can't understand is why killing is the ultimate thing for them. Like, I don't understand why they have to do it, especially the rappers who are really, really, really talented. Why are we? I just don't get that. That's just so fucked up.
Hey, this rapper industry is really messed up right now. I don't even like listen to this mess they putting out here. The conscious rap that we had back in the day when we was coming up, you might as well forget it. It's gone, because we'll never get that one back. But this mess they putting out here now, this is something that belongs to you know who, the small hats and these corporations. This is what they wanted, and this is the garbage that we seeing out here. And it looks really bad, y'all, because all it is, like you said, Only Male Cruz, is there, you know, you got folks out here killing and they putting it on songs. Like, these motherfuckers are stupid. They kill somebody and they go put it on the track. See, ain't
and you know, Professor, the way they're pressing to put these lyrics now, I mean, when people were first talking about, we're going to use these lyrics in the songs against the people, and there used to be no, we're going to fight our First Amendment, blase scoop. Now, it just happens. Now there's no fight. Nobody's arguing against it. And they're allowing it to happen. So every case, like with YSL, they've used some of his lyrics for songs he didn't even write. He was just a feature on, and they're setting legal precedent by just being able to put folks' lyrics in here. Now they say that Young and Ace came out with a song right now, days after Fulio was taken out, talking about, yeah, I did it. I mean, like, what the fuck?
And he's gonna be charged. You better wait.
Lyrics on that.
Yeah, be looking for it in the news. This motherfucker is going to be charged because his dumb ass just went out and, like you said, put a track out there and said he killed his brother. Julio, of course, on the reverse side of it, he did something also bad. He went out and put a song out at a grave site, dissing on somebody that had got shot and killed. See, this is what I'm talking about. All this stuff is dumb, man. It's dumb. People doing some weird shit.
Yeah, I mean, and not only that, but Fulio, and he did that one just before. But what started the beef with him and Young and Ace is that he did the song. Him and some of his Fulio and some of his dudes did a song about all of the people that they, you know, allegedly got rid of that was in Young and Ace camp, and that's where that beef got started. And my thing is, like, why is that even selling? And why does the record industry allow that shit to be promoted? And then where are we at to say, hey, look, I mean, like I said, this shit's crazy. It's all for the streets.
Well, you got to remember, y'all, I don't think most of these rappers are actually Black American. All of these guys are not Black American rappers. Some of these folks are coming up in this shit are from the other groups. They coming from Haiti, They out of the Caribbean islands. They're not necessarily Black American rappers, neither. So this is the other issue that we got to get, out there in the media. But unfortunately, see, that's where BET come into play. We don't have that anymore. So some of your rappers that are being shot out here and killed, they look like us, but they're not necessarily one of us. So I just want to point out
that, sir. Damn, that's a good point. And we easily forget that. That's an outstanding point, sir.
Black majority.
Yeah. So let me say that I was checking in on it. So he does own his music. He owns a label. He actually owns two labels, from what I'm reading here. But he originally had a record deal or a distribution deal, I guess, where he owned 40%, his manager owned 40%, and then his cousin and his uncle and someone else owned the remaining 20%. So he's one of those, because I remember hearing that he owned his music, he owned his master. So at least in that aspect, business wise, because he's a very young person still, like even still, he's fairly a young guy. I think he's still in his 20s, but he has achieved, super success, super wealth, yada yada yada. The backdoor thing that Mel Cruz is talking about, buddy, is one of those things. But here's why I brought that whole situation up, is because him and Sexy Red did a song together, and this is her new song, which is extra ratchet, of course. And I think that one's something about my baby daddy, if I remember correctly. I think who is it that has the song talking about no panties on? I know that's 42 Doug, but I can't remember what female it is. That might be another Sexy Red song. I don't know. All these songs are just so fucking insane. But the King Von sister posted, so essentially there's a love triangle between the two women and this Chief Keef personality, and essentially, and this is why I mentioned Sexy Red, or someone else mentioned it, and I'm bringing the story into it. They essentially kind of agreed that they were going to share him, and or the King Von sister said, let's make a family, or let's be a family in this post. So there you go. If for some reason or other they're able to make that work, because in other words, that people do kind of follow what these celebrities do. They kind of emulate behaviors. Now Meg Thee Stallion has a Rolling Stones interview where she's talking about her inner brat and her inner bisexuality. It's another thing that, again, gotta this is where the shit is trending. You had Cardi B, who's not Black American, of course, but she's in an interview where she's talking about all the rappers that she fucked and sucked, essentially, and that's a recent thing. So here, this is really where you gotta say, okay, but add this up. This is where the culture, KKK culture, is steering the youth and the listeners and the people who look up to these people and want to emulate their behavior. So it is what it is.
Black, I know you're trying to get to the video. I just want to add this part. I believe that Meg Thee Stallion and Offset has been knocking boots, and that's just going to come out at some point. Give it a minute.
So he needs to. What did oh my God, was that Tracy Morgan that said that, or was it when I was going to say Tracy Morgan, but then Martin popped up in my mind, or his TV show, but where he would say, "I'm gonna put a baby in you." Was that Tracy Morgan? Because I'm saying he definitely need to put a baby in Meg Thee Stallion if that's what it is. No thanks, you got it.
No, I was just gonna say that the drill rappers weren't signed to anybody. Remember, they just came out and started doing their music, and people, it caught attention. Chief Keef, when all that shit happened, they were just doing the music, and someone called attention to it. I believe Kanye is the first guy to notice it and sign there, and Kanye and some other guy, they signed the producer of Chief Keef's first song. So, and then the same thing with Julio, all these guys, they own their music because they're just putting it out on YouTube and letting people consume it, and you don't really need a record label with those kind of things. That's why you don't see them with like the market push versus Sexy Red. It's not talking about killing people, so she gets the market push and she gets a budget behind it. Versus all these other guys, they can't even do concerts in their own city. I mean, in their own state, like the Florida. They can't. They won't even allow these people to do to book venues. You see what I'm saying? So they're literally just making money off their music. And having to own all their stuff because they can't really, the record labels can't make money off of them like they would normally do. So,
but you know what? No thanks. I think that was the thing with Chief Keef. I think he did end up getting a record deal, and it might have been because I don't know how familiar you are, but even like JoJo, who came up with the BD anthem, he was signed to Def Jam. That like the Interscope Def Jam, and he ended up getting killed before he, like 2 weeks later or two months later. So he was supposed to have been leaving Chicago and going out there to start doing his album, all this and that. But he ended up getting killed before all that could come to fruition. And
are you talking about Fredo Banks, or are you talking about another guy?
I'm talking about Lil JoJo.
Well, yeah,
Swag De Niro's brother.
But see, no, but like with Chief Keef, they like after he did that one song, he immediately moved from Chicago, and then he did a couple songs for the record label. But like Chief, he doesn't even put out like credible music anymore. He's even a part of that area. He just puts out music and does nothing with it. He's, for whatever he wrapped his money up into, he's rich, and he's not even in the scene anymore. So that's why he's able to stay out the way. Like Chief Keef is a completely different monster. He's literally the father of all this drill rap music, and to his effect, the Florida and the New York scene, especially the New York scene, the New York drill scene, those will be non-FBA people. But the Chicago scene is where those are our FBA people. But I've always said this is just our warrior class with nothing to do.
I agree with that so much. Absolutely agree with that.
Okay, let me there's something about that I don't agree with that. And again, I mean, I had a street teenagehood. I have a different feeling on it, but let me talk about his business acumen a little bit here. So it says he's been active since 2008. He was putting out mixtapes. We know that DJ Academics built a career off of drill music. He essentially was the person who was the cheerleader for it, and a lot of people died in the process of him essentially cheerleading this music. Very unfortunately, you got World Star, Hip Hop World, whatever that's called, and probably a bunch of other of those really ratchet type sites that also helped to expand it as well. But I think DJ Academics is closely associated with it. But it says in 2014, E1, which is a distributor more than a label. So a record deal is usually what an artist signs. They sign over basically all the rights, and they're just an artist. They get royalties, whatever. A distribution deal is where you are operating as a company, as a corporation, and you're producing the music, you're doing all the advertisement, you own the music, and then this distribution company essentially is going to take a much smaller cut to distribute it because they feel like you are a commodity, a brand, an established commodity, an established brand, and that you will produce enough revenue with that type of deal that they can eat off of you basically. So that was the deal that he did in 2014. Now it says, and he's got a lot of people under him. Most of these people, I don't know who these people are. But there's a roster of about, looks like 20 artists that he has under him on that label, and he just created something in 2022 called 43B, which they say means forget everybody, and that's with BMG and something called RBC. Let me see what that is. So RBC is some independent label. So whatever that is, we all know BMG is a big distribution center. So he's essentially creating this new path as an entrepreneur in the music industry to give people who are either he's associated with or he feels have enough talent that he could help elevate them in some way, shape, or form. So in terms of his business intelligence, it's off the charts. He's got a team, like I said. It said it's his uncle's involved. He's got a manager. He's got this other rapper who he gave 40%, Frito Santana.
That guy, like I said, I think that guy's dead.
Let me see. Died 2018. Yeah, 27. Wow. So it says he died of a seizure. I wonder, and I'm sure it's not going to be anywhere here, if that guy had a trust set up and had a will set up where this 40% of this fucking label would be given to his family or his children or his surviving relatives. Hopefully he was smart enough when all this money was flowing around and all these opportunities were flowing around, to set up some type of survivor trust. Hopefully his attorneys. I mean, I almost think it's required, because I had a thread of up and coming rappers, a couple that were murdered in my city. Matter of fact, Jimmy Wapo, who was a very popular local rapper, was murdered on the same day that Extension was murdered, on the same exact day. They said within minutes of each other, which is really like, wow. I mean, that's kind of bizarre, but yeah, one of the most dangerous careers to have is to be an up and coming rapper in this country. It's just sad how many of these people died. But you should definitely have a will and have a trust and have some type of network set up so that this music is going to stay around forever. The money's got to go somewhere, and if it's unclaimed or if you're attached to some label, they're essentially going to claim it. I'm sure they're not going to be running around trying to figure out who to give that money to. Okay, what happened to Black American Homeland? Let's see if I can bring him back up here again.
I was just about to ask you, man. Where did he go? Because he was just okay. There he is. There he is. I see he's right there in the listener section.
Yeah, he might have lost connection. Okay, so we're gonna play this video. Art was in the space. He looks like he checked out, but this is actually really important, because again, Tuscaloosa, which is in the South, I want to say is Alabama. There's a river called Black River. It's Black River something, or Black Warrior River. That's what I think it's called. And that's in Alabama. So, yeah, so this Black Warrior River is named after this Tuscaloosa guy who has a very interesting description. Now, the fact that it's two tribal languages that they put together to create this name, and the name means Black Warrior, should tell you something. This is in the 1500s. So again, like I said, DeSoto's expedition, you can look into that, because all they're doing is going around slaughtering people, essentially, and documenting it, writing journals about the shit. So whether that's the Columbian theory that's been debunked, I don't know. but the shit happened. I also looked up how did the Native Americans get weapons? Well, here's how they got weapons: the same way the Afghanis got weapons, and these other motherfuckers get weapons. Is that the Europeans go in with a divide and conquer strategy? They pit one group against the other, and then once they've essentially harmed each other to the point where they're weakened, they got to say, well, hold up, why are we fighting each other when these is the motherfuckers that's the real enemy? Like, let's turn our guns on them. And so that's what happens. They deplete their own infantry, if you will, forces. And then they say, hold up, these people are killing you, they're killing us while we're killing each other, let's focus on them. Well, by that point, it's kind of game over anyway, but they mount some type of counteroffensive against the Europeans. Again, it's a little too late, but they do have these weapons because the other Europeans at some point in time were trading firearms with them, and they eventually turned the guns on the Europeans. But they are met with overwhelming force at some point. It just is what it is. They run them off the land, and that's why, as much as I do appreciate and respect the indigenous Black American origin story, the idea that you would leave the indigenous population on the land that have a claim to the land and not either move them off the land, as they did over and over and over and over again, that's very well documented, or exterminate them off the land, that's very well documented. To leave them on the land, to have generation after generation, and then one day be able to come back and claim that land in that same way is it's just asking for for me, it's a reach in a sense. Because even when we had 20 million acres of land at some point after the Civil War, all of that land was stripped away from us again. So it's like, okay, they have this very intentionality about separating us from land, separating us from ownership of the land, and even separating us from being on the land. It's very intentional. And it's been that way the entire time. So I don't understand why the theory of indigenous Black Americans has to rely on the fact that they would do something dramatically different than what they already had did to the rest of the indigenous population, which is run them off the land or exterminate them off the land. I mean, that's just is what it is, as far as I can tell. I sent you the co-host. Let's do it again. See if we can get you up here.
Yeah, but for some reason it's kind of acting up right now.
Yeah, no problem. We're gonna play this video. Then I said once you got up here, we do chapter 9 and 10, so we can have that conversation, because that's a very important conversation in light of the presidential debate. Which, if I was able to stay up all night, I would have watched the RFK version, because they did a really cool thing in that RFK version. It's on his account. On X, because it was broadcast live on X, and Elon Musk, to his credit, was willing to be sued by CNN and still broadcast it live, because essentially asserting the fact that U.S. American citizens have a right to watch this presidential debate, and no corporation should essentially have a monopoly on. Because this is the first time in history, whenever in the history of the country, when a corporation had rights, exclusivity rights to a presidential debate. I don't know how these like, I don't even know. It's bizarre as hell to me why Trump would agree to that. I know why Biden would agree to that, but I don't know why Trump would ultimately agree to it. But it just is what it is. So if he gets sued, he gets sued. We'll see how it works out. He probably has the courts on his side. So he's probably not concerned about it. But this will give us just an image of the people who were here in the 1500s, when we were here in the 1500s as well, not 1619 like most people run around and say. We were here in the 1500s, just to be clear. Um, and yes, we were in Florida, and yes, we were in Louisiana. And those 1619 people will tell you that the people in Louisiana, even though Louisiana didn't become a part of the United States until like the 1700s, if I remember correctly. I'll have to double check, circle back around. But according to them, because they were under a French colony, they're not included because of this whole focus on the British colonization. The people who were under Spanish colonies, they're not necessarily, they don't consider them to be a part of the lineage. I guess I don't understand it. The math on it is just so bizarre. Um, I don't really tend to have those conversations. You know what I'm saying? 1812 is when Louisiana became a state. So for 200 years, or however long Black Americans were living in Louisiana, it's probably much longer than that. According to the 1619 people, none of that shit matters. It's irrelevant. And I don't agree with that. I don't align myself with that. So it is what it is. All right, here we go. The hidden legend of melanated chief Tuscaloosa, Black Warrior.
The legend of Chief Tuscaloosa. All right, so I'm going to be reading from the accounts of Rodrigo Rangel. And he followed around, Joseph de Soto, a Spain Jesuit colonist who came to America and, ran across Chief Tuscaloosa, a.k.a. Chief Tuscaloosa, meaning Black Warrior, who stood a foot taller than all of the Spain. So I'm going to read from it. And it's something that sticks out in here compared to what Wikipedia says. This is the account of the individual who followed him around, wrote every single detail day to day. So, he had mentioned specifically when following around De Soto, he mentioned how he looked, his son, and, the attire that he wore. So I'm going to read that right now. Chapter 7, in which is related what happened to the adelantado Hernando de Soto with the Kasaki of Tuscaloosa, named Atahachi, who was so tall a man that he seemed like a giant, and of the surprise attacks and harsh battles and assault that they gave to the Christians in the town of Mabela, and farther on in Chicaka, and other events suitable and notable for the history are related in this chapter. Oh, and also, just to mention, Kasaski is a word that means a leader of an indigenous group, derived from the Taino, the pre-Columbian tribal chiefs in the Bahamas. Come on now, bro. We know who they were. I mean, I know. The Incan civilization, they already told you the Bahamas, they was already there. So what they telling you about these people? What they telling you about them? Before I get into that, I'm going to continue with this information. This is important for y'all to know. On Sunday, the 10th of October, the governor entered the town of Tuscaloosa, which was called Atahachi, a new town, and the Kasaki was on a balcony that was made on a mound to one side of the plaza. Above his head, a certain headdress, like an almazar, turban, worn like a Moor, which gave him an appearance of authority, and a pilote, or blanket of feathers down to his feet, very authoritative, seated upon high cushions, and many principles of his Indians with him. He was of as tall a stature as that Antonico of the guard, the emperor, our Lord, and of very good proportions, a very well-built and noble man. He had his young son as tall as he, but he was more slender. Always in front of this Kasaki was a very graceful Indian on foot, with a sunshade on a pole, which was like a round and very large fly flap, with a white cross similar to what similar to which the Knights of the Order of St. John of Rhodes wear, in the middle of a black field. And although the governor entered into the plaza, dismounted and went up to him, but did not rise, but was rather quiet and composed, as if he were a king, and with much gravity. The governor sat with him a bit, and after a little while rose, and said that they should go eat, and took him with him. And Indians came to dance, and they danced very well in the way of the peasants of Spain, in such a manner that it was a pleasure to see. Very disrespectful. I want y'all to understand this, bro. When he talked about the Moor, the turban, this is Chief Tuscaloosa he's talking about. Now, when you look at Wikipedia of him, you see him just, this is the first time of this individual meeting him. He had a tribe. And also, this was taking place in the 1500s. Mid-1500s. In an area known now as Alabama. They talk about the St. Rhodes, you know what I'm saying? The Knights of the Order of St. Rhodes. Freemasonry. Knights of the Templar. That's what they talking about. The shield. Those are two correlations right there. Really three. That he knew who he was. And his name, Tuscaloosa, means black warrior. They are hiding your history from you right in your faces.
Hey, Black, I can't hear
This
you.
is documented. Come on now, man.
I can hear.
People come to...
Okay, we got one that can hear and one that can't.
It's good on my end, so I think you need to go in and come back in. Go out and come back in.
Too. Yeah.
Okay, so we got to drop Black American and bring him back up.
Hey, Black American Homeland, check to see if there's been an update, man, for your app, for the app.
Okay, all right. I'm a let's see, because when he becomes a listener, he should be able to hear it again. Throw up a 100 if you do, or you are able to hear it. No, he looked like he dipped out of the space. Okay. Let me see. This thing is still playing. My bad. I gotta get it back to where he's at. Oh yeah, they playing with you in your face. Right. Oh yeah. So the image is, now this is a painted image. While it is stopped, the image is of I think this is DeSoto. I'm gonna guess it's DeSoto on a horse with his expedition, but they have this black individual on a horse, or well, I can't say he's on a horse because he's in the background, but he does have on like a white turban in this particular image that they're using. You see a Spanish guy with a metal face shield, a battle armor shield. And you see the DeSoto character, I'm assuming, with what looks like a hat with a brim and a white feather in it. But clearly this black individual looking Moorish person is not like the other people in this picture. And again, it's a painting. So, take that for what it's worth. And there's nothing telling me exactly what this painting is of, but he's using this as a visual example. So, take it for what it's worth. But again, Tusca is one word that means black. Lusa means warrior. Tuscaloosa together means black warrior. And, okay, let's get Black American Homeland back up here. This is in the Alabama region of what is America today. All right, here we go. Get the volume.
Oh, man. People come, bro, I see so many channels of individuals from other races.
I got to go back a little bit.
People come, bro, come on now, man. People come, bro, I see so many channels of individuals from other races that do videos talking about how African Americans are not Native Americans and why we trying. So are you serious? So you telling me in the 1500s, we had over 500 years, bro, no telling how long they've been here, thousands of years. So if you telling me you've been in a place for thousands of years and the Mongolians come and they get called Indians along with you, paper genocide, look it up. And we don't have the right to claim that this is our land. Are you serious? worn like a Moor? What Indian tribe wears turbans? What Mongolian? No, bro, stop it. Trying to erase our history. This is written. And the war goes on. I want y'all to understand that this was one of the most pivotal battles with the indigenous against the Spain. This changed the outcome of the whole scenario because Chief Tuscaloosa understood that they wanted him. You feel me? They wanted him to submit. They came to his land, wanted him to submit. Came to his city, wanted him to submit, trying to convert his people to Christianity. He wasn't going for it. He showed them the symbols like, look, I understand this knowledge. It's written. They telling you, bro. Shout out to all the tribes who went hard. And he eventually lost. You know what I'm saying? They had arrows and shit compared to, the weaponry they had. But it's all good. It's all good. And individuals don't understand that it's a lot that was documented from individuals that followed these people when they came. They talk about the women there. When they talk about the dancing and the peasants, of how they danced in Spain, do you not realize that De Soto and his people before this, they went to war with the Moors, kicked them out of Spain not too long ago, and had them in submission? So when he sees this, you think they don't know what this means, bro? They talking in code right in front of y'all. And let me expound upon this. People don't understand that when you call yourself Black Warrior, and they don't go into detail about why they call you Black Warrior, while also telling you in the future that these were red men. Meanwhile, he identified as Black upon meeting European governors, had on a Moorish turban, had on their ancient symbols of their knowledge, of course, of Saturn, basically is what it is, but they had different names for it. And also during this time, you have all this time, 500s, the 1500s, my bad, 1500s. Before cameras, any of that. You have damn near 300 years to whitewash, and you know that they assimilated into this indigenous culture purposely. Purposely. And I want to say something else too about the women, the indigenous women that's been documented and written about them in these, times. Very similar to some things that's going on today. But I just want to speak on it, man. The way this shit happened, these people came to this country, this land, with, Christianity front and forward. But it was also burning shit down if you didn't agree, if you didn't join. And we're also, smoking shit out, killing people, all of that, raping and all of that. But there's a lot of documentation of them going around with pastors, your popes and those individuals, the Jesuit order, right? They came here and they used that book as a way of their innocence, the Bible, of promoting their innocence. They have stories of them trying to convert the women, but also before even converting them, lusting them and having sex with them, and then not even eventually converting them into their Christianity. They were around there fucking the women out of lust. That's all it was. But history repeats itself because not too long ago, the place that they just, the people they just conquered did that to their women.
Okay. Another mic check. So I'm getting notification that it's in the Matrix. Goodness gracious, man. Because I'm playing this now. I'm playing it off of the laptop. I could try the phone if it's an issue. Anybody up here that can verify if you're having issues with it? Man, I don't know why this keeps happening. Or am I just so far in the matrix you can't even hear me now?
No, I can hear you. You just kind of make me.
Okay. Matrixy. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, we can hear you, but it just goes, I don't know, it seems to just fluctuates, man, like it goes in and out or something. I don't know what the deal is. Shit. Yeah. It's shitter, man. That's all I can tell you. Shit. It's shitter.
Okay. Okay. I'm gonna try to do it off the phone because that seemed to be moving pretty good earlier in the space. And sometimes the laptop is better, sometimes the phone is better. So let me
hey, look, you got Deacon up in here now, man. So he's better at doing all this tech shit.
Yeah, let me see what
Nah, you can't fix that Black State phone. You gotta throw that thing in the trash, bro. It's like Joe Biden. It's over with, nigga. Know what I'm saying? Black got that Joe Biden phone, yo. He don't know where it's
at. Yeah, it is what it is. It is what it is. So we got. He was going to start to talk about the women, and I don't really know where he was going with that, but the gist of it is this place because matter of fact, there is Tuscaloosa, Alabama, right? That is a city, but that name comes from this individual who the word Tuscaloosa means black warrior. And let me get the black warrior up in the search. And this guy is saying that, and I have seen that description of it looking like a Moorish hat or a Moorish. Yeah, I think they use the term. I don't think they use the term turban, but they use the fact that his headdress looked like a Moor, and that is actually in De Soto's description of who this individual is. Very tall, and also that symbol that he's saying is connecting to the Jesuit order. It kind of when I see it, and you'd have to see it to know what it looks like, it kind of reminds me of some symbols I've seen in Nazi Germany. It kind of looks like a cross with a cross in between each. I guess I'll call them petals. So each petal, northwest, east, south, has a cross in the middle of each of them, and so that's kind of what it looks like. To try to give a description, it's hard to give. I'll try to find one and put it in the purple pill. But based on what he's saying, and again, I did read that. I mean, because I posted it on Funded Socially. This is a woman. Oh God, I don't like the name. I wish these people wouldn't use. Oh my God, she's got a weird name for her platform. Yeah, goodness gracious. I would like to find one where we got a reasonably intelligent person who's telling this story, and so it's not like we're gonna get a whole bunch of insanity with it. Because I'm from what I'm seeing, looks like the Moors have really attached to this story, which it makes sense that they would. I don't have a problem with that. It just would be nice to have a telling of it that's not kind of all over the place here. So this is the minister, MOI, Chief Tuscaloosa, the Black Warrior in the Battle of Mobila, Hernan de Soto's first encounter. Okay, so maybe this guy is going to give us legitimate information and not kind of drag us all around the place with a bunch of, I don't know, extra information. So let me try to line it up to where he starts talking, get past the music a little bit. course, that's just a music only video. Okay, maybe he's talking here because I thought that was going to be another.
In Alabama and Mississippi, several different places.
Okay, now we got this guy sounds like he's from that soil down there. So let's give him an opportunity. So he sounds like he definitely from the soil. Get past this music. All right, let's get it to 2 minutes. All right, so let me know what the volume's like when it starts, because it'll make it a little bit better. Just get out of this.
With the Islamic religion, but they also had them as slaves, which eventually, what they mimicked in America, they did what was done to them onto us.
You probably heard of Tuscaloosa, Alabama, but Tuscaloosa is more than just a place in Alabama. It's actually the name of a black warrior. In fact, his name actually translates to black warrior in Choctaw. A lot of people don't know about him because his history was hidden from you. So this video is intended for you to learn more about Chief Tuscaloosa and how important he was, but not just that, but I'm also want to show you guys how history is hidden in intentful ambiguity. I'm going to show you how these pictures and portraits, they're all meant to mislead you and hide your history. Chief Tuscaloosa was a giant, man. He was a giant. He was at least over 8 feet tall. A lot of sources say he was 9 feet tall. Some sources say he was 7.5 feet tall. A lot of sources say that when he got on the ground, when he sat on the horse, his feet was on the ground. So he was a big old tall chief, and he didn't just preside over Tuscaloosa, Alabama. He presided over many different chiefdoms all throughout the southern eastern region, in South Carolina, in Florida, and Alabama and Mississippi, and several different places. So yeah, man, Chief Tuscaloosa. So I got the first source that we got here is first source that we have here today is going to be Tuscaloosa, the origin of his name, its history, etc. All right, it's from the Alabama Historical Society. It was made in 1876. So I'm gonna show you a couple of things about Chief Tuscaloosa. I'm gonna also show how they try to write you out of history and everything as well. So let's just go ahead and get to it. We're gonna skip to page 20. So let me give you a little more context before we read this. Chief Tuscaloosa also encountered Hernando de Soto. Hernando de Soto was a Spanish explorer, Spanish conquistador. He liked to kill Indians. He liked to enslave them. He liked to enslave the royalty and pillage things. And he did it with a smile on his face and a Bible in his hand. And he really came here to pacify and conquer. He was the first person to celebrate Christmas over here in the Southeast. So Chief Tuscaloosa and Hernando de Soto actually did end up battling in the Battle of Mobilia down near Mobile area. And Chief Tuscaloosa did lose that, but it was one of the bloodiest wars, bloodiest Indian wars that have been documented. So, that's a little bit of context to that. So, let's just go ahead and get to this. At this point, the army passed nearly due east of and within 50 or 60 miles of the present city of Tuscaloosa. De Soto remained there until the 20th of August and then departed, taking the Cacique with him and a large number of his warriors to bear his baggage. And on leaving, they lost a common soldier by desertion and had to leave a Negro behind who was sick. The first darky, I suppose, who was ever settled in Alabama. So, you got people in 1876 that try to hide the history, and they don't really understand. They weren't there in 1540 when all of this happened. So when De Soto's talking about Negroes, he's just going to assume, that they got them from Africa, or, he's going to assume something. But really, he was talking about the people that was already there that he was capturing. But that's how they try to play you like, you know, Negroes weren't there. And, you know, Hernando de Soto did have Moors as some of his people, his people that he came in with and everything. But if he was talking about them particularly, then he would have talked about his common soldiers, because they were his common soldiers. So it's not likely that he was talking about the Moors. He was talking about the Negroes that was actually there. So skipping to page 21. Tuska warrior and Lusa black, which would of course be warrior black, but by inversion into English black warrior. And here we have the first mention in any history of the name Tuscaloosa, as it is also the first name of any note or prominence that can appear in any history of the United States. This was the name of the chieftain as well as of his kingdom. He was represented as the most powerful of all the Caciques of this country. His fame reached De Soto long before he approached his dominions, which included immense regions west and south of Coosa. The ambassador was the son of the Cacique and came attended by a large train of warriors. He was noble and imposing appearance, taller than any Spaniard or Indian in the army, as asymmetrical and graceful as Apollo, and of proud and princely demeanor. His mission was one of peace, and he invited De Soto. We're going to skip some of this because here they're going to be talking about him and De Soto meeting and everything. And I told you about the Battle of Mobilia. I don't know about y'all, but I'm tired of hearing about Europeans, you know, messing things up. I would say some curse words, but some old ladies in the comment sections told me I can't cuss no more. So I can't cuss no more because they my elders. But yeah, De Soto, he did all that bad stuff. But we're not going to be talking about it. We're going to be talking about Chief Tuscaloosa and his legacy, all right? So we're skipping to page 22. Tuscaloosa, like his son, was of noble appearance and gigantic proportions, being a foot and a half taller than any of his warriors. He was about 40 years of age and was said to possess Herculean strength, was broad across the shoulders, small at the waist, and so admirably formed that the Spaniards declared him altogether the finest looking Indian they had yet beheld. He was a perfect impersonation of the stoic of the woods, and paying but little attention to the Spanish cavaliers as they curveted on the steeds around him, so himself appeared with much dignity and grace. He arose and advanced 15 paces to receive him. So yeah, just saying, he was tall. He was real tall, and he was royalty. He came from the Caciques, like Kofatichikwe and a couple of other, you know, royal families at the time during antiquity, before antiquity and stuff like that. Yeah, so Chief Tuscaloosa, tall, and he fought Hernando de Soto. But why don't they tell you about this in school? Why don't they tell you who this is and, you know, Black Warrior and everything like that? Well, when you bring up Black Warrior Chief Tuscaloosa, they gonna tell you that he Choctaw. They gonna tell you that, but really, that's not founded on anything at all. His name does translate to Choctaw, but in Choctaw to Black Warrior, but we're gonna see later exactly why he was black. So this is a picture of basically where he was Obama at, essentially. South Carolina, Georgia, Alabama, Mississippi, Florida. So you know this to be, you know, this is like the SEC, Southeastern Conference for real. So yeah, so he was all over here and shit. Taki mushrooms. I can't curse, I forgot. So this is how they would depict Chief Tuscaloosa, man. Like this. This looked like Nightwolf on creatine. But this is what they'll tell you Chief Tuscaloosa looked like. Despite all the journals of De Soto, not you know, they don't say he looked anything like this. They don't mention anything like this. They don't say anything that he looked anything like this. But this is what they're gonna tell you he looked like anytime you hear about Chief Tuscaloosa. And then when you be like, was he black? When you ask the question, was Chief Tuscaloosa black? They're not gonna tell you anything, or they're gonna be like, no, most likely he wasn't black. But I'm gonna show you later that that's BS. So yeah, you got another painting right here. You look up the people who are depicting Chief Tuscaloosa, and you won't even be able to find who they are. You won't be able to find where they come from or nothing like that. Or you'll realize that they are part of the government. They was commissioned to make Chief Tuscaloosa look like that, and they had nothing more but what they sort of wrote about. Yeah, it's another picture of what they depict him like in that whole scenario. But again, it's not founded on anything true. It's not founded on anything that is actually real. This is them just pulling that out of their behind. Okay. Another picture. It's another one. All right, so you might be asking, like, was he black? Was he black, or is that just, that's cap? Well, according to sources on Choctaw, names with the Indians are not usually arbitrary and meaningless as with us. They are intended to be characteristic, being suggested by some incident, some family trait, or some fancy peculiarity of a child. All right, so it's highly unlikely that they just named him Chief Tuscaloosa, Black Warrior. He wasn't black. You also got to realize that during this time period, you had multiple different groups. Okay, a lot of people look at America as, it was only Native Americans here, it was only Indians. But if you look at any other country and how it's ran, how it's always been running, it's never just been one type of people there. You got multiple different types of people, with different languages and ethnic backgrounds, all types of things. You have Mongolians from the Northwest that came down here. They was living in Oregon and Alaska and all them places, and they eventually came down here. And some of them did cross, to the east of the Mississippi, and they would ban what the Muskegee. And the Muskegee came from Mexico, man. They came from, Mexico, South America, different places like that. They migrated north. All right, so you got to think about what the Mongolians was looking at when they came there. Basically, they came there after the fact. We know from the other video that I did that the Mongolians, like the Choctaw and some of the Creek and stuff like that, those names and stuff, they weren't originally us. They were actually assimilated into, what we was already doing and everything like that. So it's not like we was Indians. We was already over here for a long period of time. We had many different chiefdoms, and one of them chiefdoms, one of the biggest chiefdoms, was in Moundville, Alabama, which is right near Tuscaloosa, and that's where Chief Tuscaloosa, that was his main area of operation. That was like Washington D.C., during the late 1400s and the early 1500s. So I also wanted to touch on exactly where he was at and how your ancestors were building civilizations during antiquity and stuff like that. So basically, you got these things on the planet called ley lines, right? Not many people really talk about ley lines and the importance of ley lines, but all the civilizations know about ley lines. Ley lines are essentially points on the planet that have a lot of electromagnetic energy, or just energy in general. Okay, so you got, an abundance of food there, crops there are, agriculture is easy there. The climate is real nice there. It's just it's easy to build civilizations in these places because the energy is abundant. Also, the spiritual energy is very high in these places. That's why on these ley lines you see stone, pyramids and stone hinges and all types of stuff like that. So these ley lines correspond to these ancient sacred sites and everything. So Moundville is right near a ley line. You feel me? So another thing you got to realize too, that he was tall. He was tall, real tall. So he was on the ley line. That was his main place. It's a concentrated energy. So he was real tall. There's a lot of energy in that area in general. And there's many different ley lines all across the United States. You can look up and do your own history or your own study on that. But I got this picture of Nick Saban in here because, does he know something that we don't? You feel me? Does he know the bloodline that Chief Tuscaloosa came from? Because he over there in Alabama winning. And I don't remember Nick Saban winning championship after championship after championship until you got to Alabama. You feel me? So, like I said, you got concentrated energy, and energy can't be created. It can only be transformed. You know, it can't be destroyed. It can only be transformed. So that energy in the area is still being in use, and it's being used for football and stuff like that. You know, that's why the bloodlines down there are so big. You feel me? They're so big, and they're good at what they do. They're good at football and basketball and stuff like that. So unnaturally good, honestly. You'll also see that when you look him up, Chief Tuscaloosa, that he was a part of the Mississippian. He was a chief over the Mississippian culture during that time. You know, the Muskogee and stuff like that. So you look up any of these artifacts. One thing you'll see about Moundville artifacts is a lot of them got stolen, man. They got stolen by random people. Nobody knows who they got stolen from. And it's like pottery and stuff that got stolen, and some other things that got stolen, but some stuff did get returned. Another thing about Moundville as well is that it's said to be haunted. If you go up there in Moundville late at night, they say that it will teleport you back into the time period, so to speak. And I don't really doubt that superstition because, like I said, it is on the ley line. And but you might be wondering about the bones and everything. So the bones really, they're owned by Alabama University. So Alabama University owns the bones of Moundville and everything like that. And the Choctaw did ask for these bones back. They did ask for the bones back, but the bones, they weren't able to give them the bones because they weren't biologically identifiable with the Choctaw. And that's what I'm telling you with the complexities of the time periods. What I'm saying, that like you did have these Mongolians that did come down here and they joined us and stuff like that, and took some of our culture and everything, brought some of their culture with us and everything, combined everything. But biologically, you had differences still. You feel me? You had differences. We weren't race and group identified. We all was in non-dual awareness and stuff like that. So the University of Alabama didn't want to give the Choctaw any of the bones because they don't resemble them at all biologically. So I thought that was really interesting. But when you do look up the Moundville culture, you will see stuff that's all different, man. You'll see stuff like this with an afro. It's a real ugly afro, but you know, it's an afro. You'll see stuff like this where it just look cool and crazy, you know what I'm saying? I like his nose. He looked like the Green Goblin or something. You see weird stuff like this with the noodle arms. You know, he looked like that dude off of Super Jail. But you will see stuff like that. You'll see effigy pipes and everything like this. And you will see that sacred symbol, man. The sacred symbol with the hand and the eye. And I do want to talk about symbols and get more into the spirituality and stuff like that. Let me know if y'all are interested in me covering that aspect of things, because there's a lot to be said. You know, this war that we've been facing over the past couple 100 years, it hasn't just been a physical war. In fact, it's been more spiritual and mental than anything. So we did have our own technology and our own way of going about things and everything. That's why you see the hand with the eye on it. It's an ancient symbol. You also see it, which is a snake eating its own tail. It's an ancient symbol, man, symbol for eternity. So that's what our ancestors was on. And you'll see stuff like this, man. I don't know what it is, but it looked fire. I like the way it looked. So you see, you got all different types of things found in the Mississippian culture. It's not like it was just one people. You know, it's just like America, man. If America was to be gone tomorrow, and then some archaeologists was to find this place, you'll see all types of stuff, man. You'll see stuff that these businesses made. You'll see art. You'll see all types of things. But are we just gonna say that it was just one type of American and it was Caucasian? No, man. There's so many different types of people. All right, and another thing you got to realize too about Alabama is Alabama been having people for at least 13,000 years before any conquistador ever showed up. You feel me? So relatively speaking, that's when Hernando de Soto came in, I think he came in like 1540, something like that. When he came, that was nothing. That was like last week compared to how long the history of Alabama is. So you have to realize that there were giants here. Chief Tuscaloosa was an offshoot of that tribe, the Cofetiche. So people was here for a very, 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 very long time. It wasn't just the Choctaw that was here and everything. And that's another reason why Alabama University doesn't want to give the Choctaw the bones, because they know that the Choctaw weren't the first people here. So if you want to say that Chief Tuscaloosa was Choctaw, even though there's no evidence of him being that, other than that, his name means black warrior, and that's not even evidence either, because like I just said, it's unlikely that they just named him that for no reason. And there was different types of people here. It wasn't like it was just one type of people. So you got to realize that, man, the first Alabamians, they were here a long, long time ago. And wherever you at, man, you could be in Kentucky, you could be in wherever, man. People been there a very, very long time, man. So you got to keep that in mind when you searching history, man. Because they'll try to tell you that, ain't nobody been there but for a couple of thousand years and stuff like that. But archaeologists will find stuff a lot older than that. And if you asking if Chief Tuscaloosa was Choctaw or not, again, most likely not, considering that all the Choctaw, they weren't very tall at all. They were medium. So it was most likely the fact that Chief Tuscaloosa came from a tribe of bigger black folks. They said they was even captured black folks in the first source that we read. So you put all that together, you make of it what you make of it. But his name was Black Warrior. So yeah, that has been the video on Chief Tuscaloosa. Thank y'all for watching this video. Stick around. Appreciate all my new subscribers again.
Okay. So shout out to the brother from that area, obviously with the accent, and just kind of laying it out, giving a little more information as far as the description of the person, adding the fact that they found some bones down there, not his bones, obviously, I don't think, but they found some bones that they're saying are not connected to the Choctaw, and the other elements that he added to that. So I think that, and I've said this before in some of these spaces, because this is like a conversation that Art kind of got us into, that we need to have the authority to be able to not only dig these archaeological sites whenever these bones pop up, but control the sites and control what we find in those sites. Like, this is extremely important. And this is something that we are missing, because they are able to tell us whatever the hell they want to tell us. And essentially, we don't have any way to really dispute the information. Some of these artifacts, he talked about artifacts that came up missing, disappeared, whatever. Stuff like that happens on a fairly regular basis. The woman, I want to say her skull was Lapuz. I'm thinking it's either Argentina or Brazil. I can't remember off the top of my head, but her skull was found. They essentially started doing clay models of the skull, and they essentially had to admit that this is a more of an African features. And then the museum that the skull was in burned down. Initially, they said that everything was damaged, everything was lost in that fire, and then I don't know how much time frame had passed between where they said, "Oh no, that particular artifact was actually salvaged." But then when they do those 3D models, it always comes back as essentially an African. I'm trying to bring Miss Rella up here.
Hey, Professor down. He said he got kicked out of space.
Yeah, space is glitching. Okay, so that's yeah, space is getting glitchy now. Of course, we've been in here for a minute, so it's going to start glitching up. I tried to send Rella the co-host, but I don't know if she was getting it or not. So shout out to LaFormer. I know you had your...
I wasn't seeing it, but I know there's I know there. I don't want to I see people in here. I need to I kind of unblock so that they can stay in the space, because if I'm the co-host, they'll have to leave. So I'm just gonna unblock people, and that way people won't have to leave.
Okay, that's what's up. LaFormer, I know you wanted to speak. So you got it. I got your your fist, but when I go to your profile, it's not there. Sometimes that happens. I'm in spaces and people will throw me like a 100 or whatever, and when I go to their profile, I don't have the option on my side. I don't know why it's like that, but I did follow you back. And again, I don't know if you got a new account, but because I was like, well, why the hell am I not following? I know we've been following each other, so I don't know.
Brother, can you hear me?
Yeah, I got you now.
Yeah, I don't have a new account. It should probably, that's why when people try to tell me, this guy, Elon Musk is smart. I'm like, no, you can't even fix the bugs in Twitter.
Yeah.
You can't even fix the glitches on Twitter. Like, we're still dealing with that. But you know what? Peace and blessings to you, bro. Great space. I was going to ask you how the space started. You said art kind of got you here? If you want to give a little backdrop on that, how did that happen?
Yeah, because oh man, it's I'll try to do it quick. So there was a conversation about slave breeding earlier in the day, and just posting comments, and I came across it, and so I started, and those are like the first 4 posts in the jumbotron. So I kind of engaged with it, just adding information to it. And he kind of got into that and started commenting as he normally does. And then so I'm like, well, you know what, this is a pretty important topic. It's not really what I wanted to talk about, but it's so important that we need to talk about it. So I started it off talking about this slave breeding institution that was occurring all over the country during our enslavement. And when we played the video, they said even afterwards, prisons were involved. They use the word sex farms, breeding farms, but that is not necessarily the image, because excuse me, it wasn't simply a farm where our people were there and they were just having sex all the time, sex, popping out babies. It was an actual farm, like all plantations, where they had to work and labor uncompensated, brutal conditions. But also the women were impregnated with the goal of, producing offspring so that they could either work them or sell the offspring off. The daughters were sold into prostitution in many cases, or they were sold as breeders to other enslavers that wanted to produce more slaves. And so this was more like a system that was kind of spread across, and they said even in the North, not just the South. So it was spread across the whole system. And we talked about how our population in 1800 was roughly 1 million. 1810, they added 300,000 or so to that number. And then by 1860, we were at 4 million, and this is just in the enslaved population, not including the free persons of color. But if you do 3 times 5, that's 1.5. That gets you to 2.8. And so between 2.8 and 4 million, you would say, okay, well, that's 1.2 million. That seems a little low, or 4 million seems a little high. But if you calculate in the fact that every decade the population has actually increased, so the growth is going to increase proportionately, that by the time you got to 1840, 1850, you're now producing 500,000 or more potential births every year. And this could potentially be how they got to this 4 million number, including the addition of some indigenous peoples who were misclassified, paper genocide, or whatever term they want to use, into blackness because they were no longer attached to a tribe. Their tribe was decimated. Whatever the circumstances that produced that, there probably were some additions in that way as well, which we acknowledge that. But the other thing, which is really the very traumatic part of the conversation, was that the infant mortality rate was essentially 50%. In some places it was much higher, but that the infants would be stillborn. It said 350 out of 1,000, so that's 35%, and then another 15% wouldn't make it past their first year of life. So then it gets really interesting and or traumatic and really kind of sad and horrific, because in order to add 3 million to your population over 50 years, much like Roe v. Wade, you would have to have produced likely 8 million actual births. Half of those would have perished, unfortunately. And then you would have had your natural deaths, and some so not so natural, unfortunately, because of the fact that these people could just kill us at will. And I didn't even talk about the revolts and rebellions that may have occurred in other situations that would have led to, untimely deaths, as well as, some runaways that may have actually escaped and self-emancipated themselves. So there's a lot of factors that go into it, but I just don't see how his argument was way on the side of, it's basically impossible to have grown our population in that period of time from 1 million to 4 million. And so the only logical explanation in his mind is that they just absorbed a bunch of natives into our population, and it would have had to have been millions based on the way he was approaching it. And that seems a little far-fetched for me. I could see a percentage, whatever the number is, I can acknowledge that. I just don't see how these people in this story that we just shared was from the 1500s. They had essentially been exterminating these people off the land for centuries up until this point. Before the United States was created, after the United States was created, there were endless wars against these people. Everywhere they wanted to go, everywhere they went, they were exterminating them or pushing them off the land. And so it doesn't make sense that they would allow millions of them to be paper genocided or miscategorized into an enslavement population in very, very high numbers. To me, that is where he kind of loses me on that argument.
Shit. Well, I know one thing for sure is that, and thank you for the backdrop. Now, with that preface with the title of the room, was that what he was responding to, or is that just art being art and having a whole other topic? Was that preface to the title of the room, or was it something different?
No, because so the title of the room you know, I usually create these titles midweek, and I had already pre-created this title, but like again, because I was in that conversation, I felt like it was something that we needed to talk about. We definitely need to talk about this slave breeding. Different people gave their different perspectives. In terms of the title of the space, I've said this multiple times. I see in Black political movements, doesn't matter what movement it is, Republican, Democrat, whatever, people who say they're revolutionary, gun clubs, you name it. To me, all I see is attempts to finesse the system, cheat the system, finesse. That's essentially what it is, finessing the system, and possibly at the same time find a more comfortable position underneath or within the system. But I don't see any real desire to actually defeat the system, to take over the system, to be revolutionary in our actions or thoughts, in our approaches, to no longer being underneath the system, but having real power and authority. And in my opinion, that should be over the system as much as we possibly can, but definitely not just trying to get more comfortable. It's like we're on a prison bus to hell. We can feel the flames. We can see the lava. We know the bridge is out up ahead, and people are trying to find a better seat on this bus instead of like, hold up, why don't we get off the fucking bus? Go in the opposite direction and actually try to improve our situation. So that's really what the title is about.
Thank you for that, brother. And I always tell everybody too, the only way we got free was through an act of war, right? Like when they went to war, that's when they decided the Negro is going to be free. We got Special Field Order 15 after fighting, and then they come and assassinate the president, and then take it back, and everybody acts as if that's not treason. So the fact that they can sit back and go ahead and make it seem like everything is okay, and the soldiers that you just had that helped secure the victory for the Constitution, because we know that they were coming to destroy it. Now all of a sudden they don't have no type of standing with you, and they're relegated back to a in-between position to go ahead and say, you're going to be whatever we think you want to be. We want to make you this, okay, but you need civil rights, civil rights. You need voter rights. You need all these things. I thought we were American. What other group of Americans needs these rights? What other group of Americans need to have rights that's written from Congress? I thought that all vestiges of slavery was supposed to be removed. So if we're still in the war, right, if we're still having to fight the Confederates, right, then we need to preface ourselves in that mindset that our ancestors had to, whereas if you lose this battle, not necessarily just a war, but if you lose this battle, you're going to go ahead and they're going to put you back. And everything in this system that we're looking at is pointing to making the American Negro people be seen as a body that you can see hanging in the street and no one has to give a fuck. And I don't know why a lot of people don't see the writing on the wall, but changing your name from FBA to ADOS to Black American to Negro, that's not going to change anything to make you have to sit back and say, these people are here to take away that which our ancestors fought for. That's not going to make them see you different. You want to say you're indigenous and you have a right? Well, you got people who want to take your rights. And I think that that's sometimes the reality that we're not talking about, that we're dealing with the people who literally are deciding, I want to take your rights. Mm-hmm. Now, what are you going to do about it?
You
Don't believe me? Tulsa, Oklahoma. We had the right to move there and build it up. But they took that. So they took the right that we had to do it, and they don't care about that. And there was no court proceeding. There is no restitution for the victims. And if you want it back, they say, come get it. Mm. So in our minds, have we not decided that the time that they thought about stealing from our ancestors was worthy of taking back? Or are we seeing the consequences of doing it and then thinking about that as to stop the action of doing it? Because there's no government coming to do it. Supreme Court said no. So do we say that we're colonized? Do we say that we're still the slave? And if we are, where's the slave revolt? Peace, power, Negro reparations. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I guess we need to start reading that book, Brother Black, American Negro Slave Revolts, to see what our ancestors did. So hopefully it can muster some genetic information coding to make us be programmed properly in the state that we're in right now.
Oh, absolutely. So we did a space on. There's a website. I'll try to find that post, but they kind of documented many of the revolts. They type up, not reprint the actual advertisement in the newspapers, but they basically retype what was printed in the newspapers and many of the revolts. And I'm gonna say it's from like the 1700s. And in the graph where they separate these dates and what happened and what the purpose was, it says create a black state multiple times. So and again, I don't have no connection to those people. The site was likely out before I ever did anything, and I'm not sure if it was out before Black American Homeland did his thing, because his thing has been out much longer than what I put out. But to find those words in that order, create a black state, written multiple times, and they describe how they wanted to capture territory and establish an independent sovereign entity is really profound, in my opinion. And often when we talk about what happened, in my estimation, it was after the civil rights movement, after the Black liberation movement, Black American politics became established. And Jesse Jackson is the person who was the face of it. And it never, ever returned to a real radical footing. Um, it became a thing where even the radical folks, of which there's probably a few dozen, figured out they could earn a living speaking about radical Black American politics, and some of that was cloaked in Pan-Africanism, but nothing ever really radical came out of it. It just was a lot of lecture series, possibly selling books, possibly selling cassette tapes, whatever they were doing at that time. And some of the videos that I've seen, very powerful. I mean, the information is off the charts. Like, these guys are Mensa, like high level, high IQ, extremely intelligent. They were doing analysis on reading actual physical newspapers from all over the country and all over the world, as a matter of fact, and just gathering information and giving it to the people. But again, it was much like what X is in many ways, a lot of conversation and not a whole lot of action behind it, unfortunately. Because we are where we are, and things are what they have turned out to be. It kind of reminds me of Chuck D. Chuck D and Public Enemy had some of the most revolutionary radical music that has ever been made in my opinion in Black American history. However, that's their stage personality. That's the characters that they played, and it's seemingly in real life they're like 180 degrees completely the opposite of that. And it's disappointing. It's sad. It's depressing for me. But yeah, I mean, it seems like more and more the Black establishment politics is designed for some type of entertainment value versus actual revolutionary politics. When I wrote the book and I went to Detroit, to the Narcan Cobra National Convention thing, whatever. Mr. Conyers was there. Farrakhan was at another location. And it was like, I was kind of in awe. I was like, oh wow, this is amazing. This is great. Seeing Black people together, they're very friendly, yada yada yada, great speeches. But ultimately, it's like, if it's vibes, it feels good. Nothing comes out of it. Go to DC. The brother Malik Zulu Shabazz, who says that he was right hand man of Khalid Muhammad, and I don't deny that. I believe he was. Very intelligent lawyer, extremely intelligent Black man. We had the whole thing at the National Press Club, and a senator was there. Matter of fact, I think it was the same, not a senator, but a U.S. rep. It was the same U.S. rep that was at Talent's Save the Negro event. This exact, because when I met him, I said, "Oh man, you were at this thing." He's like, "Yeah." Okay, so yeah, it was the same exact guy. He spoke there. Dr. Leonard Jeffries was there. He spoke. The brother who wears the slave costume with the chains on, who was at the Tariq rally, he was there. This is in 2019, and a few others. And then after that, they wanted to go and do a protest rally in front of Mitch McConnell's house to make it on the whatever 5 o'clock news or whatever it was. So it's, and I'm saying this to say, that was 5 years ago, 6 years ago, whatever it was. And nothing has really happened. Nothing radical, revolutionary has happened at all. Very little has happened politically in the establishment way in which we seem to want to move. At this pace, we'll be replaced, gentrified, homeless, nationless, and wondering how it all happened before something ever really significant happens. And that's kind of like a problem for me,
Hey, Brother Black, if I may.
Yeah.
Is it because when we transferred from the colonies, we were still relegated to a slave position in the land of the free, home of the brave, one nation under God? We literally were relegated back to the same chattel position as we were with the British. So when we became the American, our position was American slave before they Negro slave, before they recognized it as an American Negro. And it took, again, an act of war to make the Negro free in America. So this is to let you know the type of mindset that they already operate in, and that they have to go to a war before they consider thinking about things that are necessary for the Negro to have to be fully American. And that is dangerous, because that then tells us unless we're ready to go to war, we might want to consider ourselves to be ready for the plantation or for another nation, an exodus. Because to be honest, the other choices are futile within their ranks.
Exodus.
I mean, if you would have told us that after the American Revolution, with all of the services we did to those carpetbaggers and Europeans against the loyalists and the crown of England, we would have been like, shit, they probably was promising us freedom. That's probably why we were fighting so hard, and look what happened. They reneged on their offer. They became the Civil War, promising us freedom. Then what happened? When they actually held to it, the other president got assassinated. They said, shit, we don't need no more white folk to die for no Negroes now, do we? Let's come together, get your land back, call fair, square, even, Steven, and let's just call it, we're gonna fix this thing. Meanwhile, there's been a rift between them, and the Negroes been kind of monkey in the middle, and every time we need to show how American we are, we need Congress to do something. I mean, we ain't American, man. And that's why I go so hard to say, if we don't got everything Special Field Order 15 says, we are not American. And we're in this interregnum status. where we're not American, but we're waiting to go ahead and be American. So that's why the image of American sounds good, but when you stack it up against the facts of everybody in America, even the immigrant that just got here, and look at how American they're able to be and we're not, I think we have to have a reality check. And I think, like many times, this room and many others, but not too many, this room is specifically, I know ever since a Christmas 2 years ago, has been a beacon on the hill. So definitely keep it going, brother, and praise God and God bless you.
Mm. Yeah, God bless you. God bless you as well. You got it.
Hey, Black. Shout out to the room. Black Majority, Black American Homeland. How are you? Now I see it now. I didn't see it earlier.
Okay.
I'm doing great, Rella. How you doing, Rella?
I'm doing good. Shout out to IGZ. If you don't have your merch, get your merch. We actually went live. I missed you guys. We got a lot of work done. Nice. There's more to come. I can't wait to show and prove our projects. IGZ is kind of a little ahead of me, and I'm so proud of him. If you don't have your merch, please make sure you go and support the brother. He is talented. So, with that being said, the next time we actually go live, I hope to have more of you all join us so you can get your e-commerce started, get you on your journey of developing your own brand for your families. All right. La Farmer said a lot. Shout out to you, brother. Much love always. Kiss and hug the babies for me. And tell wifey I said hello. I want to put it out there and say that we actually are more American than the immigrants and the founding fathers. I believe the conditions in which they even developed the Constitution was surrounding the slave and the work of what slaves at the time had done and prior to. Also, historically, it is written and proven that our legendary ancestors like Frederick Douglass, and he wasn't the only one, did participate in politics and help to draft what we see and know as the Constitution and Bill of Rights. And so when we look at these things and we look at what's been done, we're always fighting against the immigrants. We're always fighting against the people who come to plunder this particular part of the world. And I mean, they're doing it all over the world, but I'm saying for what we see, because we are here, there is no other land mass that we can essentially go to in 2024 that legally has us written into documentation. Because you all know, as regimes change, constitutions, laws change across people's continents and countries. So for ourselves, other people come here and they essentially get involved in politics to control us, to control what it looks like, to make sure that we don't get what we need, because the moment we do get into positions of power, we can essentially put them out. And we're constantly are under siege. When you look at who is jumping in and out of offices, people who actually do go and vote, the strategic power of redlining and rezoning communities is for power. They're not doing that for our benefit. They're doing that to keep the power from us. We are spread out so much across this country. High populations of us are only centered in particular places. We're not all over the country, in high numbers. They made sure genocide was a huge thing. And we don't even have our full count of our population. We speculate a lot based on maybe numbers that we've seen and the likes, but at the end of the day, if you don't have any power, or if you don't get into power, then you'll never be able to repair yourself. And I believe that's what we are demanding. We're saying we want other people to do it, but the people we want to do it is ourselves. And we will not be able to do that if we do not capture what it is to have power. Because I'm not going nowhere else. There's nowhere else would I want to go and be the odd man out. Because we are doing that already. I'd rather work to build a collective here and figure out how to get into positions of authority and power so that we can get our repair. And if you look at what's going on right now, the immigrants are fighting with each other. Somalians captured a state. You have the Indians, the Eastern Burman Indians, they're trying to capture a couple of states. They're in government and at high record numbers. They're even trying to capture Canada. So when you look at we focus on the president a lot, but when you look at the cabinet and the administration, no one talks about who these people are. Where did they come from? Who were their families? And it's so funny, a few days ago, it's crazy that you're having this space. A few days ago, my spirit was looking at the fact that these states were all named after native lands, native tribes, who had Negro people in it.
Yeah.
So that's why I embrace all of history. I embrace all of the workings of information, what it means to be, and why people were called freedmen, why the Negro name is in its lexicon, why birth certificates are only recognized on the state level. Why is it that these things that we seem to come up against are happening? It's all written, but the people who keep trying to erase and control the narrative are immigrants. They're people from other lands. And that is true. I'll land.
Okay.
Sister Willa, thank you for that. And I agree. We are the moral compass of this country. We are that which is the American in truth. We're the workhorse. We're the mule. We're the spirit. Right. We're the true authority of it. But again, you just mentioned something, even in the conversation. You said Somalians captured Minnesota, correct?
Ooh,
there's the Indians. They've been capturing New Jersey and other states like that for some time now, a long time. They captured those states.
Arabs in Detroit area.
Are you understanding that you're speaking almost like a military tactic when you say they captured it or they seized it and they took power? They took the reins of power, and they were allowed to do that. There was no war. There was no battle. There was no this is separating America. There was no outcry that this isn't American. They're having a state for themselves. Hell, they even changed the fucking flag in America, and there's no outcry. We waved the flag of America in our fight, and there was outcry. There was protest. There was an assassination of a president. What does that mean? That means that everybody else is allowed in America to have, but we are not. So what does that mean? Are we ready to seize or take a town or take a state? Because clearly somebody from Somalia, Africa, which they taught us is a third world, second world country, and some spaces are first world. But my point is that they sell Africa being so low that their people have been able to come here and collectively come together to take over a state. Now it's the Midwest, it's Minnesota. How many folks really live in Minnesota that's Negroes? I mean, not that many, but there is some. There is some. And to the degree that of the conversation that they again are allowed to take over a state.
It's crazy.
And we are not.
It's crazy.
It shows to the proof that again they're allowed to be more American to the system and to the structure of America. They are allowed to go into legislature. They're allowed to go in and campaign. When we go in campaign, we got APAC. APAC ain't sending no messages out to unseat the people of Minnesota for changing the state flag. NAACP or the Second Amendment or NRA, they never went over there and said Somalia is full of gang culture and they have guns and illegal guns and issues. So we need to make sure that Minnesota does not become a little pirate town. You don't see any articles like that because they took it. And one thing that I noticed is that power respects power. So when they see us, my question to you is, do they see power? And is that power able to be seen by our own people to be reciprocated?
I think they do. To answer that question, I think they do. I think they want to keep it out of our hands because, like you said, we are the moral compass. And if you were to ask someone, I do believe that we also are the moral compass of the world because other nations look to the United States. And if you look at the influence all the way down to music, to culture, to the essence of just us being a people, we influence other nations. But when you talk about Minnesota, you have to remember there was someone in the position of government named Ilhan, and she made a deal with AIPAC. She was able to win her seat because she actually made a deal with AIPAC. And they funded her. So if you're making deals because you are in proximity or in a position and you have a population of people that will vote you in office to get you into proximity with people who will put money behind you as long as you're willing to do their bidding, you can get things done. But how long will it be until her people realize that she's going to have to, they're going to come calling for that deal that she made. And there will have to be a sacrifice because, come on, we all know how that works. So at the end of the day, when you say, well, are we ready to take a state? Yes, I do believe we're ready to take a state. I don't think without a question in the knowledge and the way that we are unfolding information today that we wouldn't. I believe that both governments know that, both parties, and people in government know that, and that to me would prove that there is a wage or a siege of war that's continuously pressed against us to keep us from having the ability to have high populations like the Somalians are able to do in this country. And that's just not them. It's other groups of people. As long as you speak the genocidal language, then you will get what you need. I mean, we can look to see how the behaviors of Republicans and Democrats alike, when they're melanated or Black American, how they want you to ignore the needs of our people while simultaneously adhering to the needs of others that are calling for help. I mean, it's the same thing, and I know people hate to hear this, but if somebody can say, hey, I want you to ignore us while we plunder and genocide a whole bunch of people out in real time, yeah, that looks just like what happened in Israel and Gaza. That's nothing new in what happened here. If you can get enough people in the right positions to say, we're going to turn a blind eye. Military, Homeland Security, the FBI, and all of the other government resources that our government has, and we're going to ignore these things while they happen, you got to have a powerful force behind that. And that goes without saying, the people who come here, they align themselves with that because it is a benefit. So, I mean, I guess that's something we're going to have to really talk about.
Okay, we got a couple hands. Go ahead, you go, and then we'll get President.
Yes, ma'am, I agree. That's all, brother.
Okay, gotcha. So we'll go Sean, and then we'll go Art, and then I'm going to let's get Black American Homelands bookend, because this is a really important conversation, and it really centers in on what you were just talking about. which is why it's so important for us to get to power, and the level of power that we absolutely can get to that's unmistakable and irrefutable power in this country, just using the system as it's designed, and maintaining and sustaining ourselves in terms of our black majority in these particular states. So Sean, then Art, then we'll play chapter 9 and chapter 10 from Black American Homeland's book. And then after that, I want to do the RFK debate where he responds to what Trump and Biden said. And there is the black question that comes up and towards the, and this is towards the latter part of the debate, but they give insightful answers as to where the political power structure thinks about black people, black Americans, even though they're probably using the term black people a lot. So it'll be a good segue between each. But you got it, Sean.
Good evening. Probably early morning for some of y'all.
Yeah.
Hope everybody's well, in good spirits.
Yes, sir.
Just listening in. I just want to chime in on the conversation. I was here earlier. I had to dip out. It's pretty heavy stuff, man. Talking about the breeding farms and stuff.
Very, very.
Now we're talking about. I wanted to mention with the Somalians. People got to understand when you said they're being allowed. Of course, they're being allowed, but we don't want that to read as an excuse for us to not do what we need to do. All those groups are being allowed. I think this is CIA backed. I think for what the Somalis in their case, if you sit and talk to some Somalis, there was a civil war and they got kicked out, and a portion of that country was turned into Somaliland, and they want that back. And I think it's in the vested interest of the federal government to help them get that back. And people don't understand that they got kicked out of that land. They're here now. They I can never say her name right. Y'all know what I'm talking about. Her tribe, her people are the ones that lost that strife and got kicked out of the country. And they came here. Now they're gaining power on the state level. They don't have the state yet, but they're fast approaching. They're taking the right steps to get there with the assistance of the duopoly and the federal government. We can't never deny that. Their hand is in it as well. Or let's say their hidden hand. It's not as surface or simple as people think. These people are being backed. And I believe because if they get state authority, that's like having your own country, which will be far more powerful than what they lost. So that way they can control the Horn of Africa. They're in a position to negotiate and do deals and make threats with the backing of the U.S. military. So that's a far more powerful position. And it's in the best interest of the military, the U.S., to have them control. Because you got to think, it's good, right? The face of oppression in the Horn of Africa will be other Somalians. We can't really point to the U.S. government. So that's like a scapegoat for them. It's like a win-win for them. So I think that's why they're orchestrating and letting it happen. Now, when we go forward and try to do it, of course, we're going to get more resistance because this is our land. This is our birthright. They know that. They study us. They put trillions of dollars into studying everything we do. They know us better than we know ourselves, unfortunately. So we have to deal with that reality. But again, I don't want it to read as an excuse that they're letting them do that. We must gain state authority because if we don't, time's running out. There's only a window of opportunity to do this because they're flooding us with immigrants. Then we have to deal with the melanated immigrants that look like us. That too many of our people are too far, don't understand the threat that poses because we're such a loving people. A lot of us are caught up in Pan-Africanism. We don't know how diabolically stupid that is to allow people to look like us to speak for us and believe that they'll have our best interests. Now, there's some writers amongst those groups, of course. So we deal with those and we treat them and hold them in high esteem as long as they, rocking with us the way we will rock with them. You know what I'm saying? No hate there. But as a group, we have no friends, like Dr. John Henry Clark said. We don't have any friends as a group, so we have to act like that. But individuals, of course, yeah. We can utilize individuals and we can have a win-win relationship with them. But we need to get to, like Black always says, we have to start getting to a position where we can deal government to government. Like we can go to these other countries and broker deals and for trade and resources on a government level. We don't need no more pen pals. Like I, as an individual, if I own a company, setting up a relationship with somebody across the seas, that's just a pen pal relationship. It doesn't have too much significance. That's why it has to be at a government to government level, which is state. I think the main thing is a lot of our people are ignorant about the power of the state, unleashing the power of the state. All right. I believe the power of the state is going to be the secret weapon that helps us get our reparations. And there's anybody that thinks strategically and understands how government works and understands state versus federal will understand that. And it's so funny that they're moving to strip away the powers of the federal government. A lot of our people are fearful of that. And I understand why they would be, but if they understood that we had control of the states, then that would be in our best interest to strip away more of the power of the federal government, because the federal government would become a hindrance to us. But alas, but what I want to say is, a lot of times our people, I get very disheartened, our people feel like they don't have any stake in this country. Maybe it's because they're just fatigued from all the anti-black American vitriol and racism we receive. And it seems like more and more, the deeper you dig, the more mechanisms you see those used against our people that are still being used to this day, although it might be a 2.0 version of it, how it evolved. And that can be tiring and draining. That's why you got to get amongst people that are actually thinking in the right direction and taking steps in the right direction. You just got to tap in. When I hear people talk and be discouraged, I understand they're not really tapped in. At a certain point, talking has to stop. You have to start doing action, right? Because you can get fatigued from talking too much and thinking too much. You get what they call analysis paralysis. So you got to kind of go out there and jump out there and do something, make something shape. That's why I can't wait till I touch ground in Delaware and get started. Whether that win or lose, as long as I know I'm out there putting in the work, my soul will be, I guess, at peace. Because my ex-wife told me, man, you're obsessed with white supremacy. I'm not obsessed with white supremacy. I'm obsessed with black empowerment. You don't recognize the difference. I just talk about white supremacy because I understand it's a game of chess. You got to know the moves your opponent's making so you can make your moves. But she never got that. And then it dawned on me, you can't fix a problem unless you're obsessed with it. Anybody that solved any problems didn't do it casually. They rolled up their sleeves and they went all the way in. And that's the way I am. And I'm glad I'm around a group of individuals that can show me the right path, because I would have did some crazy shit, man. I was on the verge of doing some crazy shit. So I appreciate you guys in this room. I appreciate my network or my team or my peoples, what we're doing. I already know in my heart of hearts that this is just our destiny, man. This ain't talk for me. I know it's going to happen. I know sometimes I get frustrated because I feel like there's no movement, but that's because I'm not looking at the bigger picture. You know what I'm saying? I'm just seeing the day to day, but you got to take a step back and see the trend and how things are moving. And I understand that when we put in work, we're going to make stuff shape. I think this shit is ordained. It's our destiny. And I have every confidence in the world that we're going to get it done. I believe before I transition from this earth, I think we're going to take 2 or 3 states. I really do. I really do. And I'll land.
That's what's up. That's what's up. That's what's up. Yeah, one will definitely produce at least a second one. Hopefully within my lifetime. And then, at that point, when people can actually see everything and really, it's no longer just a conversation. They can visit, they can check it out. I don't think anything will stop us. Like, once we have that momentum, I don't think anything will stop us. They'll just want to know, like, where do we need to go? Where do I need to go? Where does my family need to go? And the interesting thing about these people, when I say these people, the others, the people who are in power today, they really don't move in a way where they're going to stop, disrupt, or prevent something from happening. They've always sat back and kind of watched what we were doing, watched what we were going to do, allowed us to, build whatever it was that we were going to build. And then slowly over time, they kind of nip away at it and try to chisel, take a little piece here, little piece there. And then, it's just like this long, slow process over several generations is usually how they work and operate and move. So when you get to the state authority and you have the federal authority, and then again, you have global authority, it puts you in a position to where that won't necessarily work. Again, as long as we maintain our population and maintain our majority status, there's really nothing that they can do. And I'm of the, like, I like the Delaware plan. I'll call it the Delaware plan, where they built just enough housing to sustain the population that they had. And it created a situation where not a lot of people could move in all at once. So I think that's really, really smart. I don't know how much housing is available in all the other states like Mississippi, Arkansas, whatever. But my gut says that it's a similar situation where there's a lot of land, there's a few cities, like Mississippi. Jackson is the main city, and I think there's like 80,000 people in that city. So all the other towns are relatively smaller populations, and so I think Delaware and Mississippi are almost identical. Someone told me Delaware is the Mississippi of the East Coast, and I believe it to a certain extent. It's just not as hot, obviously, but the other states, it's going to be one of those things where you kind of got to figure it out. Because I haven't really done deep dives on the other states because the numbers are so much higher, and I think having Delaware and Mississippi will help those.
Dr. Robotnik, you're Dr. Robotnik right now.
Okay, all right, that's cool. I'll pop in, pop out. Art, you got it. Do they know how frustrating it is to constantly be going in this fucking matrix every fucking time I want to speak? Every time we have these spaces, it's really sucks.
Revolutionary.
God damn it.
We don't have like revolutionary thought. And my thought to that is, yeah, we have participatory thought. As long as we have participatory thought, it leaves very little room for revolutionary thought. I don't know if people are aware of that. You can't you either want to be liberated or you want to participate. Like, you know what I mean? Liberate or participate. You gotta kind of. There's never been a people who liberated through participation. If you can show me those people, I would love to see them. But I've never seen that happen. And then it reminds me of something that LaFarmer had said. He says that we're the moral compass. And it was funny because when I was talking to you earlier, and you said that the Indians were like a meek people that could easily be taken over by these people, it reminds me of the moral compass thing here. Are we the moral compass? Because morality is not legality. Slavery was legal. The Holocaust was legal. Morality is not legality. And so these people didn't get the country being moral. They might have acted like they were moral, but it's not how they got the country. It's not how anybody gets power through morality. I don't remember. Show me where morality achieved somebody a country or achieved anybody anything when it comes to power. I don't think people are aware that power is not gotten through morality. From Genghis Khan to Shaka Zulu to anybody you can name off, there's no morality in power. So we have to, if we're going to be the moral participants, I mean, that's a role. There's nothing wrong with it. But don't conflate that with liberation, because I don't think you can have a premise of why you're being liberated, and that can have some moral value. But how you actually get your liberation starts to strip away some of that moral value. With that being said, I posted a map in the Jumbotron. The green is Black Americans. All the rest of the map it's not Black Americans. I don't, and to give you another thing, because somebody mentioned Somalis, there are 100,000, maybe, give or take, plus or minus. In contrast, Minnesota's 5.7 million. Somalis aren't taking over anything anytime soon. Not being 157th of the population. And so when you look at this map, and we're trying to be strategic here, and somebody mentioned we have no allies, so it's just the green for us. How do we expect to even take over, even from a strategic standpoint? I don't see how you can take over a particular situation. And that's if they even allow mass migration. And I'll end with a thought here. Goals are dreams with deadlines. All right, I'll repeat that. Goals are dreams with deadlines. Seems like we have a lot of dreams, but no deadlines. So I would like to hear some deadlines on this, like not some like vague deadline, but an actual deadline. We're gonna do this by this time. We're gonna have this by 2027 or 2026, whatever the case may be, and see if it's practical or see if it can actually work within the confines of the time that everybody's saying that we're being genocided. Because if we're being genocided, we're on a timeline. So where's the deadlines across that timeline? And I don't think we do that enough, and that's where some of the stuff becomes vague and almost religious-like. And I'll end it there.
Hey, Black. I just want to respond to that. Actually, I do have a deadline. Actually, I call it's a prediction. For example, Mississippi. I predict Mississippi to become supermajority Black by 2036. Louisiana supermajority Black by 2036, and that includes Georgia and South Carolina. North Carolina and Alabama, I predict those states to be supermajority Black by 2040. Arkansas supermajority Black by 2044, and Tennessee supermajority Black by 2048. And states like Delaware, Virginia, Maryland, and Florida, those four states also have a possibility to be supermajority Black, but I just put a question mark behind those states. Mm-hmm. So that's the deadline, if you want a deadline.
Population growth in the last 10 years in Mississippi is negative 1%. Just in the last decade. Just to throw it out there.
Okay, I get to respond now. Okay, so shout out to Miss Rella, because when she was speaking about the Somalis in Minnesota, for those who are in the space regularly and understand this conversation, she's talking about them taking over Black Americans in Minnesota, specifically taking over our population. They've essentially displaced us in the business district, as we are told by native Minnesotans. They're certainly replacing us in the government and at the state level, county level, city, whatever, all levels of governance where they can get in. They're being elected in positions of authority. The U.S. rep is a Somali. So they are absolutely replacing Black Americans in the state of Minnesota. There are more foreigners in the state of Minnesota than there are Black Americans in the state of Minnesota. So it is a demographic shift, and we're the people who are suffering, regardless of the majority white population that is in the state of Minnesota. In terms of the indigenous population, I never said that they were, I think the term you used was weak. Never said they was weak. Earlier in the space, I was very, very clear. Weak, meek, M-E-E-K. Same thing. Doesn't really make that much of a difference, because it's a miscategorization of what I actually stated earlier in the space when I said that these Spaniards, these conquerors who had practiced war as a sport for centuries, if not millennia, prior to arriving in the New World. I'm going to read some death counts from some of these European wars so that we get an understanding of what was actually going on in Europe. Um, so it's not a matter of how strong a population is. That's irrelevant. When you're dealing with a group of people who do not respect life, who have no morality, all they know is death and blood and slaughter and rape. Your level of strength is irrelevant in that equation, especially when they have superior weaponry, which they did.
In which they still do.
The Mediterranean War in 1470 to 1574. That's 104 years, 900,000 to 1 million deaths. Italian wars. These wars are happening simultaneously if you pay attention to some of the dates. The Italian wars from 1494 to 1559, that's almost a 60-year war, 300 to 400,000 deaths. Spanish conquest of New Granada, 1499 to 1540, estimates are 5 to 8 million deaths. These are all happening simultaneously. The Spanish conquest of Mexico, 1519 to 1530. Now look at the difference in the time. That's a 10-year span. They're estimating 8 to 10 million deaths in Mexico. Why? Because the indigenous population had never faced this level of warfare. And so they were able to slaughter them at will because they had never faced that type of warfare before. The people in Europe who had faced that type of warfare, at least it's taken them 60 years, 100 years to approach those type of numbers. It's important to understand the reality of the situation. The Spanish conquest of Yucatan, 1519 and 1595, 1.5 million deaths. Spanish conquest of Nicaragua, 1522 to 1536, over 75,000 deaths. The Spanish conquest of the Inca Empire, 1533 to 1572, 8,400,000 deaths. And it goes on and on and on. 200,000 deaths, 100,000 deaths, 125,000 deaths, 2 million to 4 million deaths, 600,000 to 700,000 deaths, 100,000 deaths, 100,000 deaths. I'm not gonna include the Asians because the Asian numbers are off the fucking charts. Them Chinese, man, dear God. If America was smart, they would figure out a way to get those Chinese fighting each other again because they kill 20 plus million at a time. Austria and Spain, 4 million to 12 million deaths, 1618 to 1648. This is approaching America's Civil War. Franco-Spanish War, 200,000. War of Three Kingdoms, 876,000. In other words, it's endless wars on this European continent that go on and on and on, and they're happening simultaneously, meaning like they're like the professional NBA athletes literally going up against a bunch of fucking pickup people that they just met off the fucking streets that they've played basketball before, but they don't know what the fuck they're doing, to be quite honest. And that's exactly what happened when these professional military arsenals showed up with indigenous cultures that had never faced that level of butchery before. These people bathed in blood. So it doesn't matter how meek, strong, or whatever they are, it's irrelevant. to that conversation.
No, I think it is
really
kind of
want to
relevant.
make it. I want to make it
How
clear.
is it?
It's
How's it
irrelevant.
any different here?
It's irrelevant. It's irrelevant because
Don't they
the
still
people
have
here.
nuclear bombs and shit now? Like, what's the difference?
Well, Brother Brat was saying, the difference I would assume is that if you're not willing to get as violent and deadly as they are,
there you go.
Then you're not going to be respected. They're not going to nuke a town. They didn't need to do that. They literally was, and this is what we talked about before, Brother Black State. I told them when they wrote Special Field Order 15, they respected us because they seen how great we are at coming together to kill. They had never seen that before. They had never seen us come together in military formation, put our uniform on, and actually get the job done. They never had seen that, not from the Negro. You know what I'm saying? They ain't never seen that yet. That was some low key new to them.
I know this dude likes to play
so
Mr. Oblivious.
That was everything they needed to see.
He liked to play Mr. Oblivious
show them
as much as you can.
Serious about our freedom.
But bro, come on, bro. You sound like a moron a little.
When they seen that we came off the plantation, slave shackles, some of us couldn't even read. But we knew when we went to training how to get that musket and put that thing where it needed to be. And we became some of the most proficient snipers and sharpshooters, long shooters, better than our enemy. Now, how does that happen? What happened? Well, what happened was we was able to say our freedom was worth the ultimatum. And the ultimatum was back on the plantation. And I think when we had the real plantation, not the hyperbolic one we consider our plantation. Oh man, I gotta go back to the plantation until I can. No, the real plantation. The can't see morning, the can't see night. You don't own shit to come rape you and your wife. That type of plantation. Shit, when you told us that we had a stint of freedom with a gun and could keep it, yeah, that's what it was about. And see, that's all this country knows. When they took it from the crown of England, they didn't go up to parliamentary and have votes and say we want to be on the Whig Party. They went to war with them. And I think the reality is that we're trying to look for a non-war option, but we say politics is war without bloodshed.
Exactly.
So it's kind of like we're facing this false dichotomy of reality. Like, okay, look, if it's supposed to be a game at 6, let's get the game on. Because you can't pregame for fucking 5 hours because the game ain't even that long. Eventually, you got to get to the game. And the game is going to be played, whether the team on the other end want to come out and play it or not. The only difference is that the jersey you're putting on might not necessarily be the jersey you thought was going to be necessary for this game. It's the all-star game. So the jersey you wear is irrelevant because the helmet is going to make the difference. And what's that helmet? The helmet can be many things. It could be righteousness, salvation, but liberation and freedom is definitely what I would put on the left and the right side of my helmet. Liberation and freedom. Because the two cannot be attained without one and the other. You can't be free unless you're liberated, and you can't be liberated until you become free. And this is why they say in order to free yourself, you must first free your mind. Because again, this fatigue that the brother just mentioned is true. And this is written in scripture. It says the enemy comes to wear out the saints. The saints are the soldiers. Another word for soldier. And it is time for the righteous saints to do what they're supposed to do. Because all evil needs is for good men to do nothing. And a lot of evil is in politics. So if you're thinking that that's the something that's going to get it done, I would say that you need a lot more evil than you do good in order to win those type of battles. But that's Jamal Bowman. He understands that battle quite well. Not an evil man, good man. People love them. Ask Cynthia McKinney, not an evil woman as well. Righteous woman, good woman. But go ahead and ask them. It wasn't their own Congress. It wasn't their people. It was AIPAC. And AIPAC is a political organization that represents the interests of another country. So you go figure that part out. And unless you're willing to fight AIPAC, who can unseat sitting Republicans and Democrats at their own will, yeah, man, Abraham Lincoln had the right idea. There was no fucking way you're going to go to the Confederates and say, let those people go without actually putting the musket to the gunpowder. Because that's what they were willing to say, that they didn't want to let us go with that freedom. or you want these Negro slaves, come get them. Come get them. And I think that what we're seeing is the come get me part. And I think that's what Martin Luther King saw when he said, we're going to Washington for our check. I fold my chair there, brother.
Oh, that's what's up, Miss Rella, and then Sean.
Mr. Sean, I can hold it.
Okay. To Art's credit, and correct me if I'm wrong, Art. From what I've taken from hearing your conversations all these years I've been hearing you talk, the main thing I take away from what you say is, and I agree with wholeheartedly, but it took me time to get to it. The main thing I take away from Art's pushback and everything he says is, I think what he's really trying to tell us is, in order for us to liberate ourselves, we have to completely become independent from this system with using the most radical means, most revolutionary means, most innovative means possible. And once we do that, that actually will give us more control, because they have no leverage to subdue us financially, maybe not militarily, but financially and mentally. We become independent from them as possible. And I think it's the multitude of madness. I really do. I haven't completely come to that dawning, because I wish Art would actually host more spaces talking about solutions instead of coming into rooms telling us and pointing out blind spots. And I do welcome when he does that, because what do they say? Iron sharpens iron. We have to have somebody telling us, pointing out stuff that we may have missed. He might have brought up something we may simply have missed. And we need people like that that's looking at it without emotion and from a logical, analytical point. Like, hey, have you considered this? Have you considered that? What about this? What about that? You're not looking at it the right way. So I will always welcome it. I'll never shut brother like Art down. I don't think he's just being a jerk or anything. So I always welcome his commentary as much as he gets on my damn nerves. But I do welcome his commentary. I don't think he's being contrarian just to be contrarian. I think he's being contrarian to raise our consciousness on certain situations from his point of view. I believe people that hear us talk in these spaces, we're not going to sit here and talk details and strategies. We have meetings offline where our brother Black and our brother Homeland, I can tell when people haven't read their books or probably just skimmed through them and think they know what they're talking about. These brothers has pretty much dedicated damn near 20 years to this cause. So you might want to give them a little bit more credit about their ability to disseminate information and accurately predict or project where to go next. So I'm gonna leave that there. You brought up Genghis Khan. That guy, for some reason, he resonates with me. I know history remembers him as a tyrant, but to his people, he actually was a liberator, because before he came on the scene, it was goddamn chaos, man. These people were literally savages. They were taking each other's wives, like literally raiding each other's villages, killing each other, and running off with just snatching up wives, and it's crazy. It's pure madness and pure chaos. And then when Genghis Khan came on the scene, he made them get on code, but he did it through being strictly ruthless. Ruthless. That's the thing. If we're not willing to be ruthless with our enemies, then we're not going to win this thing. And I always say to myself that, man, I'd rather history remember me as a tyrant and my people be liberated than be so worried about sticking to a moral code and how the world views me and blah, 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 and my people are obliterated and wiped from this planet. So I'll take that heat myself. So I'm like, don't let me get a little bit of power, because I will wield it ruthlessly with an iron fucking fist, if that means liberating my people. And I don't care what anybody says about it. That's between me and God. I'll have to deal with that, and I'll have to deal with that karma for the next millennium, like another 1,000 years, whatever. I don't care. As long as it frees my people, because I believe they deserve it. But to go back to Genghis Khan, one thing that I get dismayed with is the inability of our people to get on code and to get organized and or you know what I'm saying, have structure. We resisted every fucking turn. Last past week I seen it where people were trying to cast aspersions on the city and stuff like that and calling us a cult and stuff like that. So far, outside of the major legacy organizations, the city, from what I've seen, looking from the inside and being there, looking at the meetings and stuff like that, is the only organization I'm aware of and come across that has the scope and the vision that they have, and it's actually matching it with action and discipline, despite the criticisms. So if we're able to be successful, even a tenth of what we're trying to do, it'll be monumental. It'll shift the ground from which we walk in this country. And I wish more people would fucking tap in. Just like I wish people would tap in with Black, they have meetings offline where we talk about strategy. If you have questions, show up. Show up. We're not going to get into details and in depth in this damn room. We got options. We got 13 cockroaches hiding in the walls right now. I call them cockroaches because if they come out into the light, they're going to get stomped on. That's why they're hiding. So right now I'm kind of rambling, but shout out to you, Art. Shout out to the room. I'm just more the person that likes to keep the morale up because nobody does anything at all without the proper level of morale. And that's why I talk the way I talk, because I'm the hype man. When we come to these spaces, I'm going to try to make sure your mind is right. Because your mind is right, if it's not right, you're not going to move in the right direction. So when people come in with the doomsday talk and the woe is me talk, I jump on that right away. I try to have compassion and understanding, but yeah, especially from a Black man, I don't want to hear no defeated talk from no Negro. I could be more accepting when it comes from my women, but yeah, when it's a Negro talking like that, especially if you're over 25 years old, you need to get yourself in shape, like mentally and spiritually, because this is a war we in, and people keep saying that. Fucking act like it, and I land.
So I want to say this. It is Sunday, and I'm going to read this, and I need you guys to, I'm going to take it from a spiritual standpoint, because a lot of people believe, just because you might be, you might have faith and practice a particular religion or something like that, that somehow that people don't believe in fighting physically. And that's not true. As a matter of fact, the Bible does speak to the swords. We all heard about live by the sword, die by the sword, but that's not the only part in the Bible that God references what the sword is. In Luke 22, 35 through 38, Jesus talks about the apostles buying swords, directing them to go buy swords physically. The war in the Bible, putting a city to the sword means going to war against a city, and falling by the sword means is being defeated in battle. Judgment. The swords can represent God's judgment, as in Jeremiah, where it says he will bring judgment on all mankind and put the wicked to the sword. That means the people who challenge God and God's people, God's kingdom, they will fall by the sword. The peace in the Bible, also beating swords into plowshares, can symbolize a future of peace. Like, I think sometimes we really, really don't utilize our faith or our time as an offense and defense. And in times when we are trying to talk about that, there are going to be people, like Sean said, there are going to be people who are going to literally come in and they're going to sound doomsday. You have to be sharp enough and get prepared enough for battle, because battle is not just the physical, it is the mental, to be ready to handle that. I know that God surrounds me with people that helps me to resharpen my sword. In times of whatever happens, physical time, whatever is happening, and I just need a word. The moment you tap in with the people who are in the same vein and speaking the same language, trying to go in the same direction, you start to sharpen each other's swords. And recognizing that, and not taking it into a place where people are going to feel like, well, hell, we might as well not do nothing. And so I'm in agreement with Sean. I do believe that there is a time and a place, and one of those times is when we get together. It is preparation. It is what is the move, the next move, and I thank Sean for recognizing also Art's position, because Art, you are an antagonist, or not an antagonist, but you are an anarchist for real. And you do challenge us to really think higher and vibrate higher, because there's pieces of your submission that comes into the room and it takes it somewhere else sometimes, but then it allows us to really look at all maybe the blind spots and things that maybe we didn't think about. And it can be annoying, but it's most certainly, to Sean's point, dutiful and beneficial. So I do appreciate you as well, and I just hope that what you bring in here and what we all bring in here, that you also are digesting from us, and you're adding it to your arsenal, or chewing on the fat, because you're part of the system. And if you're not part of the system, time will tell. Time will tell, because you can't constantly run into a brick wall and think that you're going to survive. And I'll land.
I do want to say that I literally, with a passion, despise echo chambers so much so. Primary reason why I come on this app is because I don't like to be in anarchist rooms with echo chambers. And most recently, I even push back on some of the shit they say. And sometimes you would think I'm a statist talking back to them. You know what I mean? So I just can't stand echo chambers. I don't feel like they ever lead anywhere great.
That's what's up. So I just want to, I know you said a lot, but the part about them allowing us to migrate, like, come on, man, that's like the least of our issues or worries or concerns. In 2023, last year, 473,453 people moved into the state of Texas. These are estimates from the U.S. Census Bureau. That's nearly 40,000 people a month moved into the state of Texas. And some of those people are our people, because in another report, I saw that Texas was the state that most Black Americans in the country moved into in 2023 as well. Chasing money, not chasing political authority, not chasing power. And I'm trying to find a breakdown of that number that actually moved into Texas, so we can get some idea, even though that's not going to be delineated. So we do understand that. But nearly 500,000 people moved into one state last year alone. With those numbers, we could get Mississippi and Delaware if those were our people actually moving to the state of Mississippi and Delaware. 200,000 in Delaware, 300,000 in Mississippi. We'd have enough to win statewide elections and definitely get a multitude of the districts of the Senate and the House within the state. So that is the plan. That is the real play. That is not a finesse. It's not a cheat code, but it is a way to actually defeat the system, take over the system, rewrite the system in line with the U.S. Constitution, of course, understanding that the judges actually rule this country, not the politicians, but the judges, the federal judges, and understanding that, taking all of that into account, that we can use the system to our advantage. I'm going to play chapter 9 and chapter 10 from Black American Homeland's book, The Black Paper, and then we can listen to the Robert Kennedy Jr. version of the debate, where they ask the question about Black people in America. And it goes on for maybe 5-10 minutes. I'm not sure, because I think there's the initial question, and then there's kind of a follow-up question, and then Biden, Mr. Poopy Pants, pivots to climate change. Every single time they ask him a question about Black Americans, he always pivots the conversation to something that's totally fucking irrelevant every single time, without fail. And the fact that these vote no blue no matter who bots, these people who are zombies, drones, who can't wait till November so they can go into that fucking booth and push Biden's name. Oh God, man. I swear to goodness. You know, it's so sad and depressing, but that's another part of the system that we could actually utilize to our benefit, because they're going to vote blue no matter fucking who. So we might as well give them something to vote for that's actually going to benefit our people in a concentrated state, concentrated way. So sad and unfortunate, but it is what it is. They're going to benefit because we have to get in a position where we have authority to actually benefit the people that really care. But the zombies are going to benefit too. It is what it is. La Farmer. These fucking zombies are going to benefit too, man. It just it sucks. I'm ready to cut them motherfuckers off. You with us, La Farmer? This read is going to take a little minute.
Yeah. I was just
If somebody's speaking, oh, there he is. There you go.
I'm here. Got to check it going. Grab a spoon. I'm walking past sleeping babies, so you know what I mean. I gotta lay low.
I remember them days.
I gotta creep a little bit. But no, shout out to Sister Rilla. She put something in there. She was reading some scripture, and then my spirit, kind of to go along with, you know, like that Joshua spirit after the circumcision. It just came to be like, you know, so many times we say a lot of stuff, family.
This guy.
And we forget that we are the people. We're the one that the sword is being put in the hand of. You know, it's so many times that we look for others to come fight our battle for us. So I threw the Bible verses in the Jumbotron. Let me see how I had it up in the Jumbotron. I thought I did. Let me see if I can get it. Let me see. Did I put it up there? Yeah, I did. DJ flood that motherfucker up crazy. My thing all the way in the back over here, but I got it right now. Let me see it. So I just put it up in the Jumbotron right now. So, you good, brother? You good? I did it. Ain't nothing wrong with it. Jeremiah 51:20-23. Thou art my battle axe and weapons of war. Now this is the Most High speaking to Jeremiah the prophet. So he's telling Jeremiah, like, look, man, you're my battle axe. You're who I use to fight the other nations. So when we start talking about, oh man, they took over our city or they took this, it's almost like, okay, well, where's our spirit of taking it? You feel me? Because the Most High didn't give us a spirit of fear. Let me go ahead and read this part again. Thou art my battle axe and weapons of war. For with thee will I break in pieces the nations, and with thee will I destroy kingdoms, and with thee will I break in pieces the horse and his rider, and with thee will I break in pieces the chariot and his rider. With thee also will I break in pieces man and woman, and with thee will I break in pieces old and young. And with thee will I break in pieces the young man and the young maid. And I will also break in pieces with thee the shepherd and his flock. And with thee will I break in pieces the husbandman and his yoke of oxen. And with thee will I break in pieces captains and rulers. That is Jeremiah 51:20-23. Now the Most High, knowing his stiff-necked, hard-headed, stubborn-ass people, in every line he made it known, with you I'm going to do this, 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 you're going to do this. You're my battle axe. You're God's battle axe.
Yeah.
You are who they're prepping Space Force for.
Put on the armor.
Ding dong. You don't think they were recording the Negro spirituals and the military records? Why was the military records keeping the log of all of the actual recordings, which were not recordings, it was just word of mouth of what some people heard and wrote down of the Negro spirituals, one of them being Swing Low Sweet Chariots, Come Up Off to Carry Me Home. Now there's a Space Force.
Mm-hmm.
Buzz Aldrin's flyer, Dr. Such and such said, yeah, we got the pictures of the aliens coming out of the spaceships and they're black. The lady said, oh, you mean like dark? He said, no, like black. Mm-hmm. Like 7 feet figuratively. So we're talking about our people.
Anunnaki.
And the Most High is speaking to us. And when you start talking like this, folk don't want to hear this.
Yeah, the Anunnaki.
Folk want to feel good about not having to do that. Like the brother just mentioned, I don't care about going down in the generation to be like the white folks celebrating their founding fathers. I don't mind being like that. Because we call them, oh my God, colonizers and this and that. But don't the white folk call them their founding fathers?
Mm-hmm.
Don't white Americans say that they have a right of claim here because their ancestors conquered the indigenous and took the Negro as slave? They tell you this without shame.
Mm.
There's no shame. Shame for what? They got a whole country.
It's the glory
that benefits them based off their skin color. They don't give a shit about shame.
Yeah.
Because the system and structure is set up for them. So when you think about what weapon of war is, and you think about, well, they're shooting us, we're just protesting. Well, they're just shooting Dr. King. He's peaceful. They shot Malcolm X. He didn't shoot anybody.
Mm.
Yeah, they're killing us, and we just talking. So if we dying for talking, I mean, shit. Like, don't you want to walk it out eventually? Because I mean, we dying for just talking. We dying for asking. We getting hit with water hoses and German Shepherds and shotguns, knocking teeth out. I talked to a Black Panther when I was at the 49ers, the real OG. And he told me, and this is the type of shit that I get upset about, because a lot of our folk don't really take this into perspective. He told me straight up, they would have a meeting tonight, much like we have it here, right? Let me count the Negro men up here. Brother Black Majority, Brother President, Brother Said, Brother Black America, and Art. In trouble from Professor. I'm in trouble from birth I think that's the sister. Mm-hmm. Let's say we have a meeting at my house, or let's say we have a meeting at Black House, right? We have a meeting at Black House, we prep our stuff, and then we go home tonight our separate ways, but 2 of us don't make it home.
Mm.
We were all together at the meeting.
Mm.
We all went home.
Mm.
But 2 of us didn't make it home.
Wow.
So he was the brother that had to go to the wife and the children and say, we think the police kidnapped your husband and killed him.
Damn.
So there ain't no police report, right? Ain't no, what they call that guy that do the charges, county prosecutor. That shit don't exist. This man was 6'4", at least 230, big, old school Negro, black motherfucking everything, black beard, brought his wanted poster in. Him and Edgar Hoover had lunch before Hoover died, but Edgar Hoover had him as most wanted. He was on a wanted list. He has the list. Edgar Hoover signed it, and he goes around touring talking about how Edgar Hoover was hunting them and killed most of his brothers. And there was sometimes he thought about killing Edgar Hoover, but he understood there was a greater purpose. But what I'm saying is this. Is anybody in here ready to go and tell a family that we just had a meeting coming together off the app privately, like we just talked about, that, and then go and say, hey, your husband ain't making it home. And we think the police took him. So now the family, the children, we're going to take care of them. We got to all do it now. All for our fight for liberation, right? And see, it's in this moment that we do hold the title true. There ain't no cheat code to beat our enemies. You want to know it? It's in Jeremiah 51. And Sister Rilla woke it up because you can't go with just one scripture. You got to go line by line, precept on precept, precept on precept, here a little and there a little. That's the true spirit of the Most High. Not just a nigga grabbing a verse or a couple verses from one book. Go here in the Old Testament and in the New Testament. Make a thing confirm, because with two witnesses, a matter shall be true. Luke, the words of Christ. Luke 22, 34 to 38. These are the words of Yeshua HaMashiach himself, the Master, our King, our brother, the true Messiah, the true Mashiach. These are his words to his other Negro people, not to strangers, not to everybody else. It's his words to them. And he said, Christ said, I tell thee, Peter, the cock shall not crow this day before that thou shalt thrice deny that thou knowest me. And we know these Negroes, but sometimes these niggas be like, shit, man, I don't know him. I don't know who that is. So he was letting Peter know, you're going to do it, and you're going to do it, and you're going to know you did it when the crow crops. And he said unto them, when I sent you without purse and scrip and shoes, lacked ye anything? And they said nothing. So when he was saying, I sent you out here, I ain't pay you for nothing. I ain't give you nothing. I ain't got no money for you. I ain't give you anything. What did you lack? And they said nothing. Then said he unto them, but now he that hath a purse, let him take it. See, there's a shifting in the atmosphere. All praise to the Most High. So there was a time when you ain't getting no money because you ain't getting no purse, you ain't getting no shoes. You're going to have to just go and take this message and go do what you do. Nobody going to pay you for it. You have to love it and do it. But now, if you got a purse, that's what he said. He said, but now he that hath a purse, let him take it, and likewise his script. And he that hath no sword, let him sell his garment and buy one. For I say unto you that this that is written must yet be accomplished in me. And he was reckoned in amongst the transgressors, for the things concerning me have an end. And they said, Lord, behold, here are two swords. And he said unto them, it is enough. See, there comes a time when even Christ said, get your sword. Because there's a shift. It comes from a period of them slaying Christ to when Christ returns to slay them. Let me repeat that again. There's a period of Christ being slain. It is called the Lamb. But when Christ returns, he's the conquering lion. And a lion that conquers sees no borders. They don't see political parties. They don't see these things because they're conquering, much like Genghis Khan, much like the Crown of England. They didn't just stop at a nation in India. They didn't just stop at a nation in Europe. They didn't just stop at a nation in Africa. They didn't just stop at a nation in the equatorial regions. They didn't stop at the South or the North or the Central America. They wanted to conquer. And the Negro, because we were absent of the spirit of the Most High, because of our ways, and the Most High had this written that we will serve 400, Genesis 15, verse 13 and 14. We will serve 400 years with strangers and people we don't even know. We don't even know these folks. Most High sent them to us, and he made sure that they would be full. This is the other nations who made us. They all came together. This is why the Asian, the Asian, the fucking Somalian, the Africans, the Indians, they all coming together. They all work together. They all give each other benefits at the bank. They never deny. When they go to fill out welfare forms, the man could be in the house. See, they work together to cut us off from being a nation. So it goes back to what Brother Black Majority said earlier, and that regardless of if you're talking about the Aboriginal Negroes or the converted Negroes or the Negroes who were off the slave ships, not owning land or having access to the potency of ownership of land is still absolute throughout the transgression. Throughout whether you were not sent, whether you were not brought on a slave ship, or whether you were, both are not allowed to own land. The Negroes not. The $5 Indians can. The Mongoloids can. The white mixtures can. Not the Negro ones. What does that mean? Well, what that means is that if you see how they took the land and made you under that system, then you must recognize that that same structure is one upon which they're willing to do to keep that land and keep that system and keep the Negro in the same place that they were prior to what they were in the Civil War. If you don't believe me, just look at the facts of what I'm telling you. The South said that they will rise again. The South were Jewish, Sephardic, Ashkenazic slave owners, many from Germany.
Mm.
Who are the many people? Who is the one bloodline of people in the cabinet right now?
Mm.
When you look at Joseph Biden's cabinet, the people that sit around him to guide his decisions, his visors, his vis-a-vis, right? The people who's around him to give him the cognition on decisions around certain things, whether it's education, housing, they're all Jewish.
They're 90% Germanic.
And when you look at, thank you for that, I appreciate that, Art. And when you look at the bloodlines of them, many of them trace directly back to slave ownership of plantations in America. And one of the worst slave atrocities or revolutions and revolts, the most bloodiest and horrible ones, is actually in Germantown. And they say that they were Germans, but if you read other books and other information and look at the amount of population and what plantations were there, they were not just Germans, they were Jewish Germans. And they had a full-out war and revolt and a bloody revolution to go ahead and keep us enslaved. I want you to know that, because when you see what they put their money is, back in the days, they put their bullets and their life on the line for that. And they even assassinated a sitting president for giving us land. So if you understand all of that, then you recognize that unless you're willing to meet the enemy at the line of scrimmage, you're always playing a yard off the ball. And playing a yard off the ball means your enemy has a yard to gain over you. And there's only but so many yards on the field before they touch the house. A good defense and a good offense and a good special teams is what forms the cohesion, is what forms the melting bond of a team. But it is the cohesiveness of a singular vision at the end of the day. I do not play quarterback. I don't play wide receiver. I don't play tailback. I don't play safety. I don't play linebacker. I play your defensive line, and that's my position. And I do not try to play another person's position. Neither do I try to correct them on mistakes that their position has under their authority. Meaning, it's up to another cornerback or safety to correct another cornerback or safety. It's up to another lineman to correct another lineman. It is not the duty of a motherfucker that weighs 130 pounds and does not touch a person every play to come correct or check somebody that has to do that. No different than it is for the person who has to do that to then tell a person who has to run every play, even though the play might not even come to them for 2 or 3 hours of the game. They have to be ready for the time upon which that play does come to them and they execute efficiently for the team's sake. And so many times when I see the myriad of folk on the same team with different jerseys, that's the confusion. But I recognize we're playing an all-star game. And no matter the jersey or no matter the helmet, we're playing on the same team for the same goal. But the opponents, they come from many different teams as well. And they're playing for the destruction or the loss of our team. And once we recognize that we're in that game, no different than the federal government was set up off of a feudal structure where they jostle with each other as kings so they don't go to full-out bloody wars, we'll recognize that these people are running a game on us, but they do want to see bloodshed, because the only games this country and these people are used to liking is bloodshed. And that's why the movie Gladiator lets you know they don't look at bloodshed as a form of pleasure, but a form of entertainment. So once we do what we need to do, like Gladiator, and then ask them, are they entertained? You'll throw it back in their face to let them know that we're not here to be entertainment. We're here to be liberated. And that's why the movie Gladiator will forever go down in history as a wonderful movie to me. Because even though he was in a lower position, he never wanted to be the king. He just wanted to be free. I fold my chair.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So,
Sister Rilla brought the scriptures out, and my spirit just flowed accordingly. So shout out to her, and shout out to the Holy Spirit for flowing, because that's how it went.
Amen.
Because I could have said whatever I wanted to say, but the scripture confirmed or the scripture did not, because let every man be a liar and let the word of God be true. So shout out to Sister Rilla bringing that spirit of the day in, so that way we could flow on a proper spirit like our ancestors did. Because I firmly believe it was the spirit of God that kept them through them hundreds of years, through those drought days where they didn't have any water fountain for that humidity and still had to bring in a barrel of cotton the same size as their weight. I believe it was the spirit of the Most High keeping them. No different than when I pop my daughters and they're crying and they're in the room snickling and they're getting under the covers, or they pass out and they got tears in their eyes. I'll still go wipe their eyes with a baby wipe and tuck them up under the cover and kiss them. But I recognize that at the moment, 2 or 3 minutes prior to that, they had to get their discipline. I had to also be that as well. So it does come into bearing. So when the father has to execute a certain jurisprudence, but that motherly love still has to be present. So shout out to that spirit flowing.
Yeah, that's what's up. I was gonna say that you know, as you were talking, like the gladiator thing, you know, that whole theme is repeated in a lot of movies. And Dune movie is there's these scenes where they're in a Colosseum type setting, and again, this Colosseum theme is in a lot of their movies. But on this particular planet, they are beyond white. They are clear. They have no pigmentation, and that's a part of the visual of this particular population. And it's visually dramatic, but as you were talking, I was thinking about that particular scene and how they look on that planet, because they are like I said, they're beyond white in this particular scene. But then I was also remembering and thinking about the death totals that I was running up as you were speaking, and something that I've heard a lot in these posts that you see online, in some videos that I may come across every once in a while, is where white males especially will say, remember who you are, talking to other white males. This is a very prominent statement amongst militant 2A type of white individuals, likely racist, whatever. They probably won't admit it. They're probably a part of some militia or whatever. But the idea of remember who you are is really a suggestion of them remembering the times when they were a warring, slaughtering, raping, murdering, pillaging, plundering people. And so if you ever come across that, understand that's exactly what they're referring to. Because there was never a point in time when they were living peacefully within nature. They're always at war with nature. They're always at war with the indigenous populations. And when they weren't at war with us, they were at war with themselves. But yeah, it's interesting. I feel.
Hey, Brat.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Brat. Can we do chapter 9, 10 next week? Because man, I got to take the family out, man. It's almost. I was hoping we can get this done before 4:00.
Okay.
It's 3:45 right now, and I don't think we're gonna be able to hit that 4:00. So maybe we can do it next week.
I mean, if we start now, we probably will get it in, but I don't know if you'll be able to sit and talk about it.
Yeah, that's the thing. Go ahead and it's up to you, man. Go ahead and play it and see what happens.
Yeah, I'll stop it after the first chapter, and then if you want to go from there. Okay, this is chapter 9. The reason that this is important is because of this presidential situation and the position of power that we is right there for the taking. All we got to do is move. It's not difficult. So here we go. Oh, I gotta get the volume up. Let me make sure nothing else is playing. Background. Okay. Alrighty, here we go. Starting now.
Chapter 9. Black American Homeland Political Party. The Black American community has a long and complex history in the United States, marked by struggles for power and justice, as well as by substantial political and economic achievements. Despite these challenges and successes, Black Americans continue to face systemic racial inequalities and discrimination in many areas of society, including in the political sphere. In light of these ongoing challenges, I have argued that Black Americans need their own political party to help empower the community and confront these inequalities. A political party is an organized group of citizens that seeks to influence the political and government systems of a state or nation through the election of public officials who align with its agenda and platform. In the United States, the two dominant political parties are the Democratic Party and the Republican Party. While both parties have claimed to support the interests of Black Americans, the reality is that their priorities and policies often do not align with the needs and desires of the Black American community. The Congressional Black Caucus was created to represent the interests of Black Americans on the federal level, but it operates within the framework of the Democratic Party, which is largely controlled by white liberals. This presents a paradoxical situation, as the CBC is supposed to represent Black Americans, but may be limited in its ability to do so by the Democrat Party's dominant ideology and priorities. This has led to criticism and debate within the Black community about the effectiveness of the Congressional Black Caucus in advocating for Black Americans and whether it should operate independently or align with a Black American political party. The establishment of a Black American political party could provide a much-needed alternative to these dominant parties and could help to empower Black Americans by giving them a voice in the political process. The ultimate objective of a political party is to control the political and government systems of the state, and the more states a political party controls, the more power it has on the federal level. This means that by controlling the political and government systems of the Black American homeland, a Black American political party could have substantial influence over the policies and decisions that affect the Black American community. There are several potential advantages to having a Black American political party, including increased representation. A Black American political party could help to increase representation and diversity in elected and appointed positions within the state and local government. This could include the election of individuals from the Black American community to positions such as U.S. Senator, U.S. Congressman, Lieutenant Governor, Secretary of State, District Attorney, State Attorney, County Commissioners, Regulatory Boards, State Legislator, State Representatives, County Sheriff, Mayor, City Council, State Election Board, Supreme Court Judges, Lower Court Judges, and others. Prioritization of Black American issues. By focusing specifically on the needs and desires of the Black American community, a Black American political party could help to ensure that issues important to Black folks, such as economic growth, access to education and healthcare, and confronting racial inequalities, are prioritized in the political process. Democratic empowerment. A Black American political party could help to espouse democratic principles and ensure that all citizens have an equal voice in the political process. This could include advocating for fair and free elections, fostering transparency and accountability in government, and working to ensure that the media is free to report on political issues and candidates without limiting free speech or interference. Despite the potential benefits of a Black American political party, there are several reasons why Black Americans have not established their own political party in the 156 years since the end of the Civil War. These reasons include lack of resources, political fragmentation within the Black American community, and the challenge of establishing a new political party in a political system dominated by the Democratic and Republican parties. The Black American Homeland Political Party is the primary political organization representing Black Americans in the 8-state southern region. It holds a dominant position in the region, with control over all aspects of political power, including the regional, state, and local levels. I advocate for a single, unified Black American political party to prevent the risk of infiltration and influence by the Democratic or Republican parties. Members of the Black Homeland Political Party vote in presidential, state, and local elections, and their block of 82 electoral college votes is not pledged to either the Democratic or Republican parties. Instead, the party will grant its support to the political party that best addresses the needs and interests of the Black American homeland. The Black American political party can also employ strategic measures to leverage its electoral college votes or even withhold them, making it possible for neither party to reach the 270 electors needed to win the presidency. The party may even choose to run its own presidential candidate and give all 82 electoral college votes to that candidate. The Black American political party is grouped into 5 factions. The 5 factions have their major differences in philosophy, policies, and agendas. However, the main platform and agenda of the Black American political party are to take or achieve supermajority population, political and economic control of the 8 states' southern region, all 688 counties, and all 35,000 cities, towns, and districts within the region. Black nationalist 10%, Black conservative 20%, Black moderates, centrist 40%, Black progressives 20%, Black liberals 10%. 1. Black nationalism ideologies are unity and self-determination, which is separation and total independence from white American society. Pan-Africanism for some, promote strong ties with the African continent, promote racial pride, traditional family values, extended families, with a hint of polygamy in a few camps. Black American socialism, a belief in sharing economic resources in a traditional, native Black American way, as distinct from classical European socialism. Pro-Black businesses and Black-owned corporations, political and economic empowerment, land reform, Black power, control of all utilities and critical infrastructures by Black-owned corporations. Advocate for state rights, oppose federal government infringement on state and local issues. Low income taxes to paying no income taxes, conservative on social issues, strong religious ideology in some camps. Marriage between a man and woman, pro-life, Second Amendment rights to bear arms, capital punishment, strong Black American homeland security and defense forces, state defense forces, registered Black state militias. Support the Black American homeland, however, prefer total independent nation within the USA or independent Black American nation on the continent of Africa. 2. Black conservatism emphasizes traditionalism, strong patriotism to the Black American homeland states, build trade relations with the African continent, capitalism, free markets, and strong social conservatism. Traditional family values, Protestant Christians, pro-life, against same-sex marriages. Opposed to legalizing drugs, support strong state defense force, Black state militias, and are for Second Amendment right to bear arms. Capital punishment, oppose illegal immigration, economic regionalism, favoring a protectionist policy on international trade. State government intervention, planning and implementations for large Black-owned corporations and Black-owned monopolies, to protect, promote, and favor Black-owned businesses and Black-owned corporations within the state and region. Advocate for state rights, fiscal conservative, control state government spending, cut welfare, low taxes. Advocate for control of utilities and critical infrastructures by Black-owned corporations and limited state government ownership, SOE. 3. Black moderates, centrists, fiscally conservative to moderate, and socially moderate to liberal, though there are others who are socially conservative and fiscally centrist or liberal. Balanced budgets, lower taxes, free trade, deregulation make it easy to start a business, regulation to protect local businesses from outside competition, initiatives and referendums, labor unions, land reform, traditional family values, Protestant Christians, split on abortion, split on same-sex marriages, opposed illegal immigration, split on gun control, split on multiculturalism. More environmental regulation and anti-climate change measures, split on legal cannabis, split on legalizing some drugs. Advocate for control of utilities and critical infrastructures by Black-owned corporations and state-owned enterprise, SOE, advocate for state rights. Regionalism, strong patriotism to the Black American homeland states and their own state. Build relations with the African continent. 4. Black progressives tend to advocate a relatively social democratic agenda. Unifying issues among progressives include opposition to the war in Iraq, opposition to economic liberalism and social conservatism, opposition to all corporate influence in government, support for universal healthcare or single-payer healthcare, revitalization of state and regional infrastructures, mostly support same-sex marriage, mostly support women's right to choose, mostly support gun control, increase government spending, most support higher tax on the wealthy, support legalizing some drugs, deregulation make it easy to start a business, regulation protect, promote, favor black-owned small and medium-sized businesses, advocate for initiatives and referendums, labor unions, land reform, split on higher minimum wage, support equal pay for women, opposed capital punishment, more environmental regulation and anti-climate change measures. Support student loans and lower university and college cost. Support for state rights, patriotism towards their own state, supports the Black American homeland states. Build relations with the African continent and African diaspora all over the world. 5. Black liberalism tend to advocate social liberalism, gay and lesbian rights, black women feminism, pro-choice, support increase in the minimum wage, support gun control, advocate for increased state government spending and welfare, support higher tax on the wealthy, support legalizing drugs, support universal health care, support students' loans, subsidies, lower university and college cost, advocate for state government ownership of all or most utilities and critical infrastructures. The state government provide land, housing, jobs for the people. Strong patriotism towards their own state, county, city, and town, support the Black American homeland states. Black American Homeland Political Party, mission supermajority population and political control of the 8 states southern region, North Carolina, South Carolina, Georgia, Alabama, Mississippi, Louisiana, Arkansas, and Tennessee. Symbol: Black Panther color, black, blue, and red. Founded 1999 U.S. Senate seats, 16 seats in the House of Representatives, 66 governorship, 8 membership, 40 million including children and others that can't vote. Headquartered in Birmingham, Alabama, and Washington, D.C. Chairman, Dr. G. Wesley Hardy. Founder, Frederick Delk.
Okay, that gets us to the end of chapter 9. Man, that last part where you use the red, black, and blue is crazy. That is crazy. I came upon those colors after remixing the Juneteenth flag and replacing the white with the black. But yeah, I see that you had that outline there, so that's awesome. I think we talked about that once before too. There was a lot said in there. I know you got to run. The part that was very critical that we'll talk about, we'll listen to this debate, was that keeping these presidential candidates from the Democrat and Republican Party under 270, they have to hit 270 to win. If we can keep them under 270 with 82 electoral votes, I think the number may be slightly higher once another census is put out and our population increases. But even with just 80, we would have enough to limit who becomes president. And that would put us in a position to not just campaign and not just negotiate, but demand the vice presidency in nearly every election. And with that vice presidency position, where you are the head of the Senate, you have your senators. If it's 8 states, you got 16 senators. If it's 7 states, you got 14. And you actually run the Senate as the vice president. You are in effectively a permanent position of authority. Again, globally, federally, state, county, local, you're covering all the bases. and it's completely different than anything we've ever experienced. The question I always ask myself is, why then are we not running? Not walking, not crawling. Why are we not trying to flap our wings and fly to get to these states in order to get this power? I don't know. I don't understand it. I don't know what the psychology of it is, but we need to get moving.
Yeah, hey, Black, like some people might be confused about the different ideologies I have. Okay, the Black American political party is divided into 5 factions, right? And the factions are the Black nationalists. You're gonna have your Black conservatives. You're gonna have your Black moderates, you and centrists. You're gonna have your Black progressive and your Black liberals. And actually, I got 2 more factions, right? I added, you're going to have your extreme right, because I think they're going to be your younger, your younger Black population. I think they're going to be even more extreme than your Black nationalists. So therefore I call them your the extreme Black right. I forget the name, but yeah, you're extreme Black right. And then I also added your African, your Pan-Africanism. That's your 7th. So you had these 7 different factions. Hopefully, one of these factions would fit your ideology, right? Whatever ideology you have, you can. You can, somehow, like, if you feel like you're a liberal, then you can, you can join the liberal faction, or in another way, you might consider yourself a moderate, and then you can, be in the moderate faction. But, and it's possible that every year your ideology will change. So, but that give you opportunity to go from being a Black nationalist to a Black liberal. So that's why I came up with those different factions.
Okay, that's what's up. That's what's up. Yeah, I don't want to hold you if because obviously you got plans and everything.
Right.
If anybody's got a question, you want to come up real quick and get the question in. But again, the clear path to power can't be stated enough. It's no matter how crazy I would get, how loud I would scream, it will never actually explain it to the level of what it actually really is and what it actually really needs to be. That is putting ourselves and our future generations in a position where they have permanent state authority, and they are moving to the level of having this permanent position at the federal government. Now, what could potentially happen? The Republicans and Democrats get together. They say, look, we don't want to necessarily split ourselves anymore. These Black states are doing what they're doing. The Mexican states are doing what they're doing. If they got 5, we got 8. That's 13 of the states. Not that we're going to work together, but we'll work together where it's mutually beneficial, for sure. There's no question about that. So now they're regulated to, if that's 13, now they're regulated to trying to do quick math, 37 of the states off the top of my head. And they got to split that between Democrats and Republicans. Who knows if the Mexicans will play along with the Democrat-Republican game. I am under the intention that we do need to be Democrats to maintain federal power, because I don't think it comes to the Republican Party, no matter how much we may wish that is the case, unfortunately. But all that being said, if they got together and said, okay, well, here's what we're going to do. We're going to make sure that you win this time, this like a compromise, right? 1877 compromise. We're going to make sure that you win this time so that you can get the presidency. And then we'll make sure that you get over 270 the next time so that you get the presidency. And they could do that because that's the system. The system is what the system is. They're going to manipulate the system the best of their advantage, but we'll still hold those 80 electoral votes. I don't think that arrangement of them essentially compromising every 4 years is necessarily something that they could depend on working over long stretches of time. But holding those 80 plus electoral votes is going to be extremely important, because what I would say in that case is, to Black American Homeland's point in the book where he says hold them for a presidential candidate. Well, this makes a third party way more viable if they already got an 80 electoral college vote head start. If they can penetrate into some of these other states, again, whether it's some Mexican that we align with because we have a mutually beneficial situation, it's the Green Party, whatever, some other party that's out there, or it's in fact because we still have Black Americans living in all these other states as well, that we're able to cobble together some type of coalition party where we know they got 80 electoral votes, and all they got to do is go out and get another 100 or 200 or 190 rather. And even if they don't get 190, but they were successful in getting like 50, that would eliminate the ability of these parties to kind of compromise and try to manipulate the vote that way. So there's always ways to attack and strategize politically to ensure that these 80 electoral votes will have the weight that we would want them to have, that we intend them to have, and secure the vice presidency, if not every single time, a majority of the times, and never take no for an answer. Never capitulate like Jesse Jackson did when he had the opportunity to demand the vice presidency, but we hold this power and we use it for what it's meant to be used for. And I'll just end with that. I think LaFarmer came up, and then Big Sean.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask the elder before he had left. Is Elder Black America still on?
Yeah, I'm here.
I was just gonna ask you, Elder, why don't you see a Deacons for Defense in this generation, given the plight of our people that we have, that we're dealing with across our country? And is it?
I'm sorry. Can you repeat that one more time? I'm sorry.
Yes, sir. I was just saying, why don't we see a current Deacons for Defense type of situation with our youth? I mean, with our people nowadays, like we did back in the days. And do you think it's because of government involvement? We're putting actors and agents that will try to stifle that type of cohesiveness for our people. Because to be honest, our people just don't have a protection arm. We can build another Tulsa, we could build another Wilmington, but without the apparatus to keep our things and our people safe, we could easily find ourselves back in another situation. So why don't this generation first put up that defense, or do you think that we are, and we're just not having it be known like the Deacons of Defense were?
Right. Your youth, you're talking about under 30.
Yeah, I would say that. I'm 39 myself, but I would say up to the mid 30s.
Right. Look, I'm 58. The youth has so much on their table, right? There's so many things going on. You got new technology, you got social media,
distractions.
The youth even doesn't even know that, what their these things. you know what the things the kids are talking about, like they, we, they don't even know what their gender is, right? So I think the young generation is very confused. There's so many things that they have to know and learn about, and they have to be accepting to different types of ideology. And I don't know, it is I'm a conservative. I'm an older person, so I try to keep all those liberal things, out of my mind, right? And
fighting, but I'm gonna do it. I'm here.
I don't know, man. Just
here with you.
Yeah, what I would do, I would write. I need to think about this, and I would write something on that. And but it's just really hard for me to explain.
Can I jump in there? So I'm not I'm not an elder yet, but if I had to gauge, the difficulty sometimes with the older generation, trying to express, their culture and the way they were raised versus each generation, it changes in regards to how the younger generation tends to be a little bit more progressive or radical, or maybe just open. I think you get to be reserved a little bit more as you age. Right. And there is a respect in aging as there is wisdom as you age. And I believe that is a beautiful thing. I also believe that sometimes it can be a thing that cuts you off, which is why, again, in the word it does say, remember the babes, remember sometimes to be like children. And I'm not saying irresponsible in a way. I'm saying you were once a youngling, right? And if you can remember what it was like when you were trying to be heard, or you were trying to find or identify what it is that you like, what are the things that you don't like? Is it okay to stand alone if you are not, the center of attention, or if you are not the go along to get along person? Is it okay to have space and autonomy in a room full of people who maybe share your sentiment? And I think that we don't explore these conversations enough. So it seems like there's this disconnect. And I hope the next time you come in that you can really, really give us, your ideological position at your, I think in your wisdom in regards to how you view the world, because as we get older, no one can take that from you. I can't think like you. Brat can't think like you. No one can think like you, but you add value to the collective. So do children. So do youth. Now, is there things that are a bit extreme? Yes, there are. Just like I believe that there are adults who are really extreme in their conservatism, to the point where you want to say, can you turn the stick just a little? But at the same time, there again, I'm going to go back to, there is wisdom in growing older and recognizing that there is a place for elders that should be respected and valued. And that energy has to come back into the collective as an example. And it needs to pair with what the youth is actually going through, I think, even today. We try to utilize sexuality a lot of times as the overarching picture of our youth, and that's not their story. Their story doesn't start with their sexuality. Their story really starts with them being able to identify themselves in their elders. And sometimes you have older people who they have aged, but they didn't really mature. And so that's another conversation we could probably have at another time. But I appreciate you trying to find the words. But I encourage you to stand firm on whatever the words are for you.
Amen to that.
And look, I mean, when I was young, you know, in my early 20s, right, I remember, right, like, you know, I was kind of lost. I was like a social butterfly, right? I just wanted to travel all over the world, right? I just wanted to go somewhere, right? In 1989, I applied for my passport. I received it in 1990, and that's when I decided just to travel, right? Look, I bought an airline ticket. I had a 1-year airline ticket and only had was in my pocket, right? And I decided to leave the United States. And
you know the Casey name.
You know, Europe, I went to Europe, went to the Pacific Rim countries like Australia, New Zealand, Fiji, went to, you know, the Philippines, Indonesia, Thailand, Japan, Korea. I was just going to I've been to 10 African countries. I've been to about 5 or 6 European countries. I was like a social butterfly, you know, I learned a lot about, you know, being in those countries, the things that I observed, the different systems, you know, dealing with people in the third world countries, people in second world countries, people in first world countries. I mean, things are totally different. And the thing is, being in those third world countries, I grew to appreciate what the United States has to offer, right? You know, the critical infrastructure, the amenities that the United States has to offer. I mean, it just blew other countries away. And I say to myself that, you know, Black Americans, we need to figure out how to take advantage of all these opportunities that the United States has to offer. And we're a big population. We're 50 million, right? There's 50 million of us, right? And we're one of the few ethnic groups that have the population size to take over a state. So, I think we should, you know, take this opportunity to you know, build progress in our community, and I land there.
Thank you for that, Elder. I appreciate that. And do you remember the Deacons for Defense when you were younger? How did that make you feel for our community, Elder?
Well, that's why, look, every state, that's the first thing I think of is how do you secure the Black American homeland? We need our own military, right? And the state provide us with a military, right? The state defense forces, right, some states have their own army, their own navy and air force, right? And we're gonna have those 3 branches in our state defense forces. We're also going to have state militias, right? These Black groups, right? You know, they can register their state militia with the state, and we will legitimize those Black state militias, right? So, you know, so if they come across the federal government that say, hey, you guys are illegal, they say, hey, the state will come to their rescue and say, hey, look, these guys are registered with the state, and these guys are legal. They are legal to carry arms. They're legal to do this, do that. You know, the state militias are going to be support supported by the state.
Amen.
And also, we also have our national guard that are also supported by the state. So we have the state defense forces, the National Guard, and the state militia is going to be the front line of our security when it comes to the Black American homeland. So that's just like the what you were talking about. We say the deacons for defense. Yeah. And look, the thing is, right, we're going to make that a state institution. That's the difference, right? Once it becomes a state institution and supported, legitimized by the state, then that's when, right, correct.
Mm-hmm. Yes, sir. Okay.
Yeah, thank you for that, sir. Thank you, Elder.
Absolutely. So we got Sean, and then we got someone named Bleacher. Let me sure I get to this Bleacher deal. Bleacher Day, yada.
I guess that means me. Great topic, great conversation. Yeah, we got a lot of our people. Not just saying you, Irish farmer. We really have to shift our paradigm for realizing that when you bring up the deacons offense, we're talking about a group of people that went up against a government, a well-organized, long-standing, malicious, calculating, resource-heavy government. Mm-hmm. You're not going to win that fight. Not only that, their government, they have the backing of other governments around the world.
Salute, but yeah, you're going to get slaughtered.
Yeah,
you're going to get slaughtered.
We need to switch our paradigm to thinking of when we have state control, now we're talking about government to government, and that really levels the playing field. It changes everything. We talk about the things that elders as ethnicity that's been targeted by this government. And that's the whole reason for having state authority. So we could actually have, be the rabbit that has a gun, where every device, every policy, like red line and all that stuff, how they use eminent domain against us, we use that to prosper our people, to protect our people. That's the whole purpose. And I know it's slow for our people to switch and adopt that paradigm. The reason why we're doing what we're doing is to take control of the mechanisms that have historically oppressed us and use it for our better good. It's the same device. We're just using it for good. It's like a hoe, right? You can dig in the ground and use it to plant seeds that can feed your family. Or you can take that same hoe and fucking slit somebody's throat with it. It's the same concept. You're going to take a tool and you're going to use it for good. Yeah. But I wanted to ask Homeland before you left. Okay, you talked about all those different factions. What's to stop those factions from losing the plot and allowing infiltrators to come in and undo everything we fought so hard for? What mechanisms do we have in place to keep that from happening?
All right. You're right. It can happen. But the thing is, hopefully, these people can, okay, what's in the best interest of our people? Like, not just a minority group or a segment of the population. What would help the population as a whole, right? So hopefully, we can have people in these positions that can hold these people accountable. And there is something I do worry about, but that's why the political party. That's why there's only two political parties, right? Because they know that there's hundreds of different factions. Really, the United States can have 100 different political parties, but the thing is, they know if the country breaks into 100 different political parties, then nobody would be in control, right? There's a constant need to for these what do you call coalitions, right? And sometimes these different coalitions not good for the country, so that's why they prefer just one or two political party. Well, two political party. We have a two political party system. Yeah, and the political parties, right, are the only entities that have the right to control the state or the federal government. Only political parties. The state and the federal government is not controlled by white people. It's not controlled by a religious group. It's not controlled by the corporations. It's controlled by a political party. So once we understand that, right, then we can go forward and do what we need to do to get our states, because that's what we need. We need our states.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Okay, we got Bleacher.
Hey, good morning. Good morning, y'all. Thanks for being here. Keeping me company late at night as I'm knocking out this work. I came in late, so I ain't caught the whole thread, but I just wanted to react to something I heard and did kind of briefly. And the question was to the brother, how did the Deacons of Defense make you feel? And so not for me, I know, of course, I know who the Deacons of Defense are, but that's not my experience. My experience growing up in Oakland was with the second Black Panther Party, original Black Panther Party of Lowndes County, Alabama. Huey and Bobby, of course, formed the Black Panther Party for self-defense in Oakland in 1966. And when I was a little boy, the feeling that I got from these brothers who were willing to pick up guns and follow the Oakland Police Department around to ensure justice for Black people as much as they could, and they were willing to put their lives on the line to prevent OPD, interdict, disrupt OPD's willingness to just pull over Black folk and just harass them for no reason, up until preventing them from trying to rip them from shooting people, made me feel safe, protected, proud. It was it's a revolutionary and radical feeling that continues to live in my body today. And whenever I meet a former Panther, I always try and tell them that y'all gave me the greatest gift that you could ever give a Black child. It was, I tell people that, growing up in Oakland in the late 60s, early 70s was the first best time to be Black in America. Because everybody was talking about Black power, Black pride, Black is beautiful. James Brown was singing Say It Loud, I'm Black and Proud on the radio. It was just this flourishing of pride and Blackness. And it was so self-affirming to be in this little cocoon there in West Oakland that it's I carry that inside me today. And I always tell them that. So we know all these things that the Black Panther Party did. I said that the greatest thing they did for me and kids of my generation was to give us that militant sense of pride and self-consciousness that I certainly continue to walk around with today, along with the analytical framework of the Black community as a colony inside the United States. And that is a framework I continue to use today. It's not the only framework to use, but it's a very valid analysis of how Black communities gets exploited in the United States. And I say communities because I think we've always been a number of Black communities, and especially today that we're no longer segregated. But I'm thankful to be a friend of Elaine Brown, who's just about to open up a 100% affordable housing project in West Oakland. And I tell her that constantly, just thanking her for what that party gave to me and gave to us. I'll stop there for now.
Right. Look, I think you might be new to our space, right? Look, if you look at California, right? California has a large Black population, right? Nearly 3 million, right? But that 3 million Black Americans are a minority. Matter of fact, the black population in California is not only smaller than the white and the Mexican population, but it's even smaller than the Asian population. So the black population in California is the fourth largest ethnic group in California. So,
bro, I've lived through. Oakland was 49% black in 1980.
Yep.
We're down.
I remember. Yeah.
We're down to 20% now. That pains me. That pains me. I walk around every day with a sense of being erased. I mean, I live next door to the house that I was born in property that my grandfather built this house with a bunch of salvage wood in 1950. So we got deep roots in that neighborhood. And I founded the West Oakland Cultural Action Network and the Black Liberation Walking Tour to be able to share our cultural history with people. Mainly, my biggest thing was I sit on my front porch like black folk do, the southern rural migrant roots, and speak to everybody that go by. Now, if you come and walk in front of my house and I'm sitting on my front porch, I expect you to speak. I expect you to do something. You don't supposed to just walk past somebody, sit on your porch like that. But I'm 60, especially I feel like I didn't earn some stuff. Look, if you drive down the street, I want you to wave. So I wave to speak at everybody. One thing I noticed is that some of our newer neighbors, white folk, i.e., not only didn't speak, or they didn't even look up, acknowledge. Now, sometimes they wearing headphones, but it's not black folks' cultural norm. We acknowledge each other. We will see each other. And for them to be in our neighborhood, and I think it is still as our neighborhood, and behaving in these new kind of ways, I went, I said, maybe they just don't know. So let me do, instead of being mad, let me try and teach them. And so I developed this tour, start teaching them, start doing that. And then also the other reason I did that is I wanted to share this knowledge with the black folk that have been there so long, who are choosing either A, being forced out, or B, choosing to go somewhere else. Because it's like, I want people to have pride in this neighborhood and things that have happened here and the major accomplishments that have happened here. So, in some kind of small way, if I can stoke more black pride in this particular important place, maybe that's a anti-gentrification, take displacement tool where people be like, this is sacred ground and we need to stay here. So, founded that, for specifically for those kind of cultural reasons in the face of this erasure, which I feel deeply and painfully every day. When I look up and down the block that I was born on and see all them black neighbors that are gone, I still see their faces. Gone, man. It hurts.
Right. Hey, sir, look, okay, right now in California, about 40% Mexican, right? I predict or project by 2036, the Mexicans will have a super majority in California. That's between 60 to 75% of the state population, right? They're going to have a Mexican governor. They're going to have 2 Mexican senators. Most of the state and state representatives and state senators is going to be Mexicans, right? Your mayors, your city councilmen, your judges in the Supreme Court, your judges on the local, your state court and local court, they're all going to be Mexicans, right? Also, Spanish can be the business of the state, right? Public education can be in Spanish. The courts can be in Spanish, right? The business can be in Spanish. All the documents that are written, in the government by the state can be in Spanish, right? So I see that in the next 12 to 15 years. Tell me, how do you see Black Americans going through that process, in the next 12 to 15 years? What do you see? What I just gave you, right? What I just described, what do you see the Black population doing in 12 to 15 years?
Let me think about this a couple ways. So a couple ways. I had we got Latino Citizens Unity Council was formed in Oakland. I think back in the 60s, at the time when all the Third World Revolutionary movements was formed. Brat, the Chicano movement, Brown Berets, la 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 la. I had a woman there who I forgot, Chief of Staff, something much there. I was in a this political meeting with her, and she said, "We taking over." Mexicans, she's like, "We taking over, and there's nothing y'all can do about it." And she's right. And so right now, such a large percentage of the population, I think, is illegal that they can't vote. And so we got black representatives in East Oakland, which used to be 98% black. Now is majority Latino, Hispanic, whatever you want to say it these days. But because so many of them can't vote, you still have black elected representatives. One day, as them kids that were born here are now legal and start voting. So I think we're not 10 or 15 years. I think we're another generation away from that flip over. But they know. They like, we about to take over. And y'all can't stop us. And it's a fact. And so I saw I think it was another space. I saw a chart. It showed that the average age of Latinos in the United States is 11 years old. They young. There's a whole bunch of them. They're going to continue to increase their share of the United States population. My wife and I used to live in a rural agricultural part of California. And the town that we went to might as well have been Mexico. It was 99% Mexican, primary illegal farm workers. And when you went into a store, they spoke to you in Spanish first. And I used to go in this little shop and get burritos all the time. And they was militant about the fact that if you couldn't order your food in Spanish, you wasn't going to get food. They were very militant about that. Now, about the languages, this is already the case. So all the government documents, court business, all the government documents have to be multilingual. So you got in Oakland, you get 9 languages, Vietnamese, Chinese, all them languages. So that's already the case. I think that'll always be the case. And just so now we've got stores, we got all kinds of businesses that offer Spanish language communications because businesses want to get the money. And so because there'll always be English speakers, English will always be available. What's going to happen for black folks? In California, I think our percentage of the population is going to continue to decline. California has a net outflow of American citizens to other states, but a greater inflow of foreign immigrants, both illegal and illegal, Asian as well as Latino. And so California is going to continue to be a state that becomes more and more brown and yellow and less black and white. And that's a massive ass shift in my lifetime because, it was, black and white, growing up, and then we had the explosion initially of Mexicans. Now I think they're probably from Guatemala and other Central American places. Chinatown in Oakland has been there since the 1800s, since they brought the Chinese over to work on the railroads. And then once they found gold, the Chinese were coming to Gold Mountain to make their fortunes. What the Chinese people have been able to do, and why Chinatown continues to exist as a solid Asian community, and now it's an Asian Pacific community. It's not just Chinese. They own the land in their community. They've always owned that land in Chinatown. It's been funded by funders from China because they still had that connection to their original homeland, and they have language that can keep out outsiders. We used to have that. We used to have 7th Street, West Oakland, which is our Wall Street, but the government did in Oakland like it did all over the country. They used federal highway policy in the 50s. They used urban redevelopment policy in the 60s. They used transportation. They built a subway line, a post office, and the projects and freeways in the hood. And it's the same they did all over the country. And I'll talk about this on my tour. And knock down all that property using the domain to underpay black people for their property, and then turned around and sold it to developers, primarily white, to recapitalize the city and do so-called bring a higher and better use. And so, we've seen these processes. Now, they did the same thing to Chinatown, but to a much smaller degree, because we were always more of a threat. So I think what's going to happen is our share of the population is going to continue to get smaller in California. I think we are going to continue as we are now and see the suburbanization of Black folks. So I was just looking at a statistic the other day. 40% of Black folks now live in the suburbs. 12% live in rural areas. And so there's 40, that's 52. So that means 40. I think that number's wrong. I think 40. The bottom line is fewer Black people live in cities than don't live in cities now. And in particular,
you're talking about California?
Nationally. It's a national statistic. And so what's happening in California is the displacement of Black folk from Richmond, Oakland, and Hunters Point, San Francisco, the places where Black people came and were segregated to live during World War II, have now been displaced as white folk. The kids of them white flighters who moved to segregated, Black taxed and supported suburbs, which we couldn't move to, but used our tax dollars to subsidize. Of course, their real estate out there appreciated much more than real estate in the hood. Now them kids have taken those gains, some ill-gotten gains, and moved back to the hood and buying up these properties at $1 million when it was $30,000 in 1990s, and are now kind of reversed that and are pushing us out back to the suburbs where they came from. And so we got Black folks in places like Antioch, Pittsburgh, California, these suburban areas that were originally from Oakland, reproducing, some of those patterns of us living together, and some of the behaviors, positive and negative, is devastated our churches. I mean, so many of churches that were vibrant in my neighborhood growing up are ghosts. They got a couple members. A bunch of the churches that are still continuing to thrive, the members are commuting back into the city from those suburbs. But when you don't live in the community every day, the power, strength, and ability of the church to organize, to be a lighthouse, to be able to minister to people is diminished. So they're not as effective as they used to be, but are still very effective organizations. But I just think we're going to continue to move around, to not be as concentrated in single places, which will reduce our political effectiveness. But Black people ain't going nowhere. We are survivors. We made a way out of no way, and I think we're going to continue to fight. I want to try and use the word thrive, because I ultimately believe in Afrofuturism and a thriving future for Black people, because our cultural power is so strong. We create culture all over the world, everybody around the world trying to do what Black people do. So I think we're going to continue to have a positive future. What I don't believe, and one of the things that we're doing in Oakland is trying to intentionally buy property collectively to be able to maintain Black cultural zones. And for me, that's what I care about most, is Black culture. And I think we have to have a concentration of Black people living in community with each other to be able to sustain our culture, which makes us unique in the world. I'll stop there.
Okay, cool.
It's on you, Black.
Okay. All right, cool. Appreciate that. I got two videos. They're very short. I think LaFarmer mentioned the Deacons of Defense. So the Deacons of Defense was led by Robert Williams. Robert Williams wrote the book Negroes with Guns. He was a part of the NAACP, was very, very involved and active in trying to protect Black Americans in the southern state. I'm not sure if it was Mississippi.
Point of order, brother. If I may. Deacons of Defense, if I'm not mistaken, Deacons of Defense are from Louisiana. Robert Johnson is from Virginia.
Yeah, no. Let me continue on. Robert Williams was the person who wrote Negroes with Guns, ultimately became the leader of the Deacons of Defense, and then he was well, he was forced out of his home at gunpoint, or essentially guns were on the way. And then he, through some other action, was exiled out of the United States of America. He landed in Cuba. He got really close to the Communist Party, and he traveled to all of the communist countries. When he got back on U.S. soil, which he did, he was able to return. He eventually was elected president of the Republic of New Africa, which is the organization that has their slogan as "Free the Land," and those are the 5 states: Louisiana, Alabama, Mississippi, Georgia, and South Carolina. So this individual, who is not lifted up as much as he should be, who's not talked about as much as he should be, is certainly someone who was very instrumental in any thoughts of about a black majority state, to be quite honest, and essentially was looked at as a true leader in the community in the South, was willing to go to war with our oppressors and our enemies, and essentially gathered up information and strategy, and I'm sure in his mind he thought he was gathering up allies while he was out of the country, but ultimately was, willing to set up a situation where, if necessary, there would be a conflict. Now, here's the other flip side of that. Inside of the New Republic of Africa, the initial leadership, Betty Shabazz, Malcolm X's wife, was vice president, and Milton Henry, who is the gentleman who went to Africa, I want to say they were in Egypt together when Malcolm went on his pilgrimage. He is the gentleman who started the political party that he encouraged Malcolm to run for U.S. Senate in the state of Michigan. He was an elected official. He saw the inner workings of government in the country at that time, felt that he was very, very limited in what he could do. And so he did want to establish this black political party. Malcolm listened. Their conversation is in an article that I posted on Funded Socially. He said he would consider it. Unfortunately, not too long after those conversations, Malcolm was indeed assassinated, which is why his wife was the original vice president of this organization. As we said in another space, Malcolm was also a part of an organization called RAM, which was a Black liberation organization that was the militant side of the political action that he was planning if the politics, war without bloodshed, didn't necessarily work out. And they were connected to John Henrik Clark. They were connected to the woman who's in those black and white photos where she grabs the barrel of a rifle, and she's got her hand up to the face of a state trooper, I believe is what is happening in that image. There were a lot of these people who we would know if we saw their pictures, who were essentially working together to try to bring something that would change the dynamics for Black Americans in this country. And we know our enemy, we know they watch, we know they listen, we know who they are and what they are. And so when people question, why was Malcolm X taken out? And they have all these crazy conspiracy theories. It is, in my opinion, based on knowing that information on what he was actively working on, and that he would have been the leader of whatever that was going to turn out to be, that was a much more strategic reason why these demons would have wanted to, assassinate that man in particular. Um, the Republic of New Africa movement continued to move forward. Chukwe Lumumba, the elder, who also, in another space, we talked about how he was also a college educated, I believe. I want to say it was either Harvard or Yale, and got into law, became a lawyer, moved from Detroit down to Mississippi. Um, Eventually, after clashes with police and other things that were occurring down there, he's representing people. Eventually, became the president of the Republic of New Africa, if I'm not mistaken, and ran for mayor of Jackson, Mississippi. Um, all of these people could be a Mount Rushmore of that time period. You got to put Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. up there because of what he did, but he was operating for different things for different reasons, a different goal, where they were really working towards some political power, to hold and wield the power in their hands, not to integrate into the system that they all felt was not integratable completely, at least. And I think Malcolm clearly says that it was a false hope for integration. But I'm gonna play these two quick clips again. This is Robert Franklin Williams. They got his birth date February 26, 1925 to October 15, 1996. So salute to him. He actually did live a fairly long life. Yeah, shout out to him for that. But he says it applied then and applied now. That's the title of this clip. So here we go.
Wanted to know what I would recommend that they do from then on. And so I recommended that they meet violence with violence, that Negroes must be prepared to repulse attacks, that they must be willing to fight, that they must be willing to die and to kill if necessary, that there was no law and no 14th Amendment to the United States Constitution of equal protection in the South, and that therefore they didn't have any deterrent, so they would have to create the deterrent force themselves by meeting violence with violence. And they wanted to know how to.
So I know that was hard to hear. Essentially, he's saying they have to meet. What's that?
Yeah, your phone in the matrix. That thing janky.
Nah, that's the recording. But essentially, to paraphrase, he's saying that
you still are in the matrix though. Now
I'm still in the matrix.
It just slipped like right before you picked the mic up.
Okay. God damn it! So say something, please. Like, come on, what are we doing here? God, I know I can't hear it. Like, let a motherfucker know something. God damn.
I'm not sleeping. I'm working on my website and stuff.
Let a motherfucker know something.
DJ. I'm not asleep.
Okay, all right. So to paraphrase what he was saying, essentially he was saying that Negroes have got to get armed. They got to meet violence with violence. He goes into the fact that the 14th Amendment provides no equal protection in the South. Now, that part right there, because I sat in spaces for I don't even know how long, listening to people talk about the fucking Reconstruction Amendments. I call it deconstruction. Those amendments were almost immediately weaponized against our people. And I don't see no hope in those amendments without political power to actually enforce them. But he hits on that, and I think that shows the level of brilliance and understanding of this particular individual. I got a quick video from Milton Henry. They're talking about a New Bethel incident. I think there was some type of violence with the police in this particular situation. So again, this was the brother who Malcolm trusted, was a confidant of Malcolm's. He flew out to Egypt, I believe, is where he was at when Malcolm was in Egypt. There's pictures of that. And he was the one who established this black political party that Malcolm was considering running for U.S. Senate in Detroit, and maybe could have won, to be quite honest. It's very possible that at that point in time, where Detroit and the black population in Michigan, that he could have mounted a very serious campaign for U.S. Senate in that state. So this is Milton Henry, and then I'm going to play that other Robert Williams clip. Here we go. Now, it is, understand, these recordings, this is from 1969. It's probably recorded on some little mobile mic, so it's going to be a little sketchy. But let's see if we can hear through it, and if not, I'll try to explain what was happening. But this is New Bethel Incident, March 29, 1969.
The Civil Rights Movement, New Bethel allowed various organizations to use the church in order to hold meetings and rallies. In 1969, the Republic of New Africa held a rally at New Bethel. During this incident, those who were arrested were released because of the ruling made by Judge Crockett. The New Bethel incident taught us the importance of having fair and impartial judges.
Black Detroiters would get a taste of what judicial power was all about here when State Representative James Del Rio and the Reverend Clarence L. Franklin would awaken Detroit Recorder's Court Judge George Crockett from his Sunday morning slumber. The reason for the wake-up call took place right here on Detroit's west side at the New Bethel Baptist Church. On the night before, 2 white police officers had been shot outside the church. One of the officers, Michael Shapsky, died. His partner, Richard Warbeck, was badly wounded. As a result of the shooting, police quickly converged on the church, where a meeting of the so-called radical group, the Republic of New Africa, was taking place. After firing into the church, police would eventually take into custody 103 men, women, and children.
I would be willing to bet that people on the inside of that church never had any appreciation for whatever might or might not have been going on the outside of that church. And to think of the police coming in and starting firing directly into a church is incomprehensible to me.
And so Del Rio and the Reverend Franklin sought the aid of Judge Crockett, complaining that the detained were being held here at police headquarters downtown in violation of their constitutional rights. Raphael Vieira and Clarence Fuller would stand trial for the shooting. After one of the longest jury deliberations in history, the 2 were found not guilty. Judge Crockett would receive an apology from most of those who opposed his earlier decision, and black Americans living in Detroit would experience their first taste of a new kind of justice, as Judge Crockett stood strong against the wind.
Okay, so I don't know if you heard that, but it's pretty wild. There's a church in Detroit where the Republic of New Africa was gathering. On a particular night, 2 white officers were shot. 1 died. The police come back to the church. There's images of them shooting up the church, bullets through the pews. You can see the remnants of it. They come in, they arrest everybody in the church. They charge 2 of the black men after this black judge is able to get them all released. There's a trial. The 2 black men are exonerated in those charges for killing the one officer and I guess shooting the other. And he says that was a sign that it was a different level of justice that was now being extended to black Americans in Michigan. And Milton Henry, who did change his name to a Pan-African name after Malcolm's assassination. And I think it's Almawali or something of that nature, if I remember correctly. But he is that guy. I want to say his younger brother was also involved in the Republic of New Africa as well. So these are the militant. These are black liberationists. This is what black liberation looks like. People who are your enemies, who harass your community, who terrorize your community, end up in some level of trauma, and maybe not survive. That's what Black liberation really looks like. I certainly don't believe, outside of a few, and I can, in my mind, as soon as I say it, I can remember the Dallas situation. I remember others that occurred. There's always going to be anomalies, and who knows why people do what they do. But to think that this would happen on an organized level earlier in the space, I think the brother, I don't know if he's still in here, was saying how the people in the streets are warrior class. I believe those are the words that he used, and I've heard that a lot, and I may have even said it in the past, long distance past. But what you have to understand and realize is our warrior, noble warrior class, or active duty military personnel, ex-military personnel, and potentially active and ex-duty police officers that are of the lineage. They have the training, they have the discipline, they are warriors in every sense of the word. They go into the battle, they go into the fight. A street individual that is untrained and undisciplined is able to cause chaos. There's no question about that. Usually chaos for selfish, very minuscule reasons. If you know who Nellie Fuller Jr. is, and you've watched or listened to him talk, you have a full understanding of how little it takes for that group of individuals to take a life, and usually it's a life of someone who looks like us. They, to me, do not have the discipline to actually be what I would consider warriors or soldiers in a political fight. Now, could they be with training and discipline and all of that? Maybe. But the problem is, and this is beyond true in that life, in that world, is that people are always turning against each other in court. That's like a 90% probability that if you're in that lifestyle and something happens, the people that you are associated with are liable to be the people that are either, one, going to put a bullet in you, or two, turn state witness against you in some way, shape, or form. So, outside of a few really super tight circles, I just don't look at those people as noble warriors who live by a code and who are going to protect the community, because unfortunately, as Tupac said, they look at black people and we live in the hood, and we're afraid of the guns too. We're afraid of the gangbangers too. Essentially, those are the people that are terrorizing the neighborhoods, to be quite honest. So until that changes, and that's a dramatic shift, I just don't see it in that same light. So we got two hands, and then I'll do Robert Williams after that. President, and then DJ. And I'm
it's funny you talking about. I want to touch on what you said about the actual trained military versus the gang members.
Yeah.
Always getting those type of debates with people. It seems like the largest portion of our community always seems to forget those people. They might say, "Hey, Happy Veterans Day" here and there, but yeah, I've always gotten heated arguments about that they are our real warrior class. So everything that you just cited is 100% accurate and true. I grew up in Los Angeles, LA, so I'm very familiar with gang culture. Whole family in the gang. I was, close to it. So they very are terrorizing the neighborhood. They very are undisciplined. Maybe a few of them had a code of conduct, but not enough to wash out the people that weren't, because drugs had a lot to do with that. Just straight selfish, chaotic behavior has a lot to do with that as well. So I just wanted to chime in on that, because that was just something that I always run into a problem with whenever I try to bring it up, or I try to point out the comparisons or the fallacy of thinking that gang members are our warrior class. I think it's a major insult to our true warrior class, who never really gets the real recognition. These people actually they actually can do damage. And there's another point I wanted to bring up. I always think, should we start to move to clean up our neighborhoods, we have to understand that those people are going to be some people, like the real hardcore ones. They might have to be people we have to deal with.
Yeah.
Deal with in a way we wish we didn't have to, but we need to be prepared for that eventuality. That
you're going to have to
say, like, we want to go clean up a neighborhood. These people got bandos all over the place, and they're making money. Are they going to say, okay, I'll stop doing what I got to do for the betterment of our community? Yeah, clean up the community. Let's make it a better place. Or are they going to seek to be opposition and intimidate and stop you from doing what you're doing? No, so, with that in mind, what are you willing to do? I'm more of the person that says, I know people don't want this type of language, but I look at them as potential enemies, even though there are people.
That's facts,
so,
bro. That's
when
facts.
we move to take over the neighborhood and be organized, you got to be willing to preemptively strike them if needs be, or at least the people that call the shots.
You make it very
You got to know who they are and have a dossier on them. So, should they choose to move against you, you'll be ready for that.
And then,
yeah.
Oh, facts. You gonna have to, back in my day, they had these drug task force, and they kind of evolved into like gang squads. And they would ride like 10 cars deep. You always knew they were about to hit a corner or whatever, run up in somebody's house. They were in unmarked. I want to say those were Grand Prix back in the day. Or Chevy Luminas or whatever.
Walk into school and see 20 or 30 of them huddled up in the parking lot of a grocery store, eating, drinking their coffee, about to go hit something.
Oh yeah,
that's what I've seen many times.
Yeah.
I remember one time it was a hit right next to our door. They didn't even let my mom and us know. Meanwhile, my mom just literally sitting over there looking out the window, and there's police officers with riot shields and AR-15s, like 6 or 8 of them, in the abandoned house next to us, for supposedly a crackhead or something. But they went in there, 15, 30 people, 15 on each side of the house, man. With the whole street up. It's insane. But you're right, yeah, they're the jump out boys, is what we call them. From where I'm from,
jump out boys.
We call them the jump out boys.
We call them the jump out boys in Oakland too.
Yep, Atlanta too. Because my last year in high school, it was notorious.
Yeah, when I was in ATL, I think they called them Red Dogs or something like that. But I know exactly what you're talking about. It's all gang squad, whatever, task force. And unfortunately, you got to identify, which, if we're being honest, most police organizations already know who the individuals are that cause the most violence. And you just got to target them first. I say you sit them down, you give them a warning, you make it very, very clear that things have changed. There's a new sheriff in town, and we're operating in a way in which you will not be able to operate within our cities, our streets, our towns, the properties at all. Unlike the last administration and the last police chief that allowed this stuff to go on, we have a zero tolerance policy, and we mean it. And then, because most people are like, oh, wow, that's crazy. They acting wild as hell. It's hot as hell. Yeah, they going to everything you got to do and say to cope with the situation. But then when you start hitting them and hitting them and hitting them, and and you putting up cameras and you hitting them and you knocking down abandoned houses and you hitting them and you hitting them. Now that may take a couple of months of just constant maintenance. And then when out of town plates show up, you hit them day one. You don't even give them a chance to get established. It is what it is. You got to handle it like professionals. And, I'm a person who says zero tolerance means zero tolerance. You're gonna get the maximum penalty, period. Ain't no cutting deals, and really not even creating an environment of snitching or witnessing or any of that. Actually doing the work, getting the evidence, and securing convictions is how I would want to go about police business, and give people an opportunity to leave the area, leave the city if we're only in the city, leave the county, and then ultimately leave the state. Once we get to that level, but a lot of the crime in our community is allowed to occur. It's allowed to fester. It's allowed to be there, and that goes probably to rules of engagement. It probably goes to there's some profiting going on in the police department, especially in those small towns. Small towns, the police chiefs usually run the drug trade, if nothing else. And so we just eliminate all that. You know what I'm saying, and make it very difficult for them to operate. So black or bleacher, I'm sorry, you got it.
Thanks, bro. Thinking about crime and policing. So, and I want to make sure I understand your context. Are you saying under a black state we increase law enforcement, or are you talking about in the current status?
Yeah, mostly when I'm talking about black majority states. There's nothing. So in I don't know what space I was in earlier in the week. I talked about band-aids. Most of what I hear people talking about in the current paradigm is a band-aid. But we are people. If you've seen this video, and now it's on YouTube, where they're taking an entire head off of one body, they're sliding that over to another body, and then they got a robot machine operator to attach that whole head and neck to a whole different body. We are in that situation as a people. We are headed towards something genocidal. It's a slow genocide, but it's accelerating. And we can't really fix that with band-aids. We got to get radical. We got to think radically. So when I'm in spaces and I'm talking, it's always in the context of a comprehensive solution within a concentrated black majority state where we have control over the state, the counties, and the cities that we live in.
Got it. That makes sense. I'm gonna maybe talk about it for a little bit in the current status. Point 8 of the Black Panther Party 10-point program. We want freedom for all black men held in federal, state, county, and city prisons and jails. And in Oakland now, we've got, I don't want to say I'm too strong, maybe too. There is a sizable abolition movement. Abolition of police and prisons, because for all the reasons that we know, that injustice system. And while I think Angela Davis is a well-known abolitionist now, wants to get rid of prisons. And so, as a theoretical construct, I think that I have some vibes with me for black folk in the current system. But the reality, our current reality, this is playing out at home in some really toxic ways. Is we got these progressive white folks who swear they are all for black people and want to get rid of the police. And so that played out, especially nationally in the summer after George Floyd. It played out here locally when our city council, led by a couple of our city council members, voted as a goal to defund the police department by 50%. And black folk I know went wild and lost their minds. Like, is you out your damn mind?
Wow.
Like, the Oakland police has been under federal consent decree for 20 years because they can't get it together.
Wow.
What they have done is stop shooting black kids with the frequency they used to do.
That's good.
But they cannot investigate themselves. And as I wonder, in any future state, black state or not, the ability of a police department to investigate their own selves and their own officers. So Oakland had 60 steps to make to get free of the federal oversight. They got to 59 one year, and it was that inability for internal affairs to effectively investigate themselves that prevented that. Now, they've fallen back since then. Like a real concern about police investigating themselves, but certainly in a future stage, we can come up with ways to do that so they don't have to investigate themselves. But I guess the point I was trying to get to is there's a big divide now. So I certainly believe in violence preventers and violence interrupters, and I think all this stuff is essential because we know that there's more crime amongst poor people, and we know Black people as a group statistically have less wealth and income for all the reasons that we know. And so, and then we add onto that this anti-Black racism, and the police force is occupying force that don't treat us equitably.
Poor people.
Yet and still,
come on,
I need them to come when I call.
What are we
I just
talking
need them
about?
to act right. And so I had this experience, one night, I'm laying in bed with my wife. I hear automatic gunfire. That sounds like it's on my front porch. Well, it turned out the next morning it was across the street because I found the shells. But when I called 911, nobody answered. It rolled over 3 times. When I finally had a chance to ask an officer, like, what? He's like, man, we only got 35 officers on patrol at any one time, and they was all at murders. They had nobody to come help you. And I'm talking to these city council people and these white folk, like, if y'all lost your mind, because if somebody want to knock my uncle upside the head, what kind of position you gonna put me in? Like, I gotta use armed self-defense to protect him and us from somebody else. Odds are they likely gonna be Black, and I don't want to be in a position where I gotta shoot some Black person coming in my window because the police, sirens come, people run. And as much as people say, "Oh, police don't prevent crime," I agree with that. They don't. That's not their job any more than it's the fire department's job to prevent fires. Their role is a law enforcement role.
But they're a
and when
deterrent.
people hear them sirens, they generally run because they don't want to go to prison. They don't want to get locked up.
Can be a
So I think there's a role for them, and it's played out at home in a really interesting way because they convened a task force around this reimagining police to get to this 50% goal. And all 6 of the Black people who was on the task force, all from the flatland, all was like, are y'all crazy? We do not want to have less police. Matter of fact, we want more patrol officers to be able to come and respond to crime, and we need better ability to solve crime. Because this is what I always think, is like, somehow we got to twist in our head that Black people are criminal people. It's part of our culture. It is not. We Black people are not criminal. We've been criminalized and put in situations where criminal behavior is allowed to fester and become a cultural way of life. But there's nothing innate about criminality in Black people. And so, that requirement for order in our communities, for respect, for order, I'm going to say that was a law for order, is essential. And just as you described, at home we talk about living in a containment zone, and that things are allowed to happen in our neighborhoods that our neighborhood, speaking about West, that are not allowed to happen in other parts of town. And I certainly believe it's a strategy and a tactic, and that it is fostered, in those ways. But then I'm gonna close with this. There was a time when I hate to keep going back to the Black man. The BPP was patrolling our neighborhoods, not only against the police, but trying to also be our own law enforcement structure. And so, having trial, sometimes a summary execution of a criminal in the hood, and letting drug dealers know that you can't be here. Like, we can't, and then, telling Felix Mitchell, like, you need to stop. They couldn't stop because there's too much money to be made in the drug trade. But, trying to combat that, and then letting, the drug dealers and other folks know you can't be here. You can't be by the school. You can't be here. You can't be by the office. You got to go somewhere else. So I think, we've seen this model in a small, limited way work, But I agree with everything you're saying, because without order, we cannot have orderly communities and economically thriving communities. If when you steal something from poor people, it has a way bigger impact than you steal something from rich people. You have too many poor black people to be okay with somebody coming stealing stuff and being, I hate to use that damn phrase, soft on crime, but to be soft on crime. We got to be able to have secure communities and members of our community to feel safe in their person.
Yeah, no question. So I was trying to find if I could find the numbers of COVID vaccine induced deaths, but they still get hyper protection on those numbers and that information. But in terms of medical error induced deaths, it's the third leading cause of death in the country. It's several 100,000, anywhere from a couple 100,000 to almost 500,000 die every single year from medically induced errors. I say that to say this: crime is not necessarily concentrated in poor black communities. In my opinion, and this is where I think black majority state authority could change the way we look at crime and change the way that we enforce and prosecute criminals. Corporate crime causes massive pain and suffering to the population. Individual crimes, even if they may be as violent as murder, typically only affect a small group of people. And again, murder is a tragedy in every sense, in every case. Rape is a tragedy in every sense, in every case. And I'm for the death penalty. I'm an eye for an eye type of individual. I believe in capital punishment. But I believe that the standard has to be so high, the level of proof has to be so high that you almost need videotape of an incident of that nature in order to convict a person. So you need this super high standard in order to they should get life in prison. I just don't have, again, zero tolerance to me. Narcotics that can induce death through overdoses, I believe it's the same thing. I just don't personally see the difference between killing somebody with a gun or killing somebody with 8 ball of fentanyl or whatever it is that they're selling on the streets. So that's where I'm at on that level. When we're talking about misdemeanors and petty crimes, I think you can adjudicate that a lot differently than filling up prisons with people over very petty, non-violent crimes. So for me, I would be more of an abolitionist when it comes to those type of crimes. But violent felonies, oh, you're going to prison, period. And if you kill somebody, I'm a life for a life guy, period. If you harm a child, I'm again, it's either life in prison as far as I'm concerned, or something significant, 20 plus. And if for some odd reason the system's controlled by the corporations, for the most part, to be quite honest. Okay, all right. Thank you so much. God damn it. You know what? I'm ready to go because my mind, I can't deal with it. I can't deal with it. I cannot deal with it anymore. The Matrix shit is, I'm ready to throw a damn fit over this Matrix bullshit, man. And then my throat is all fucking scratchy. Shit, scratchy as hell. Okay, I'm back. Got somebody coming up. Like this is what's said. You cannot find legitimate deaths from the COVID vaccine through these search engines. Like that to me is just like that's a whole nother topic, man. But that to me is just criminal. And the thing about it is, while they have indemnity from citizens suing them, They can't indemnify themselves against states. So no matter what the federal government, they can indemnify all these corporations all they want, but they can't protect them from states. We could run them through the process, convict them if they're found and proven to be guilty of crimes. And then if the federal judiciocracy, the federal judiciary wants to overturn convictions, if that's even possible, I think you might have to put that into your state constitution to try to prevent that. But so be it. But we could do what we need to do to make the point very, very clear that we have zero tolerance for allowing these corporate white collar criminals to get away with crimes against humanity. That's never going to happen if we, outside of us getting governance over at least one state. That's never going to happen. They're never going. It's the same thing like the brother just said, Bleacher, about the police investigating themselves. It's the same scenario. They're never going to convict themselves of any serious crimes. I think, who was it? It was some corporation that actually did a crime where they had a like some really high fine in order to get out of the criminal charges, and that was like a negotiation through the courts, and it was all good. It was all good. Like, you're essentially paying your way out of prison. That's
I mean, the opioid people.
That's
that
absurd.
family, Sackler, that invented the, what's that opioid pill that started the whole opioid crisis? OxyContin. They paid a big ass fine, and then the Supreme Court just ruled that they cannot be exempt from further charges, because I think that was a settlement the government was trying to give them. Pay us this money, and you'll be exempt from further prosecution, even if it's just lawsuits. Because I don't think anybody in that family, in that company, is serving a jail time for all the millions of people who died.
Yeah, that, you know what, that actually does sound familiar when you mentioned it and you started going into details. That does sound familiar. So the first thing that pops up is because I actually did a search through X. The first thing that pops up is the guy.
Bernie Madoff, who created the Ponzi scheme. He's the worst part. You want to know how blessed the Most High is? His son, he left all of that money to his children. His daughter OD'd, or his son OD'd, and his daughter jumped from the penthouse in New York balcony and committed suicide. So that's what happens when you get dirty and bloody money. Yeah, you can go check this out.
Man, that, so if you know what I know, them suicides, man, some of them high profile suicides be like, okay, yeah, but damn, that's a tragedy. But these people are willing to kill over money. There's no question about that. When you said Bernie Madoff, I'm thinking about the FTX crypto guy who just ran off with billions of dollars in defrauded or whatever, all these fucking people. And he was I think he had Maxine Waters in his pocket, and some other high ranking federal officials who are essentially trying to work out some type of deal for him. Is his name Salman or something like that?
Sam Bankman-Friedman.
Sam Friedman. Sam Friedman. His parents, I think one or both of his parents are on a faculty at Stanford Law School.
Yeah, Sam. Oh, it's also a Netflix series about the people you talk about, Bleacher D, about the drug company. They did a series on that. You should check it out. It's pretty good. Pissed me off like to high heavens, but it was pretty good. Those people should be prosecuted. I'm glad you brought that up, Black. I didn't even think about that. The vaccine thing, yeah, that's further motivation. They need to be prosecuted to the highest extent. They need to be
I was going to say I can appreciate that the state would have to pay that there's something.
This is my passion. This is my passion. Bro, that's my passion and my work in a very specific city government. Make amends. They can't pay back all the money they stole and shit open broke, but they can begin to make direct amends to the people and the descendants that this municipal government stole land from. You know, we talked about the freeways and all that other stuff before, and I'm actively working on projects. Next thing I got, I don't know how many people have read Color of Law, which lays out in great detail exactly how federal government policy was used to create chocolate cities surrounded by middle suburbs, largely funded, certainly funded by black taxes that were exported to the suburbs, for racially segregated suburbs. And this is a crime. This is a crime. You can be quiet. This is recent stuff. People, I'm still alive. I grew up in the segregated red line. Certain other one, county level or something. I'm working at the city level because this city that I live in has made this great crime, and these people like to run around and talk about they anti-racist and racially just. Ain't nobody talking about paying that money back. That's not true. Few people are talking about making direct payments. Now, I got a city council member who's talking about making investments in the community. I'm like, wait. The community is not buildings. The community is people. And so if you had a neighborhood that was 80% black when the crime was occurred, and it's 20% black now when you propose a solution, all you're doing is pouring money into these newcomers to make their neighborhood better, and not the people who suffered the harm. In other words, you're really trying to gentrify my neighborhood and make it sound good and do it in the name of black people when it's really white people don't benefit. I am furious about that. I am furious. So Color of Law, Richard Rothstein, if you haven't read that, please read that. Him and his daughter have made a new book, Just Action. And so the proposition is, now that we know that's a great crime that the federal government committed, transferring its wealth and land away from black people to white people, what are we going to do about it, right? What are we going to do about it? So they got a bunch of suggestions about stuff to do. And so I got a grant with some other folks. We're launching a project, multiracial, regional. So the white folks who benefited from this policy out in the suburbs are going to read and meet and come up with ideas about what their cities can do to reverse and repair. And us in the city going to read and come up with our own suggestions about how we can approach our government to do that. And we're going to all jointly approach our county. So I'm actively, and, it might be a pipe dream. People tell me I'm idealistic, but I tell you what, it ain't nothing. Our people have been struggling. They told our ancestors slavery would always exist. And they spent hundreds of years fighting that until we finally got manumission, became free. Became unenslaved. And so I think there's an obligation, I feel, to do this work, even if I'm just passing the baton to somebody else. And I'm very passionate and motivated about that because I watched when the state attorneys general sued the mortgage lending industry around the predatory mortgage crisis and got a multi-billion-dollar settlement from them banks and other lending institutions. None of my neighbors came back. Oh, wait. You won the case. You got billions of dollars, but none of my neighbors came back. The people who lost their houses in this predatory crisis, y'all did not find them and make them whole. I don't know where that money went, but it did not go to the people who were harmed. And I'm still pissed about that. That's probably one that, we ain't gonna be able to do that about. But I certainly fully believe that we need to attack this structure at every level to be able to get what we are due. My nonprofit slogan is land is liberation. We need to have our land base back. We have lost millions of acres of both farmland as well as, urban and suburban, other types of property. It's the same thing you said, but until and unless we get this land base, we're gonna be prisoners in this society. I believe.
Didn't we go from 14 million to less than 1 million in land loss?
I got it somewhere. I got it bookmarked somewhere. It's a big ass number.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Yeah, I wish you well in your endeavors. Great to hear that's what you're doing. Are you connected with anybody on the government level? Cause you're in Oakland, right? Northern California.
Yeah, plenty of people. I'm a frequent commenter at city council meetings. I know my county supervisors. I know plenty of people in the city government, elected. I'm in this work with other people, other organizations, Black Cultural Zone, East Side Arts Alliance, who are in this project. The project we got funded for was what would a liberator look like. My particular project is around these redlining reparations, and so we are. This is a bunch of people that are working on this with deep connections throughout the state government. Matter of fact, Black Cultural Zone has gotten about $180 million to create a cultural zone for Black folks in East Oakland. Now, those are promises. They haven't been dispersed all that money yet. They've been promised $180 million. So you want to say you can look that's a drop in the bucket for what was stolen from us in Oakland. But it's $180 million more than we had 2 years ago, or where we had got them with $180 million worth of promises more than we had, a couple years ago. So that's progress.
That's definitely a step in the right direction. Have you thought about getting on the council? Because you could be very effective that way as well.
Yeah, I've had a bunch of people come to me and ask me to run. I don't have the temperament of a politician. I'm a West Oakland truth teller.
You talking about Eric Mays? You think you're worse than Eric Mays?
I don't know who Eric Mays is.
Hey, what?
Oh my God! He don't know.
Put him on the
He about to get kicked out. I'm just kidding.
So
I'm about to set it off up in here. Shout out to I see my sis Sexy Raw in the building. Shout out to my sis. I wanna just extend some love and light to her. No details needed. We are praying for you. Much love.
Much love to our sister.
Yeah, much love. Sexy Raw.
She's getting jumped in the room by I saw that.
Brother Black, Sister Rilla, Brother Seg, and the wonderful company on top. I'm about to go ahead and lay next to my daughter, man, and go call it a night. So y'all have a blessed one.
You have a blessed rest. That's right.
You in the West, take your ass to sleep.
That's right.
Have a blessed day. I'll top it up with y'all when the good Lord allows.
That's right. Peace.
Good night, brother. The thing with Eric Mays is I think he's a blessing because people can see that there's more than one way to be in politics. The brother was buck wild. You gotta check him out. Google him, watch some of his videos, and went viral. We even had him in space. Well, not it was Tesla Figueroa had him in space. He was chopping it up.
I just googled him. I'm looking at
RP to that brother. I'm sure you ain't on 10 like him, man. I like to see that. I like to see our brothers and sisters from different backgrounds in politics, so we can have somebody we can relate to. So there's people that there's a councilman that comes in here. Have you spoken with him yet? Have you come across him yet? He frequents these spaces. He's in California. I think he's in Southern California. What's his name, guys? You know what I'm talking about. Black brother. He always speaks in these spaces.
Who are you talking about? Out of California?
Yes, Brian, or he's a reverend. I forgot his first name. I think he started.
Hawkins, Mr. Hawkins.
Yeah, I met that brother in the space one time.
Yeah, his temperament's cool. Are you aware of his background?
Yeah, he came from a challenged background.
Yeah, so it's like we need to see more and more of those stories. I wish they would actually speak on more. I like when he talks about his dealings in government and the stuff he does, some of the successes, some of the challenges. I think our people need to hear that because that inspired them to run as well. Because it pretty much demystifies the job. And we see people like Eric Mays and him, and there's people with different temperaments, and we have a spectrum of people that come talk to us. Then our people can see that there's somewhere or somebody that they can relate to make it possible and plant that seed in their brain that, hey, maybe I could run for office as well. We need more of that. We need more people running.
I've had a bunch of people come to me to ask me to run. I've had people ask me to run this election cycle. And my wife was like, hell no, ain't no way. I ain't having it. Like I had our current mayor in her campaign run around town and say I was dangerous. I'm like going to that crazy stuff because I'm confrontational, I'm militant, and I'm talk black stuff in mixed company all the time, including at the city council. And so I'm more of a policy person. I'm the person who's going to be a critic, primarily a critic, but also a complimenter in public, because I think that's a better role for me. It better suits my temperament as an analyst. Politicians need to be able to make deals. They need to be in coalitions. You need to be able to talk long and pretty to people without saying nothing. And I just don't have those skills. I don't introvert. I don't do small talk. I do talk issues. But I'm just not somebody that's going to go out and shake hands and kiss babies all day and all night. I'm just not.
Brother, you don't told on yourself, bro. You say you sit on your porch and talk to the people when they go by. I'm calling your bluff. I'm calling your bluff, bro.
Oh,
you do it as part of your culture, bro. You do that.
But I do that with a particular intent. And I don't got time for everybody. So if you're walking up and down my block, I'm trying to build community, right? I'm trying to build a neighborhood community so we can all know each other. There's too many parts of government that I'm not interested in. I don't really care about. I care about black people, black stuff. That's kind of all I'm really interested
thanks for
in.
coming. Of course,
government. You know, I'm like
we
CPA,
will be back here next Saturday. But again,
city council meetings, most of that stuff I am.
One of these Saturdays will be the last Saturday. I'm not sure if it's
I talk to our council.
Going to be next Saturday or not. But we're getting very close to that point. So thank you so much for supporting the channel. Like, subscribe.
So for me,
sign up for finesse.socially.com. It's at the top of the comment section here. And I'll put it in the description. Fundedsocially.com.
Impassioned, motivational speaker and leader. Around issues
peace. Appreciate you.
And that's kind of what I do. But frankly, I love being a CPA. I'm on vacation right now, working on spreadsheets. It's fun for me.